I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic grid.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Mr. President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that General Business Order of the Day number 78, Building and Construction Industry, Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Costs Bill 2024 be considered today at the time for private senators' bills.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
Senators' Bills Order of the Day number 78, Building and Construction Industry, Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Costs Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Let's just put this bill into context today. And the context we need to put it into is the headlines across newspapers across Australia in relation to what we have known for a very, very long time in terms of the CFMEU, the bullying, the thuggery and the intimidation on building and construction sites across Australia, and the additional monies, up to 30% in fact, that taxpayers across Australia have been paying for a very long time now for publicly funded infrastructure. This, of course, includes roads, it includes hospitals, it includes schools. And the flow-on effect, when you pay more for that publicly funded infrastructure, it flows into civil construction, and guess what? Because of the actions of the most militant union in Australia, that's not me speaking, that's the High Court of Australia, condoned every step of the way and facilitated by the Australian Labor Party, and we'll talk about the money that's flowed directly from the most corrupt union in Australia through to the Australian Labor Party, in particular under the Prime Minister, Mr Albanese. You can see why the reintroduction of the tough cop on the beat, the building watchdog, is required. So these are just some of the headlines in the last 2 weeks. CFMEU administrator says unions' woes worse than reported. CFMEU administrator moves for a clean sweep of union superfund directors at CBUS. And just on that one, let's all remember what CBUS is. It is a superannuation fund that looks after its members' money. And I have to say, the article this morning by Ewan Hannon should worry every single member of any super fund that the CFMEU have anything to do with. The transferring of in excess of $3 million of members' funds to pay for legal fees of a union official. Is that some type of joke? Well, the bad news is, no, it's not. It happens to be the reality. CFMEU deal puts union in bed with bikies and the underworld. An investigation reveals the relationships that have vaulted companies with links to criminals in favoured positions on the nation's building sites. And again, We've known that for a long time. The Cole Royal Commission, obviously the Hayden Royal Commission, and headline after headline after headline, after federal court case after federal court case after federal court case, after a High Court case as well. Anyone who says they were not aware of this type of behaviour, again, either has their head in the sand or, quite frankly, was condoning and indeed facilitating it. Even Sally McManus. My understanding is Sally's having a hard time at the moment, but even Sally McManus had to come out and say self-serving CFMEU leaders ruined the union. Allen and Albanese told of union thuggery in 2022. I think that's a slight unexaggeration, actually, because they've known of it and, as I said, condoned and facilitated this behaviour for a very, very long time. But what does the bill do today? We are moving, as a coalition, to reintroduce the Australian Building and Construction Commission, which, even in a previous form, former Labor Prime Ministers Rudd and Gillard understood needed to be in place. In other words, the behaviour of the CFMEU in the construction industry was so bad that even former Labor governments recognised the need for a building watchdog. We want to restore the Australian Building and Construction Commission's powers to enforce workplace laws in the building and construction industry. And on any analysis, what we have seen over the past couple of months shows that the decision by Mr Albanese to hand the construction sector over to John Setka, the former head of the CFMEU, on a platter as the first item of business for his government back in 2022 has been an unmitigated disaster. Why do you think, though, Mr Albanese, as Prime Minister of this country, would take such a step when construction industry participant after construction industry participant after construction industry participant said, please don't, because if you do, you are going to expose us even further to bullying, to thuggery and to intimidation on construction sites across Australia? Well, the Labor Party can try and deny their links to the CFMEU all they like, but the evidence speaks louder than anything the Australian Labor Party will ever say. Since Mr Albanese became the Labor leader, again, they can deny it all they like, the fact of the matter is, and the evidence clearly shows, that the Labor Party have received more than $6.2 million in donations directly from the most corrupt union in Australia, a union that we know is in bed with bikies and the underworld. I mean, seriously, you almost would think that this is some type of TV script, because you cannot believe that an alternative party of government, the Australian Labor Party, now in government, would have condoned and facilitated this type of behaviour. But let's face it, the millions of dollars, and we're still waiting to find out whether or not the money is actually clean money, and I have my doubts about whether or not this is even clean money that has gone directly into the Australian Labor Party. But the $6.2 million that Mr Albanese, as the Labor leader and then the Prime Minister, has conveniently accepted on behalf of the Australian Labor Party speaks volumes. But then you actually also have to put it into the context of the union movement. Many Australians won't know that since 2007, the union movement in Australia has actually given directly to the Australian Labor Party now in excess of $100 million. Since 2007, $100 million. And I'm hearing, though, that Mr Albanese's got a few problems at the moment, because, you see, I'm told that Labor themselves don't actually know how to fundraise because they've never had to fundraise. They just put out their hand and the union movement gives them the money. But now that that's dried up, the Australian Labor Party are facing their reality, and that is not many like you, not many like your policies, and not many want to support you. Money speaks louder than anything that Mr Albanese or the Australian Labor Party will ever say. In fact, they like to run around saying, well, we can't support the reintroduction of the tough cop on the beat, we can't support the restoration of the Australian Building and Construction Commission because, and I quote, it was a dismal failure and ineffective at bringing the issues of criminality and corruption that surfaced in Nick Mackenzie's investigative report to the forefront. Well, in the first point, I would make this. The Australian Labor Party, when they were in opposition, fought the then coalition who went to a double dissolution election in 2016 because we were so committed to cleaning up the construction industry in Australia and ensuring that Mum and Dad Australia, the Australian taxpayers, because it's their money that's used on publicly funded infrastructure, were actually not being ripped off by A, the Australian Labor Party, and B, the CFMEU. We were actually returned to office. And we did stand up the Australian Building and Construction Commission. In fact, I was the minister at the time. But let me assure you, the Australian Labor Party fought us every single step of the way. Every single step of the way. And this is despite the overwhelming evidence, and again, this is not me speaking, this is the evidence. Everybody knows about it because these are court cases that are on the public record. Since 2003, the CFMEU and its officials have broken workplace laws on more than 2,600 occasions. I mean, seriously, can you imagine someone in the corporate world breaching the corporations law in excess of 2,600 occasions? I mean, the Labor Party would be caught. After one breach, they're calling for their head, let alone after 2,600 breaches. The CFMEU have been involved in approximately 213 proceedings, and they have been penalised by the courts. Now, the Australian Labor Party like to say the ABCC went after the CFMEU, but you see the problem with that is it's not backed up by the evidence. All the ABCC were able to do is actually bring a case before the courts. The courts of Australia, the independent judiciary, then adjudicated based on the evidence, and in over 91% of the cases that the Australian Building and Construction Commission brought before the courts of Australia, the courts actually found in favour of the Australian Building and Construction Commission and against the CFMEU. In fact, since 2003, the CFMEU have actually been penalised over $24 million by the independent judiciary in Australia. So when Labor stand up and say the ABCC was a dismal failure, that is actually a reflection, quite frankly, on the independent judiciary and the fact that it is the independent judiciary that actually found that the CFMEU have breached workplace laws on more than 2,600 occasions. In fact, it is little wonder, based on the ABCC's exemplary track record, that John Setka has from day one argued that it needed to be abolished. Because seriously, the ABCC, let's be honest, was getting in the way of his business model. But the other important reason that you actually want law and order on building sites in Australia, because it's a fact, Mum and Dad Australia are actually paying more for the cost of their infrastructure. On what planet does a government or then opposition sit back knowing full well that publicly funded infrastructure in Australia is costing up to 30% more. We are talking hospitals, we are talking roads, we are talking schools. We're in a housing crisis in Australia at the moment. The flow-on effect to what Australians have to now pay for houses. On what planet do you sit back and say that is okay? Well, quite frankly, the only reason you do that is because you are on the take. It doesn't matter what the Australian Labor Party says. The donations records show money flows directly from the most corrupt union in Australia, the CFMEU, bikies, the underworld. Again, you couldn't script this if you tried. This is the reality of life in Australia under the Australian Labor Party. $6.2 million since Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, became the Labor leader. $100 million from the union movement since 2007. It's pretty obvious why the Australian Labor Party have continued to turn a blind eye. Well, guess what? We say no more. We say no more. The Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, has made it very, very clear. It's pretty obvious the Australian Labor Party won't stand up for the Australian taxpayer. It's pretty obvious that the Australian Labor Party are quite happy to let John Secker still turn up to building sites across Australia. They're quite happy for Zack Smith to turn up and tell people he's still running the CFMEU. They will do nothing, and I can't wait to hear their speeches today justifying, but not based on evidence, why they will not be supporting the reintroduction of the tough cop on the beat when stakeholder after stakeholder after stakeholder have said it is required. So this bill is a test, and if Mr Albanese refuses to support it, it will show the Australian people he is very much still in the pocket of the CFMEU.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, as Senator Cash has just set out, there is a wall of money which goes from the union movement into the Labor Party's coffers. It's a wall of money which goes from the CFMEU, but also its favourite tentacles, the super funds, and that has enriched the Labor Party. It has paid for its campaigning capacity for many decades, and it has given it manpower on polling places and enormous internal power inside this building. And often it's unclear when Labor members and senators give speeches in this place whether they are speaking on behalf of the people that they seek to represent or do represent, or whether they are speaking on behalf of a union they used to work for. It is very unclear who, in fact, they are trying to work for in this building, which is a howling conflict of interest and something that I think is eating away at the qualities of the Labor Party and has been widely exposed by the media in this year. And I think we all are in debt to the Sydney Morning Herald for its extraordinarily good investigative work, which has exposed all these issues. And the reason that the Parliament is considering these matters now is because the media have done outstanding work in exposing this wrongdoing. So what is the transaction here? The transaction is the CFMEU, the CBus, the First Super, the Bus Queue, all these organisations, they give their money through to the unions and Labor, and in return, what do they get? Well, they get preferable policy settings. They are paid off in policy. And one of the first actions of this government was to abolish the Building and Construction Commission. And as has been canvassed before, this is a Building and Construction Commission that was put in place by the Howard government because it was recognised that lawlessness was driving up costs and hurting Australians because of the inflated costs of building in this country. And then when the Gillard government comes along, they seek to replace the ABCC with another body, which is not as effective as the ABCC. The Turnbull government then seeks to legislate the ABCC. It is stymied by this Senate. A double dissolution election occurs, and the Turnbull government then legislates the ABCC with the support of One Nation and Darren Hinch and the Xenophon team. And thank goodness for the crossbench of the day, standing up for the good qualities of this parliament, which has one pretty clear job, which is to look after the Australian people and to ensure that lawlessness is not something that is tolerated by the people in this building. So after 2,600 breaches of workplace laws and $24 million in penalties, the insertion of the CFMEU into enterprise agreements has a real consequence for the Australian people. At a time where the Labor Party has presided over the largest growth in immigration since the 1950s and a collapse in building construction, a collapse in house building. So the nexus between bringing people into the country and building houses is in a terrible state. And at that time, they have allowed the CFMEU to run rampant across building sites in this country, and the consequence of that is a 30% premium, a 30% tax on all apartment buildings and the like in this country, wherever the CFMEU has been allowed to do business. Now, this 30% tax means that housing for so many Australians, particularly apartment buildings, then becomes unaffordable. And for many Australians who are living in the cities, bigger cities on the East Coast perhaps, the entry point for them into the Australian dream is going to be an apartment. So the deliberate inflation of the apartment building costs by this government's actions is a disgrace, and it is hurting under 40s. And when you look at opinion polls and you look at surveys of under 40s in this country, they are very angry about the housing situation, which has got so much worse under this government. And they should be angry because the government is a government for vested interests, which is running a protection racket for their best friends, and they don't care. They don't care. The Labor Party does not care that the Australian people have to pay a 30% premium on a new apartment building because of the CFMEU. They would rather help out their favourite vested interests than look after the welfare of younger Australians. Unions are more important than young people to this Labor Party. And that's where we find ourselves, Deputy President. Now, the lack of law and order has manifested in many places across our country. Now, in relation to the Harcoa Club in Sydney's eastern suburbs, this is a Jewish club which has been threatened by the CFMEU with pro-Palestinian protesters because of a dispute between Harcoa and its builder. And this is a sort of activity the CFMEU is prepared to undertake. It is prepared to go into communities that are already very much under stress and strain and threaten them with all sorts of different political and other measures, which is illuminating for this chamber to consider the fact that you would threaten people who are already under siege with a particular form of sensitive protest in order to get an outcome. This has been canvassed again by the good work of the Sydney Morning Herald, which has been able to canvass these matters in detail in recent weeks. But I want to take the opportunity here as well to flag that it is very concerning to me that the tentacles of this organisation, the CFMEU, which is now in administration and has been described by the administrator as an organisation that even he was surprised was in such a terrible state. But the organisation, the CFMEU, is apparently still being led by its secretary, even though it's in administration, but it still has very deep tentacles into this building. And I'd say to the chamber that it's a very risky precedent that was set yesterday afternoon here in the Senate, when it voted against an inquiry into a matter which goes to the heart of all this, which is that the CFMEU still owns 21% of the super fund CBUS. And even though the administrator has kicked the 3 CFMEU officials off the CBUS board, they still own a large portion of the fund and exercise significant control as 21% owner of the organisation that owns the CBUS fund. And so the bill before the Senate is a bill which would ban the CBUS organisation from accessing taxpayer funds through the government's Housing Australia Future Fund. And the reason that measure has been put forward by the Coalition is because we do not regard it as appropriate that the CFMEU should be allowed to use its surrogates, the CBUS Super Fund, to access taxpayer funds. And I have to say that that is a reasonably unremarkable concept, that taxpayer funds should be shielded from an organisation which has been found to be engaging in deeply corrupt activities, and in fact this parliament itself has put into administration. So how can it be the case that the parliament thinks it's important enough to put the CFMEU into administration, but the parliament would be open to the CFMEU surrogates accessing taxpayer funds through the Housing Australia Future Fund, through the CBUS organisation? The two things cannot be consistent in any form. And so the bill that is before the Senate seeks to ban CBUS from accessing the Housing Fund while CBUS is in administration. So while the CFMEU is in administration. An unremarkable concept. But this idea of having an inquiry into that bill was voted down yesterday by the Senate. And I think it is a very risky precedent. Our role here is to inquire and to get to the bottom of things. And I would say that even if people don't agree with my comments today about these matters, I understand that there are different views, that the concept of having an inquiry and doing investigative work, giving people parliamentary privilege when they are seeking it, being able to call in regulators to get to the detail of what they are doing in terms of protecting taxpayer funds, in terms of protecting the interests of members in compulsory schemes, is fairly unremarkable. So rather than asking this chamber to vote in a particular way on a substantive measure, this bill simply seeks, or we simply seek to have an inquiry into the bill. Now, I know that there has been a significant amount of lobbying here to stop this bill going to an inquiry. I think it is a very dangerous precedent for the Senate. And I regret that some of the crossbench did not support this motion to refer to committee. And I would just say that our job, I think the Australian people would expect us to conduct reasonable inquiries. I understand that there are some things that are extremely sensitive that have not gone to committee inquiries before, for good reason. But when it comes to matters of probity and governance, this is surely the core business of the Senate. And so I again urge my colleagues on the Senate crossbench, particularly the Greens, who have been very good generally in supporting measures that promote probity and good governance in relation to these matters, to consider whether or not it is a good precedent for the Parliament to be voting to defeat an inquiry into a bill that seeks to prevent an organisation that is linked to an organisation under administration from accessing taxpayer funds. The bill does not seek to put a blanket ban on an organisation forever. The bill seeks to put a ban on that organisation while the CFMEU is in administration. It is not a forever clause, and so the idea of the crossbench voting against inquiry, voting against investigation, voting against giving people parliamentary privilege, voting against bringing in the regulators to give evidence, voting against the idea of getting the detailed evidence that the Australian people would expect us to collect, I think is very dangerous. So I again urge the crossbench to think carefully about the precedent you want to set here. We have been sent to Canberra to get to the bottom of corruption, wrongdoing and malfeasance. There is certainly malfeasance happening with the CFMEU. Otherwise, the Parliament would not have put the organisation into administration. So I would urge again, the crossbench should consider carefully the precedents that it seeks to make, because if we start voting against inquiries, then I wonder what our role here is in Canberra at all. If we're not going to get to the bottom of things, then maybe it's not worth flying down here to the Bush capital and wasting all these taxpayer funds. Because I can assure you, there's a lot of rubbish that goes on here. and there's a pantomime of question time and all the scripted answers and all the other rubbish, which is a huge waste of taxpayer funds. I mean, who seriously thinks that getting up and asking 2 or 3 questions with all the supplementaries is good value, particularly the Dorothy Dixes, and the Australian people see through it? And I've made that point in government and in opposition. It is often an ugly place to be a part of because of the huge waste of taxpayer funds and resources, where people just get up and they read speeches. They read speeches with talking points on them. They've got no idea what they're saying, and they're just here to fill up a few hours of time. So the real work of this Senate is done in the committees. And I would say that any reasonable senator would agree that there is a level of collegiality that comes with the committee system that we inherited from the US in the early 70s, which has given the Senate the best opportunity to make a contribution to Australia by developing policies, working together and getting to the bottom of things. And I want to commend Senator Pocock, Senator O'Neill, Senator Colbeck for all their work on the PwC matter. They have exposed enormous wrongdoing in the corporate sector through the Senate committee system. If we didn't have the Senate committee system, I really question the value of having this chamber, because there's not a lot of value that goes on here for the Australian people. And so I again urge the crossbench. It is a very dangerous precedent for the crossbench to be voting against inquiries into issues of governance and probity and integrity and transparency. This is not about a culture war or some other sensitive issue. This is about the sort of standards that people would expect us to apply to the protection of taxpayer funds. This is not a substantive motion. This is not a matter that's asking you to nail your colours to the mast. It is asking the Senate to vote for a process which allows the Senate to undertake inquiry and investigation. So I conclude on those comments, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Sheldon.
Well, I rise to speak on the Building and Construction Industry Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Costs Bill 2024. Now, this bill shows what the Liberal and National agenda in the building industry is all about. It's not about making the industry more productive. It's not about stamping out corruption or lawlessness. It's not about protecting working conditions. It's not about making construction sites safer. This bill shows that their agenda is about one thing and one thing only. It's about taking advantages of allegations that are already being dealt with by administrators. It's about taking advantage of the situation to attack the rights of construction workers. It's about deunionising the industry by force. Now, they aren't allowed to have a voice at work. That's the view they have on the opposite side. They want to shut down the voice as much as they can. And I'll come to that evidence on that because they've been party to it through the entire instalment of the ABCC. Now, people aren't allowed to bargain for better paying conditions. They aren't allowed to speak up when there are safety issues. That's what the ABCC was about. That's what they're about. That's what this is about. Let's be clear about what this bill would actually do if it's passed in this place. Construction is one of the deadliest industries in Australia. 22 construction workers died in 2022. But the guess of those opposite and their cheerleaders and some in the construction industry that isn't enough, because they want to get rid of the one organisation that specialises in making work sites safer and fairer in the construction industry. The bill will result in more deaths. It will make construction jobs less safe and more deadly. Specifically, this bill revives a disgraced, discredited organisation, the Australian Building and Construction Commission. The ABCC is a law enforcement agency set up to go after the political enemies of the Liberals and National parties. It's the kind of agency you'd expect in Putin's Russia and a more democratic, not a democratic state like Australia. Now just look at the state of the shonks and grifters they put in charge of it. Nigel Hakeson. Yes, thank you. The first bloke those opposite put in charge of the ABC had to resign in disgrace. He was found by the federal court to have engaged in, I quote, serious contraventions of law that was required to police. The quote went on to say, the consequences of his conduct was the dissemination by the Commission at his direction of false information to the industry of which the Commission was not only the regulator, but supposedly a trustworthy source of reliable information. So the bloke those opposite put in charge of supposedly cleaning up the construction industry was breaking the very laws he was supposed to be policing. You just can't make this stuff up. Now, it'd almost be worth letting the ABCC go through so that we could see the short list Senator Cash has in her pocket of the psychopaths that she would put in charge this time, as she demanded the sort of people to be running this sort of organisation. Now, the ABCC spent $500,000 on legal action to stop a Eureka flag being flown on a building site when the developer Lend-Lease didn't even have an issue with it. A flag, $500,000. No one, not the union, not the workers, not the developer, actually supported the ABCC action. It was an ideological farce. Now, some of the other famous wastes of money the ABCC embarked on, with the full support of the Liberals and Nationals, include prosecuting the CFMEU for having COVID-19 safety posters in break rooms. Can you believe it? Common interest, common goal, but no, they want them prosecuted because the posters had the union and the Employer Association logos on the bottom. Heaven forbid. They launched cases about union stickers on hard hats. They launched cases about union officials having a cup of tea on a work site. In that case, Justice North said, and it was, and I quote, astounding that Commissioner Hadkis had briefed Silk and conducted days of hearings with dozens of participants, including the AFP, over, I quote, such a minuscule, insignificant affair. Justice North went on to say about the ABCC, and I quote, using public resources to bring the bar down to this level, it really calls into question the exercise of the discretion to proceed. And my personal favourite, the $500,000 the ABCC spent on a losing High Court appeal, in a case about the CFMEU requesting that a women's bathroom be put on a worksite. $500,000 on the most absurd cases designed to bully and intimidate workers from organising or participating in union activity is astonishing. This bill would also result in the building code being re-established. Now, the laws made compliance with the building code mandatory for the building companies and contractors tendering for or performing government-funded work. And what did companies have to comply with? The bill banned companies from having enterprise-containing provisions covering, for example, apprenticeship ratios on work sites. How about that? When we have a housing crisis created by those opposite, and one of their brilliant ideas was to ban requirements for apprentices on construction sites. So now we have a shortage of skilled construction workers. Between 2012 and 2020, apprenticeship numbers dropped from 376,000 to 134,000. That's a 64% decrease in apprenticeship numbers in 8 years under those opposite. Now, I can't blame it all on the building code because those opposite also did a very good job of gutting our TAFE system. But the building code definitely played a major role. Now, next time you can't find a builder for a home, remember those opposite introduced a ban on apprenticeships and numbers and work sites agreements between employers and unions. And even in the midst of a housing crisis, they're trying to bring it back. Isn't it brilliant? How smart. Aren't they clever? Because don't let a union busting, workplace busting, worker busting policy get in the way of their ideology. Now, the code also made it illegal to have terms in contracts about job security, terms about ensuring contractors or labour hire workers aren't earning less than the same pay as they would under the agreement. To put it simply, the code was about lower wages, lower conditions and lower standards in the industry. because the Liberals and Nationals are all about lower wages and lower conditions. They see an opportunity and they just can't help themselves. It's their deliberate economic plan. That's the plan. They have very few, but they have one very clear plan. Now, they hate it when working people earn a fair day's wage for a fair day's work, but they particularly hate when working Australians earn well in certain industries like construction, in the maritime industry or the mining industry. And what does these industries all have in common? They have a strong union presence. It turns out in industries where you have a strong unions, workers get a better deal. And the only thing the Liberals and Nationals hate more than wage rises is strong unions making those wage rises possible. Because those opposite are put in this building by very specific vested interests. These vested interests are the reasons the Liberals and too many of the Nationals are so anti-wages and anti-workers. Let's take Senator Bragg, whose contribution I was listening to. Now, you don't have to dig deep to find Senator Bragg's vested interests. Before he was elected to the Senate, he was a policy director of the lobby group for the financial sector. And he was a director at the Business Council, the lobby group for business. Now, those are groups who put up Senator Bragg here. Now, on behalf of the Business Council, he spends all his time attacking unions and attacking workers' rights. And on behalf of the financial sector lobby, he spends the rest of his time attacking industry super funds. That's why we have this time the same old tired arguments about the ABCC. The only thing preventing those opposite from gutting the wages and conditions of construction workers again is the Labor Party and construction unions. And I look forward to the construction industry having a strong and effective union again, because we've made changes in this place to deal with the issues of concern that we all hold. The practical changes, the legislation that we had to drag people kicking and screaming on the opposite side to turn around and support, regardless of the industry backing us, regardless of good people in the union movement backing us. The good employers, unlike this mob opposite, and the good unions and the good workers and the good leadership and the people in the construction industry were backing the changes that we put in place. And yet they come up with this half-baked, half-stupid and obviously completely intended attack on workers and unions. And to listen to Senator Bragg, the crypto kid, talk about what should be happening with superannuation is amusing, because CBUS wins award after award after award for its performance, for its engagement, for its results. It invests in the construction industry to make sure there's construction jobs. And heaven forbid, they might even expect those construction jobs to be safe. That's what they're against. They're against the mission statement, but also the practicalities of where safe workplaces come from proper investment. And I say this to those others that are in the members of CBUS and those others that invest in the construction industry and in development, that for those that are doing the right thing, and there are many companies out there that do, but they know the scoundrels they compete with, because that's the mugs that they turn around and support, because that's the industry they want to drive down to. One that's unsafe, poor super arrangements, poor contracting chains, where supply chain and contractors and phoenixing is all over the place. Because I've been in estimates time and time again and seen nothing done by the ABCC about wage theft, about phoenixing of companies. I saw the horrendous nature of the way they dealt with those in the exploited, hundreds of exploited Chinese workers in Tasmania. They were part of a deal that they had with one industry player in the construction industry that's very close to those opposite, always speaks on their behalf. And guess what the ABCC did? They did nothing. They said they investigated, and regardless of the information, regardless of the public statements, when it came to prosecuting anybody, they dropped the prosecution. When they had an opportunity to right wrongs for people that were exploited and brought into this country, they turned around and applauded the ABCC. They said what an effective organisation were. They were defending them in estimates. They defend them in here. They defend them out there. Because they are not about a fair playing field for good employers. They're not about a fair result for hard workers in this dirty, dangerous industry. Because I remember, when I think about the 60s and 70s, it was the last industry you went into. You had to be desperate to go to that industry because of the danger that people were in. That's the industry that their policies will drive this back into. And do they care? Not one iota. Because I know there's good people over there. But I can tell you what, those good people are blinded by the ideology that drives them about crushing the voice of working people. This is not about 22 individuals. This is about the idea of people having a voice in the construction industry and standing up. Because when that bill finally went through to make this industry better and put the administrator in, that bill was based on making sure there was still a voice in this industry. There was a voice for everybody, not just for somebody. For everybody, not just the good players, not just the workers, but also make sure that those bad employers are held to account. Because I can tell you what, I've spent lots of years working in conjunction with the construction industry when I was proudly at the Transport Workers Union. And the owner-driver members, owner-drivers that were getting ripped off time and time again by that construction industry. Small business people that were putting their houses on the line, their trucking business on the line, not getting paid for months on end. Well, the actions taken by those workers, those owner-drivers, and collective fights against some of those outrageous bad employers and developers was something I'll stand by on those days and I'll stand by these days. Because if you don't turn around and have a strong workforce with good employers, then you have the shonks, the rip-offs, the phoenixing, all the things that have made this industry the way it is. Because don't forget, this industry environment is driven by that. That's what drives the problems that we've had in this industry. Now, we're taking care of the issues that we see as being important, this Senate has supported, and regarding making sure that integrity is further built back into this industry. But put this into the dustbin, this bill they're putting forward. This is simply about going back to the bad old days. They just can't wait. Let's bring back the 70s. Let's see the death rates increase. Let's have fewer worker voice and let good employers rot.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Your time has expired. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Building and Construction Industry Restoring Integrity and Reducing Building Cost Bill 2024. And I thank very much indeed Senator Michaelia Cash for bringing this bill before the Senate to consider, a bill that ought to be supported by everyone here in this place. Now, I recognise the contribution of Senator Sheldon, someone that I actually have a great deal of respect for, but he, I've got to say, in this instance, is wrong when he asserts that those on this side don't want to see workers represented in workplaces. There is a very legitimate role for unions in workplaces that operate according to the law, that operate in a lawful way, in a respectful way in workplaces. And I don't think there's anyone, I think it'd be hard to find anyone on this side that would actually disagree with that fact. But the assertion that we somehow just don't want to see workers represented, their rights represented in workplaces is an absolute fallacy and an untruth. And it's not something that is really to the point of what this bill is actually about. This bill is about restoring the integrity on construction workplaces, work sites that, as Senator Sheldon was saying, are very dangerous, obviously in the environment that these construction sites are under require, the safety and the measures in place to ensure that they do operate safely. But these workplaces have also had a history with the involvement of a militant union, a corrupt union, a union that has been taking advantage of their workers and not actually properly representing them in the way that they ought to, in a lawful way, in a sound way. And so this bill is about restoring that justice, restoring the proper operation of an oversight of these workplaces to ensure that workers are able to be provided with the protection, and indeed that the Australian people are able to see the value and without the interference of unions that will be increasing the cost of construction projects. So this is important. It's a very good bill. It's a sound bill, a bill that ought to be, as I said, supported by everyone here in this place. Senator Sheldon said that we were brought kicking and screaming to bring in place the legislation on the administrator. I mean, that's also another fallacy. That's also another joke. I mean, it's a bit like an episode or a scene out of Monty Python where nothing to see here, it's just a flesh wound. The issues that have been occurring on these work sites across Australia are nothing to really have seen. Now, I'm going to take you through some of those instances of the thuggery and the corruption and the unlawfulness that's occurring by the CFMEU, that's historically been occurring over a long period of time. But there are serious issues that needed to be dealt with. And for Senator Sheldon, he said that we were caught dragged kicking and screaming to support that legislation. No, we wanted to actually fix your legislation, and we did. We did. The amendments that were brought into that administration bill have been sound and are actually enabling the administrator to actually operate with the transparency and the powers that he's actually needed to be able to root these issues out and to provide the administration that was obviously necessary. And so, I mean, if we just let you ram the legislation through and just let you get it through, then we wouldn't have actually seen the unlawfulness dealt with. We wouldn't have actually seen the corruption dealt with. We wouldn't have actually seen the transparency that was needed back to this place dealt with. But through the amendments that we saw, that we were able to bring, we brought some integrity into that bill, into that administrator, to ensure that it was able to operate with the powers that it needed. So anyway, this bill deals with a discredited union, the CFMEU, and the reason why it's discredited, and I think this government is in many ways discredited, is because the abolition of the ABCC was the want and the wish of the CFMEU. And it was one of the first pieces of legislation that came into this term of Parliament. Once the Prime Minister was sworn in down there at Government House, one of the first things we did when we got back here after the election was to abolish the ABCC. It shows the priorities, the fair cop on the beat, that actually ought to have had even more powers. I mean, some of the things they say that criminal procedures were not able to be, criminal investigations were not able to be seen all the way through to the courts. Well, that's because the ABCC didn't have those powers. It would be actually good in this bill that Senator Cash has brought here, actually gives those powers to the ABCC, provides the ABCC or a future construction commission to be able to prosecute issues so that they're properly dealt with. Now, the Prime Minister was warned of these issues all the way back in 2022. The AFR reports that Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister of Australia, was told of union thuggery in 2022. It's an article in the AFR. Then you've got the Canberra Times saying that self-serving CFMEU leaders ruined the union. And that's what's happening. And we've seen that there. That's what the Canberra Times is reporting. You see that the AFR reporting that the CFMEU deals put union in bed with bikies and the underworld. An investigation reveals the relationships that have vaulted companies with links to criminals into favoured positions at the nation's building sites. It has to be dealt with. The Guardian reports that the CFMEU administrator moves for a clean sweep of union super fund directors at Cbus. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. We know this is the government pretends. The government pretends like these issues that have been brought forward through that fantastic investigation by the Sydney Morning Herald and the 9 papers. They pretend that like that's just news to them, like they've only just heard about it for the first time. That it's news, that this is a recent revelation. But we know that the work of the ABCC was revealing time and time again serious cases of unlawfulness, serious cases of thuggery, serious cases of intimidation on construction work sites across the country. These are not new issues. These are issues that workplaces have been dealing with, that construction companies have been dealing with, that the owners of these construction projects have been dealing with, that have wanted to see the efficient delivery of their construction projects. But because of the interference, because of the thuggery, because of that unlawfulness that's occurring on work sites, and practices, those we've seen increased costs. And so there is an opportunity for the government to own up to this, to deal with it. The administrator, on one thing, is good, but we need to see the restoration of the ABCC. We need to see the restoration of integrity and reducing the costs of building construction projects across this country. Now, we know that the government is... We know why the government and those opposite come in here and defend the CFMEU. It's because they get the donations, the rivers of gold that flow into their campaigns. Primarily, significantly comes. You only need to look at the AEC's donation records, and you see that the rivers of gold flow from the CFMEU. I mean, $6.4 million, I believe it was, prior to the last election. I mean, this is an extraordinary sum of money. The Liberal Party does not get anywhere near that money from any business, any single organisation. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. You're talking, you're talking significantly, exponentially greater sums of money that come through, and we know that their pre-selections are significantly dealt with. I mean, the assertion that somehow we... Senator Sheldon was talking about Senator Bragg as if his pre-selection was controlled by the BCA. I mean, that's just absurd. I mean, they're not members of the Liberal Party. That organisation is not intrinsically linked in the way that the CFMEU is within the Australian Labor Party, and so the proposition is absolutely absurd. But we know that that's what's happening. We know that that is why. That is why the defence is run. We know why the protection racket is run. It's because the rivers of gold and their pre-selections and their very positions in cabinet are determined by what union you're part of, determined by what faction you're in. It's determined by what union you're part of. It's not necessarily even a left and right ideological position. It's whether you're a left union or a right union. That's what determines whether you're going to get on the front bench or not. I mean, it's ridiculous. And so this is why they come in here and defend this. This is why they come in here, Madam Acting Deputy President. This is why they come in here and defend this, the CFMEU, because they are absolutely wedded and indebted to the CFMEU, and it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be dealt with. When the Albanese government abolished the ABC in 2022, the Master Builders of Australia warned that there are no grounds to abolish the ABCC or divert from the long-standing bipartisan approach of maintaining special industrial relations laws for the building and construction industry. They said that the work of the ABC is not yet done and its removal will undo the significant improvements it has delivered for our building and construction industry. Then the MBA also found that between 2016 and January 2022, 80% of the ABC's litigations involve some form of unlawful industrial reaction. The ABCC has been influential in changing behaviour and upholding the law in the industry, especially given widespread exposures to various forms of industrial action. Almost 70% of construction businesses surveyed had experienced industrial action in the past 4 years. Now, despite this, despite a key industry stakeholder telling the government what the consequences would be if it removed the ABCC from the building and construction landscape, it still went ahead and abolished it. It still went ahead and abolished it. And as I said, the consequences of that is that we have unlawful behaviour continuing, but we also have increased costs imposed upon building and construction sites right across the country. Now, that means hospitals are more expensive to build. That means the roads and the bridges and the freeways and the tunnels are more expensive to build. That means the train lines are more expensive to build. That means the schools are more expensive to build. Who pays for that? The Australian people pay for that. The taxpayers of this country are paying for that. The construction projects, residential construction, high-rise buildings that we desperately need to address the housing crisis, the costs have gone up. Costs are up. Why? Because of the corruption, because of the of the impositions that are put on these projects for often frivolous issues because the right contractor wasn't selected, and so the CFMEU get in there and they disrupt it to make sure that their friends, their contractor actually ends up with the project. I mean, these are the sort of stuff that goes on. It's been going on forever, and you act like it's the first time you're hearing about it. But this is a major issue. Now, they tell us that the ABCC only dealt with frivolous issues on this side. They tell us that they only dealt with minor issues that really were wasting the time of a regulator and wasting the time of the CFMEU. Well, let me just read out just one case, because in Senate estimates we asked about a particular case that was before the ABCC, before it was abolished. It was in relation to a $428,250 fine that was imposed for breaches of workplace laws at the Adelaide Airport. And we asked if we could get a little bit of information about this. And let me just read in a Hansard what was said to us in estimates. It said, a decision was handed down. This was the answer to the question by the ABCC. Decision was handed down by the Federal Court on the 13th of August 2021, penalising the CFMEU and 6 officials $428,250 for making misrepresentations about the requirement to show entry permits, refusing to follow directions and acting in an improper manner during the $165 million redevelopment of Terminal 1 at Adelaide Airport. In that case, the court found that while on site, 2 officials, Desmond Savage and Anaru Albert, repeatedly abused a construction employee, with one or both saying, "F you, we're not dealing with you, you're an effing waste of space, he's a piece of SHIT, you're an effing idiot." And now the ABCC's gone. Those sort of practices are just able to continue in workplaces across Australia without any cop on the beat dealing with that sort of nonsense. Often cases against women inspectors on workplaces. And this lot over here stand in the way of the ABCC being restored.
Your time has expired, Senator. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, what a fascinating debate we're having here. I'm sorry to see that Senator O'Sullivan can only manage to find one example in a 7-year history of the ABCC where it did something that was of note. I rise, not surprisingly, to speak in strong opposition to this so-called Restoring Integrity Bill. The bill represents a significant step backwards. We might even say a leap backwards. It seeks to revive discredited, politically motivated agenda that we have seen play out over many, many years. It is a clear attempt to reignite these ideological old battles at the expense of Australian workers, because those opposite just cannot bear them. Cannot bear them. Senator Bragg has been telling us this morning that, that the ABCC, there should be an inquiry into this bill to look at it. Well, most of what is in this bill, if not absolutely everything that is in this bill, has been prosecuted ad nauseum through Senate estimates for more than 7 years by Labor senators. We have prosecuted the issues of the reality of what has been happening or was happening at the ABCC, and the absurd actions of the ABCC aired. Estimate session after estimate session after estimate session. So if Senator Bragg's looking for something to do on the weekend, he might want to sit down with some of those transcripts and see what the facts of the matter of what was actually going on with that useless organisation. So let's be clear about what this bill aims to do. It proposes to re-establish the ABCC. We abolished it. The Albanese Labor government abolished it, proudly, alongside the unnecessary and punitive building code. The ABCC was never about ensuring integrity or reducing costs. It was about wielding power against unions Just, that's it. It was about attacking the unions, discrediting workers. The hard-won rights of workers in this country should be protected. But those opposite, all they did in the 9 years that they were in government was attack them. And they used the ABCC as the battering ram in which to do that. And for some of the commentary over there about protection rackets and such like, I just want to put on the record, I will stand in this place every single day and defend unions, defend the right of workers in this country to be a member of their union, and for those unions to fight for their rights, to stand up for the safety and the well-being and the wages of workers across this country, in every industry. And that includes the CFMEU. So shout out to all those people in the CFMEU who have never done a corrupt thing in their life, who have never bullied or harassed anyone, right? Shout out to those people who are working hard in an industry that is tough to protect the workers in that industry. I do not stand for any corruption, abuse or harassment, but I assure you, the majority of people in the CFMEU do not fall into that category. Now, the ABC track record speaks for itself. It was far more concerned with punishing workers and unions than ever addressing any of the real issues that we see out there. Issues such as wage theft, safety standards. None of that. None of that. The obsession, the focused, laser-focused obsession with trivial matters, with wasting taxpayers' money, thousands of taxpayers' money, pursuing idiotic issues like stickers on hats, people having a cup of tea, and also pursuing the CFMEU over trying to get toilets for women on a worksite? Come on. Seriously? No wonder you're all looking down. This is just ridiculous. Trying to bring back an ideological battle that doesn't need to be had. Doesn't need to be had. No, I'm going to take that interjection, Senator Brockman. I am going to take that interjection. You are taking one issue and smearing it across a whole range of unnecessary pieces. Yes, we did bring in administration. We brought in administration to deal with one specific issue that's going on right now that needs to be fixed, because we won't stand for corruption. We will not stand for corruption in any area, and not in the union movement, right? So that is why we brought in administration. But you do not get to tar the entire CFMEU with that same brush. You just don't. It's just deeply unfair and wrong. Wrong, Senator Brockman. So,
Senator
in 2018...
Brockman, Senator Grogan, Senator Brockman, your side have been listened to in silence. I'd appreciate it if you could control yourself and let Senator Grogan have her say. Thank you. Senator Grogan.
So, we've seen plenty of criticism from the ABCC. As I've said, there's years and years and years worth of transcripts in Senate estimates on this issue. The kind of cases, the minor cases that I was talking about, they're not addressing those significant problems that we see. They're not addressing the substantive issues on the ground. Nothing. Nothing at all. Just an ideological waste of time and money. 7 years the ABCC ran, 7 years, and in that time it recovered just $5.9 million in unpaid wages. Right? $5.9 million. In contrast, the Fair Work Ombudsman, an institution much better suited to the role, managed to recover over $500 million a year across 2 years. So that is $1 billion recovered by the Fair Work Ombudsman and $5.9 million recovered by the ABCC. Seriously? What a waste of time. So yes, we abolished it. Very proud of that. Very, very proud of that. The other thing in those 7 years, okay, so there were headlines, there were arguments about stickers on hats, there were arguments about cups of tea, there was concern about trying to put women's bathrooms on work sites for the growing number of women that we have in the construction industry, and doing a fine job they are too. Nothing, not one thing did the ABCC or the coalition government, when they were in power, do anything to deal with any criminal activity in certain parts of the CFMEU. They're all standing out here this morning, all the coalition people standing up one by one, telling us about criminal activity, bagging out the CFMEU in its totality, not just the areas that there may be some wrongdoing in, but all of them. Not once did you do anything about any criminal activity. Not once. So you can stand there and bag us out for whatever you like.
Senator Brogan, the time for debate has concluded. So I will now call the clerk.
Government business order of the day in relation to the Parliamentary Workplace Support and Service Amendment.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services Amendment Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you very much. I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the bill proceeds without formalities and now be read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to exempt this bill from the bill's cut-off order.
Is leave agreed to? Leave's agreed to, Minister.
Thank you. I table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave agreed to? Leave is agreed to.
Thank you. I move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to this bill.
I put the question. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Sorry, Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave's granted. Senator Hume.
Thank you very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak to the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission's Bill of 2024. The nuts and bolts of this bill will be traversed by others in their contribution, so I will use my time to discuss aspects of this legislation which I believe are important to us all, those in this chamber and those that in years to come, for whatever reason, may look back on this debate and ask, how did they get to there? It was noted in the other place that this bill is not perfect. Now, that's not unusual for any legislative solution to a human problem. Yet, unlike any other bill that these chambers debates, this bill is less about our alignment or our party. It has significant implications for us all as individual parliamentarians. It's about how we as parliamentarians carry and conduct ourselves in our roles and go about the business of running the small businesses that are our offices. It's about our staff and our expectations of them. And indeed, it's about the standards of behaviour expected from everyone, from the Prime Minister right through to journalists, security guards, lobbyists and visitors. Many workplaces have codes of conduct that are expected, and if breached, remedial action is taken or sanctions are available. But you can see there already where the conundrum begins in this unique workplace. The implications of this bill cut through to the core of the chamber to which we have each been elected to represent our constituents. Our privileged elected positions come with significant responsibilities, expectations and consequences. Equally, in the execution of certain duties, these positions are afforded protections that make our democracy work. Those protections are not new. In fact, they were first articulated in a Bill of Rights that was passed nearly 335 years ago. This parliament inherited the protections, the privileges and immunities of previous parliaments. They have endured not because politicians think that they are above the law, but because they are fundamental to our parliamentary democracy. That is something that we should seek to protect and uphold. But while we may have inherited the protections and privileges, this parliament should not inherit the culture of another time. That is something which we are responsible for, that we have to confront and we have to act to amend. And we all agree on that. Our workplace should always seek to raise the bar and set the standard. This bill seeks to change the way that Parliament adjudicates behaviour. Set the standard, the report on the independent review into the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, known as the Jenkins Review, found that the culture in this place had failed many: staff, parliamentarians and the public. Everyone deserves to have a safe and respectful workplace. All parties, parliamentarians and staff, have a role in improving Parliament's culture. We each have a role. And it would serve us all well if, when we consider that role, what role we each have in improving the culture of our workplace, our first instinct is to reflection and self-assessment rather than assuming the worst in others. That would be a great step forward. Since the Jenkins Review and before it, the Coalition have sought reform through practical and implementable change that respects the institutions of Parliament. It's why we implemented the recommendations of the Foster Review, including creating the first iteration of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service in 2021. It's why the former government accepted the Jenkins Review and committed to working towards all 28 recommendations. There have been concrete changes: new training and education programs, a confidential 24-hour support service, and indeed it was the Coalition that first established the Parliamentary Independent Complaints Mechanism under the first iteration of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. Now, this bill, which addresses Recommendation 22 of the Jenkins Review, will further formalise and enhance that mechanism by placing it in the statutory Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. It's worth noting that it was the Foster Review's independent complaints mechanism that first had the power to hold parliamentarians as employers accountable for their actions, and introduced the concept of referring parliamentarians to the relevant privileges committees if they failed to implement the recommendations of workplace reviews. This bill represents the culmination of a significant amount of work, both in the passage of other legislation and consultation around this building. It will establish a new statutory body that will review and consider the conduct in our workplaces, including that of parliamentarians. Now, this is transformative to the extent that this bill provides legislative powers to non-parliamentarians to investigate matters that before 2021 were conducted by administrative review with few avenues for accountability. This bill fulfils a commitment to apply accountability that has never been given to the many people who have gone through this place and have been subject to conduct that is unacceptable in any workplace at any time. We thank again the people who have contributed to the process since it commenced in 2021 through submissions to the reviews all the way through to the development of this legislation. We are committed to that change and to ensuring that we call out that behaviour when it occurs. Conduct of parliamentarians and the judgment of them is not just a serious matter, it's also a constitutional one. Regardless of any reductionist interpretation, our workplace is one of three that has some element of protection by our first law. Now, this is important because the independence and ability for an individual in this place to discharge the responsibility bestowed on them by Australians at an election is paramount. We have two protections that allow this: freedom of speech and control over the internal proceedings of Parliament. Parliament should provide the grounds for the fiercest of contexts, the sharpest arguments and the strongest views. We are chosen and choose to be here specifically for that purpose. Outside of this place, those views are controlled by laws that constrict expression, that provide protection but also prevent and preclude a more free exchange of views. Here in this chamber, we are entrusted and unencumbered by design. Those outside are not, but they have chosen us in free and fair elections to use this privilege on their behalf. We are then only burdened and bound by the responsibility to speak on behalf of our fellow Australians, and when we do, we should be able to give those views their full voice. That's what our parliamentary privilege protects. And the fact that it also protects how we go about those debates is also important. Privilege protects our voice and the ability for us, and only us, to determine how we use that voice. Australians who put us here wish to withdraw those privileges from any one of us, and they can do so via the ballot box on election day. I warn those who would introduce constraints on those fundamental tenets of parliamentary representative democracy that when you place limits willingly, they can have far-reaching consequences, and they cannot be done at will. Our conduct is important. Standards of behaviour should be exemplary. But I say to those who seek, often for political benefit, to curtail the voices of others, particularly those that they disagree with, particularly within these privileged chambers, that you may instead seek to diminish the democracy that you are trying to protect. Members of Parliament passed from the lion of the Labor Party, Senator Gareth Evans, to the Liberal father of a current independent MP, John Spender, have opined on this very fact, debating Australia's first Privileges Act. And even if it seems black and white today, conduct is conduct, behaviour is behaviour, life is never black and white, and we have to legislate for the inevitable grey. And surely being a parliamentarian teaches us that we are not all alike. To that end, the answer does not lie in the removal of privileges that this institution has protected under our Constitution. The opposition agrees with the government's legislation insofar as it maintains the primacy of the parliament in its own affairs. While an independent body will investigate matters and so avoid obvious conflicts of interest, it's still up to the parliament to both oversee that body and to determine the application of any punitive sanctions on its own members. The process of the development of this legislation has been a cross-party effort, and this is no easy task. It has pushed and pulled each of us from our original positions, and we have engaged with respect, not assuming ill intent. We have listened to each other's concerns, and we have found agreement after discussion. It has reminded many, I suspect, of the wisdom that it is better to get 80% of something than to go over a cliff with your colours flying. And make no mistake, the implementation of this reform places both the power and the responsibility for change in our hands. Institutions are only as strong as those whom are inside it. It is incumbent on us then to police and protect ourselves, the people with whom we work every day, and this institution, through our conduct, always striving to be our very best selves, even when politics is at its most combative. I believe that this bill manages to get the balance right. We will no longer decide whether our conduct in our workplaces was a breach of community expectations. That will now be done by an independent commission. That is a very big change for this place. But we will determine what happens when those breaches of the standards occur, and the electorate will expect that we deal with those breaches appropriately. The Coalition would like to thank the many people across this parliament who have worked to develop this significant legislation, and indeed all of the changes to our workplace recommended by the Jenkins and Foster reviews. And I want to particularly acknowledge the members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. I would like to thank Senators Davey, Gallagher, Farrell and Waters, as well as the member for Farrer, the Deputy Speaker and the member for Warringah, who have served on that body. The opposition would like to thank the PLT's Staff Consultative Group and all staff who have given up their time in order to deliver feedback on behalf of their colleagues. The opposition would like to thank the officials from the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet who have been very patient in spending their time explaining this legislation. The opposition would also like to thank the independent chair of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, Dr Vivian Tom, and Jenna Parker, who supports her in this role, for their endless patience and commitment to a sometimes thankless, but I hope still rewarding task. Finally, the opposition would like to thank the Minister and her office, in particular her Chief of Staff, Georgia, and her Senior Advisor, Sol. And I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill of 2024. Now, this has been such a long time coming. Establishing the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission to enforce codes of conduct that apply not just to MPs but also to staff has been an incredibly long wait. It's been desperately needed, and I'm pleased that we're here today, but I do have some concerns that I'll be going through in my contribution today. We've seen some truly horrific behaviour in this building over the years, some criminal behaviour, and I want to deeply thank the courage and the resilience of all of the brave staff who have spoken out about that conduct, and indeed also some MPs. Thanks to their courage and their bravery in speaking out, we have seen a series of reforms to try to clean this place up and to try to improve the conduct and to try to set the standard for workplaces around the country, because everyone will acknowledge we have been so far from doing that to this point. So setting up the IPSC has been the next piece of this puzzle. And the reason that we've needed this is because prior to the series of reforms with the establishment of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, and today with this bill, the establishment of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, or IPSC, prior to that, all we had was an internal process that was run by the Department of Finance. Now, if you put yourselves in the position of a staff member, knowing that there was a process that was ultimately not really that independent, was run by a department that was overseen by a minister, and that could never have resulted in consequences if the offender was an MP. What a shit process, excuse my language. But it is no wonder that staff didn't have confidence. Do I need to withdraw that? What a poor process.
If you could,
what a poor process that was. And that is why staff had reticence in using it, because they saw, what's the point of making a complaint about the fact that I've been harassed in my workplace or bullied in my workplace, because I know my boss is going to get away with it. This is not an independent process, and they can't even be sanctioned. So I really welcome the fact that we have started to address that problem, acknowledged that that was a problem, and now attempting to fix it. But of course the Constitution's a bit of a barrier in that regard. And this is my main critique of the IPSC that we'll be passing today. We will be supporting the passage of this bill. Only the chamber can regulate its own. There's actually only so much an independent Parliamentary Standards Commission can do, and that's because of constitutional limitations. We can be fired by people when they decide not to vote for us again next time, but we can't be kicked out of this chamber except by a vote of the chamber. So there is a fundamental tension at the heart of these reforms in that an IPSC can only go so far. Now, we pushed for it to go as far as it could, and I'll run through some of the things that the Greens wanted to see that sadly we've not been successful in getting. But we have a fundamental tension here where, by design, the fox is still in charge of the hen house. And that's in the Constitution, and we can't fix that. I wish that we could. So that's just a bit of context. The other main concern that I've got is this has taken so long to get to this point, and staff are deeply frustrated that it's taken this long. Recommendation 22 of Set the Standard was that the Houses of Parliament should establish this IPSC within 12 months. Now, it's been a lot longer than 12 months. Initially, we were hoping and expecting that this body would be up and running a year ago. It's at least 1 year late. Here we are today, and I'm grateful for that, but it's been deeply a long time coming. Now, in the meantime, we did endorse those draft codes of conduct for staff and, importantly, for parliamentarians. Both chambers signed off on those. We are meant to have been abiding by those draft codes of conduct, but I say that with some mirth because it's pretty clear that the codes of conduct have not been abided by, and that is because there's been no enforcement body. Now, that's exactly what the IPSC is meant to be now doing once it's up and running. It will enforce the codes of conduct. Now, my colleague Senator Faruqi, who will make a contribution a bit later, sat on the committee that drafted those codes. And in a common theme here, they're not as strong as the Greens would have liked them to be and pushed them to be. There's certainly an improvement on having no code at all, but the codes themselves need to be strengthened. And until today, there's been no enforcement mechanism for them. So we do welcome the fact that there will now be sanctions for badly behaved parliamentarians who act in a way that constitutes serious misconduct, harassment or bullying. But the sanctions are not as strong as they should be. They're less transparent than they should be, and we're pushed for stronger sanctions. We're pushed for larger fines for politicians who behave in either a harassing way or a bullying way or even an assault way towards their staff or anyone in the course of their work. We're pushed for those stronger sanctions, and unfortunately we don't have them. They're not in this bill. They're quite small fines in my view. We also push for automatic stand-down provisions so that the public can have confidence that if someone's been accused of something, that they just stand down while that investigation's being resolved for the sake of the reputation of the parliament. Unfortunately, we didn't get that either. We also pushed for more consequences for ministers where there's an adverse finding. There's this really complicated architecture whereby you've got these codes of conduct that meant to bind everyone, but then you've also got a ministerial code of conduct. And we said, well, if you're found to have breached the code of conduct for all MPs, surely that should be considered an automatic breach of the ministerial code, but no, that was not to be. So at the moment, it's up to the Prime Minister to decide what consequences there would be for a minister who misbehaves. And that seems to make a mockery of the import of what we're doing today. Now, we're concerned that the process is not as strong or as independent as it should have been, and certainly not as strong or as independent as then Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins recommended. And that's based on all the evidence that she gathered from the staff in this building who asked to be safe and who deserve to be safe. One particular beef that I'm seeking to fix with the amendments that I'll move once we come into committee stage is that the bill doesn't allow the Parliamentary Standards Commission to actually suggest appropriate sanctions for parliamentarians that would then be imposed by the Privileges Committee. Now, Recommendation 22 of Set the Standard said that that should happen, and this bill is not doing that. At the moment, the IPSC can only impose a range of non-parliamentary sanctions on misbehaving parliamentarians. They can require an apology. They can ask that politician to go and do some behaviour training. They can make them promise to never do it again. Now, those things aren't worthless, they're important too. But if it's any stronger sanction, like a fine or a suspension from the chamber, only the chamber can do that. And in its wisdom, the two parties have agreed that it's the Privileges Committee that will perform that function. But the Privileges Committee are not trained professionals, they're politicians. We asked for them to have compulsory trauma training, and I reiterate that anyone who sits on the Privileges Committee, who will now be in charge of regulating the conduct of MPs' behaviour, should have the benefit of trauma-informed training. That's not in the bill. I still want that to happen, and I'd like for the government to commit to that to happen in a non-legislative fashion if you're not going to commit to an amendment to that effect. But the point of the story is Privileges won't have the benefit of a suggestion from the IPSC about what should be done in the circumstance, how seriously the breach should be treated. Because the IPSC will say, yes, there's been a serious breach finding here, and we're going to send this to the Privileges Committee, but we're not going to give them a copy of the full investigation report. We're just going to give them a summary, and we're not going to suggest to them a sanction that we think might be appropriate. And even if they did, there's no rule that says Privileges has to follow that suggestion. So we are not arming Privileges with the information or the training that they need to do a good job here. And we should be doing that. And I've got amendments to fix that I will move once we come to committee stage. There is concern amongst stakeholders and the public that lacking that transparency, lacking that accountability, will undermine people's confidence. So as I said, I'll be moving amendments to address that issue, and I want to acknowledge the work that Fair Agenda in particular and the Australian Democracy Network and Transparency International have done in noticing that key flaw and championing the need for it to be fixed. Politicians who are making decisions about sanctions for their own should at least have the benefit of a suggestion from the Commission about the sorts of sanctions that might be appropriate. That would help them do a better job, because how else are they to know what's appropriate when they haven't done the primary investigation and they're not getting a copy of the full report? That's a classic transparency measure that the bill lacks, and I want to commend the member for Clark, Andrew Wilkie, who also sought to move an amendment to address this flaw in the House and did not, unfortunately, get support. I just want to make a few other remarks. There is a review provision here in the Act. There's a review provision for the codes of conduct. That's very welcome, but we want to make sure that the codes of conduct are strengthened and not weakened. So we have some concerns about that. But I note that there's a review provision in the bill itself for the whole architecture to be reconsidered at the start of each term of Parliament. Now, that is good and appropriate because we need to learn from this process. I don't think we've gotten it completely right this first time, and we need to learn and, I hope, improve and strengthen. So I note that Senator Thorpe has an amendment that requires a review, I believe, 18 months in, as opposed to the clause in the bill which says at the start of each Parliament, flagging that that's Senator Thorpe's amendment. We're content with the review that's currently in the bill, but I might mention that Senator Thorpe has another amendment that we'll be moving on her behalf and supporting, which says that any currently open matter before PWSS that actually really did belong with IPSC, but IPSC hasn't existed until today, should be automatically referred with the consent of the complainant. Now, my understanding is that is the intention, but I think it's important that that be clear and codified, so I'm flagging that we'll be moving that amendment on Senator Thorpe's behalf. I also want to address some amendments that were made in the House that I believe were to ensure that the two big parties in this place could support this bill. There was an amendment that said that the membership of the IPSC Standards Commission, the Governance Commission, if you like, the governance oversight body, has to be drawn from the Privileges Committee. So that is the same people who are deciding on cases, on incidences of misconduct, are also then the people that are oversighting, is the process working, should it be stronger, should we review these codes? And that is a deep conflict of interest. That change should not have been made. Those two bodies should have remained separate. And now the membership of one has to be drawn from the membership of the other, and you've lost all sense of separateness and distinction there. And without speaking for him, I notice that Senator David Pocock has an amendment that addresses the second aspect of what happened in the House, not that one that I've just mentioned. The other amendment made was that the Deputy Chair of that Governance Committee has to be an opposition member. Well, again, the two-party system is on the decline, folks. Your vote's declining, and members of the public actually want to see a more representative parliament. So it's a bit on the nose that you're essentially earmarking the chair and the deputy chair position for yourselves. And it's a bit presumptive, to be honest. And so I'm flagging that we'll be supporting Senator David Pocock's amendment that says no, the deputy chair should not automatically be a member of the opposition. They're the key concerns that we have with this bill. And as I said, we will be supporting this today because this has been a long time coming. We need an independent process. But we are so disappointed that it's taken so long and that it's a lot weaker than it should be. The sanctions are weaker, the independence is pretty flimsy, and there's not a lot of transparency. I am worried that there will be a perception in the public and by staff who work in this building that this will be a protection racket for politicians. And they think that we will all protect each other. Now, I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not what happens. But you can't deny that's the perception out there. And I'm disappointed that we haven't designed a stronger system to meet that concern and to make sure that it doesn't become reality. So I very much look forward to continuing to engage on this when the review rolls around. And I really think we need to track how successful this is between now and then by asking staff how they feel and by genuinely consulting with people who engage in this process to learn from it and improve it. This should not be a set and forget. Australians need to trust that their elected officials will be held responsible if they behave, and you need a strong and transparent process to have that confidence. So I too want to thank everyone who's worked on that parliamentary leadership task force. It's very gracious of Senator Hume to do that. I endorse those remarks as well as the Secretariat. But I'd just lastly want to say to all of the staff who've suffered and to other MPs who've been subjected to misconduct here, I'm sorry this isn't better. Thanks for really pushing as hard as you could to get us here. This is a real improvement. I'm just sorry it's not as strong as it should be.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and I thank everyone for their contribution to this so far, and I promise I won't labour on, but I want to endorse my colleague Senator Hume's commentary on this and a bit of the background that went into it. I think one of the things we keep hearing about and people keep focusing on is past poor behaviour, and there has been poor behaviour in this place over a long period of time, but we have also seen some really positive change. And I want to acknowledge that change as well and reinforce that it is an evolutionary process. There is no silver bullet. But just like we have seen other large-scale workplaces, like we have seen poor behaviour in the Defence Force, in universities, in corporate Australia, in the mining industries, so too, unfortunately, we have seen poor behaviour in this place, which, let us not forget, in a sitting week, sees around 6,000 people working in this one little anthill here in the middle of Canberra. 6,000 people in one building. One thing I would say is I'm amazed we haven't actually seen more poor behaviour, and that is testament to the fact that people who come in here because they want to see positive change in their communities. So that is not to say that we don't need what is before us today, because I think today this is a continuation of that positive change that we are seeing. And it is time. I do agree with Senator Waters. It is time. The first time a code of conduct was proposed for federal parliament was actually back in 1975. So, you know, finally, I agree with Senator Waters. 1975 they first discussed it, and we're finally going to see it today. I commend the work that was instigated under the Morrison government. I mean, preceding anything focusing just on this workplace, it was the Morrison government that established or that commissioned the Respect at Work National Inquiry by Kate Jenkins. The first one, which then reported through the Set the Standard report and made some very significant recommendations, which the Morrison government responded to. Then, following the airing of some absolutely very serious allegations, very publicly in 2021, the Morrison government established two further inquiries, the Foster Review, which Senator Hume has spoken about, and further work to be done specifically about Parliament by Kate Jenkins. And I really commend Kate Jenkins on the work that she has done across the board on these issues, and I thank her profusely, because that is the groundwork that has led us to where we are today. And congratulations as well to the Albanese government on coming in, and for the further work they've done. They provided a further response to the Respect at Work and facilitated amendments to the Fair Work Act, as well as bringing in the legislation. The Morrison government established the PWSS, but that was legislated by the Albanese government. This has been a bipartisan approach to ensure that we make this place a safer and more respectful place to work. And many of the recommendations of the Set the Standards report have now been implemented. We do have a digital platform to receive complaints. We do see an improved package of inductions for MPs and staff. We have, as I said, we have seen a change to the behaviour in this place. I just want to come to the fact and the concerns raised by Senator Waters about the Privileges Committee being the committee to actually enforce sanctions recommended against parliamentarians. And I think that that is the correct method. They will be taking the advice of the IPSC commissioners. They will be taking the advice of the summary of the review, but the Privileges Committee are elected representatives too, and as elected representatives, we can't always be absolving our responsibilities to others that don't face the voting constituencies. And it is fair for the chair and the deputy chair to be drawn from the parties that form government. They may form government, and in the case of a minority government, the government of the day can choose whichever chair representative they want. And it may be, in the case of a minority government, it isn't from one of the major parties, but that is for a future parliament to decide. It is correct for the government and the alternative government of the day to be in the chair and the deputy chair roles. This has been a long and drawn-out process, but I'm comfortable that we have taken the time to make sure that we have a process now in place that can actually be implemented, that provides procedural fairness to both complainants and respondents, thank you. And it is fair that we did take that time to have the thorough debates and conversations that we've had to make sure it's implementable, because the last thing we want is to set up a system that in practice does not work as intended. We want to make sure there is fairness. We want to make sure that there are the supports in place for complainants, and we want to make sure that there is fair processes, including appeals processes, to enable due process. Having this process right, not only it is, I take exception to Senator Waters' claims that this will be a protection racket for MPs. The one thing that does provide MPs protection is the due process, but not to cover up. It provides them the confidence that a process will be followed and any reports or findings will actually be justified. I think we've taken care to develop this, and I do support the reviews that are built into this bill, that every parliament can review the IPSC and the codes of conduct. I think that is fair. And I really want to thank all members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force who've worked on this in good faith. I thank them all for their time. I thank the chair and I thank the staff that have supported the PLT. I thank the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services for the work they have done to date. They have established some really good foundations on which the IPSC can build on. So I thank the PWSS, their staff and their CEO, and I also thank the parliamentary staff who have supported us through this process. I commend this bill to the chamber.
I just note that Senator Waters, I know I've got Senator Pocock David, and he had motions, but he's not here. So Senator Van.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Chair. I rise to fully support the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services Amendment, the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill of 2024. It is a vast improvement on the previous system, and sincerely wish it had been brought in sooner, as my colleagues have raised. In the efforts to raise the standards in this place, it brings more rigour to the process and higher standards of review, and which will ensure that the review is more just. This bill is essential for strengthening accountability and improving workplace standards in Parliament, addressing the critical need for reform highlighted by the Jenkins review. I welcome the bill. It's important that the processes within it uphold fairness for all involved. We must maintain rigorous standards when handling allegations of misconduct. This will help prevent vexatious allegations and hopefully prevent the political weaponisation of that complaints process. It will also, this bill will also strengthen the procedural fairness in these complaint processes. It is heartening to see the strengthening improvement of this bill, and I also support Senator Thorpe's amendments that we will debate later. I thank Minister Gallagher and her team. They have been amazing. Georgia and Solange, thank you for working with me on this and bringing about this much-needed reform. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank other members, senators, for their contribution on this bill. As others have said, it has taken some time to get to this point, and a lot of work has gone in to getting this bill in the shape it is today. The purpose of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill is to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission. Establishing the IPSC was one of the recommendations made by the Australian Human Rights Commission in its 2021 report, the Independent Review into Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces, also known as Set the Standard. And I would also like to join others in acknowledging the fearless work of the team led by Kate Jenkins in putting that report together. The report set out a framework for action to ensure that Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful. In doing so, it observed that these workplaces should uphold the standing of the Parliament as a worthy reflection of the community it serves. That observation is incontestable. It's why on the first sitting day of 2022, a joint statement of acknowledgement was delivered on behalf of the cross-party Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, declaring that this Parliament should serve as a model workplace for our nation. And it's why, in progressive updates on implementation of the Set the Standard report, this place has acknowledged the mistakes of the past and committed to build safe and respectful workplaces. The Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, chaired by Dr Vivienne Thom, and I thank her and Jenna for their incredible work that they have done in helping to steer the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, has been working to steer the implementation of the Set the Standard report's framework for action. Much has been achieved. There has been real and important improvements in the culture of this place, and I strongly believe that. Last year, the government, working with the PLT and its staff consultation group, progressed legislation to establish the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. The PWSS, as it is known, commenced its enhanced operations as a statutory agency on the 1st of October 2023. It provides centralised human resources support to parliamentarians and their staff. The PWSS also provides services to a broader cohort of people who work in the Parliament to support a safe and respectful workplace. These are its confidential support service and a complaint resolution service. The PWSS also had an interim function to undertake workplace investigations. This review function will sunset on the 1st of October 2025. It is intended that the PWSS review function would be replaced by the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, which would be established by the bill. Following the PWSS's successful commencement last year, the government turned its attention to progressing the IPSC. These represent two significant structural reforms to our workplace, and they really are historic reforms. As such, we considered that their progression in a staged and orderly way would best integrate these entities into our workplace, and that does provide some of the background to the reasons and the concerns raised by Senator Waters, and I acknowledge them, around the time it's taken to get to the IPSC. But through the work of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and through other discussions, I think the decision was made, and it was the right one, to concentrate on the PWSS, to get that in place and ensure that we had the time to work through all of the issues that would be raised through the establishment of an IPSC, which was always going to be I think, the one that was going to be harder to put together and enshrine in legislation. And that is why we took the decision, supported by many of the discussions we had across the parliament, to get this right. This is long-lasting structural reform, and meeting a time frame that was set down, is certainly one path, but doing it properly and having the time to make sure we got it right and that people felt consulted and that we did all the work we needed to do with staff was another reason why we split these important works. But these reforms are here for the long term, and I think that was a much more important way of progressing it, so we could move, hopefully, once we vote on this bill, with the agreement of all in this place. The IPSC, subject to the passage of this legislation, the aim is that the IPSC would commence on the 1st of October this year. The IPSC's commencement would mean that the separate behaviour codes for parliamentarians and their staff and the behaviour standards for the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces can be finally adopted. These codes were developed by the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards. They were endorsed by both houses of the Parliament in February last year, pending establishment of the IPSC to enforce them. Together, the behaviour codes and the IPSC are about accountability. The Set the Standard report said that the absence of clear standards of conduct and the absence of consequences for misconduct make the Australian Parliament not only out of step with developments in other parliamentary contexts, but with the most basic standards in other Australian workplaces. Consistent with the report, the bill would establish the IPSC as a fair and independent workplace investigations framework. Its role is to be an impartial fact finder. The IPSC commissioners would perform their functions in an independent and impartial way. Where expected standards of conduct have not been upheld, the IPSC will be able to impose or recommend sanctions set out in the bill, or make a further referral action in the case of parliamentarians. If the IPSC finds that a parliamentarian has seriously breached the conduct requirements, there will be a role for the Houses of the Parliament. The IPSC would refer its findings to the Privileges Committee, which would then consider the appropriate sanction and report to the relevant Houses of Parliament with its recommendation. It is appropriate that the Houses of Parliament make such decisions about disciplining their own members. There is accountability through this mechanism, and a recommendation by a Privileges Committee will become public. The structure of an IPSC investigation process in the bill aligns with the Set the Standard report. Recognising that parliamentarians are elected members of Parliament, 3 commissioners would decide a final report for a parliamentarian respondent. A single commissioner would make that decision for a staff respondent or other worker. The bill also provides avenue for internal review of decisions. In all cases, a review panel would be constituted by 3 commissioners. Again, this aligns with the Set the Standard report. Under the bill, the IPSC would be established as part of the PWSS. While its investigation function will be separated from the PWSS's support and complaint resolution roles, the IPSC will still need to work in a complementary way with the PWSS. It is not intended that the IPSC would investigate a complaint that would be better addressed through the PWSS's functions. People who have a workplace issue would be encouraged to contact the PWSS's confidential support service. This should be a front door for the help and advice as envisaged by Set the Standard report. The PWSS will be able to provide advice on ways to resolve a complaint. It can also provide wellbeing support. This is a confidential service and available to potential complainants, respondents or others who are involved. If an IPSC workplace investigation would be appropriate, the PWSS could assist a person to make a complaint to the IPSC. The bill is a product of extensive consultations with members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and the PLT Staff Consultation Group. A lot of thoughtful and constructive feedback was received. Ranges of views were put forward on various points and some balancing has been required. A particular point to emphasise is that it is not the intention of the bills to change existing work health and safety laws. Nothing in the bill requires people who have duties under work health and safety laws to make reports to the IPSC. The IPSC complements existing workplace and safety laws. Importantly, employers in Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces already have obligations and duties under work health and safety laws. The IPSC provides an additional pathway to take action where appropriate, and because of the many variabilities that can arise if unsure of what to do to meet a work health and safety duty, parliamentarians and their staff could obtain advice from the PWSS as they can now. As part of this function, the PWSS can assist with advice on referral of an IPSC workplace investigation is an appropriate action. The establishment of the IPSC and the adoption of the behaviour codes will be a very significant and structural change in our workplace. The PWSS also has a function to provide guidance on the behaviour codes. It will roll out education on the codes so that people are aware of their obligations when the codes commence. Consistent with recommendation 2 of the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards report, shortly after the IPSC is commenced, it is intended that the behaviour codes for parliamentarians and the behaviour standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces would be adopted in the standing orders of each House of Parliament. As indicated in the bill, it's proposed that behaviour codes for parliamentarian staff would be formalised via determination under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to coincide with commencement of other codes. However, we know standards in this place are not set and forget, and the legislation also sets out that the newly established Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards would commence a review of the behaviour codes within 1 year of the first session of each new parliament once the IPSC has commenced. And I would say that, and I expect that the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards, as one of their first items, would be looking at how to operationalise the behaviour codes as they have been designed and consider those and if so, make any recommendations about any adjustments if needed. If not, great. But I think for the first time there is an opportunity to look at how those behaviour codes can be implemented smoothly. As I've said before, and many others have, the Parliament is a unique workplace, but it is also one of Australia's most prominent workplaces. It really should set the standard, as the title of Kate Jenkins' report said all those years ago. We've heard from many people who have worked and continue to work in this place. As a government, we've worked steadily and thoroughly to support the implementation of the recommendations of the report. I would like to thank all of the members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, many of whom sit in this place. I think with Senator Hume, Senator Davies, Senator Waters, myself and Senator Farrell. And then on the other side, in the other chamber, Ms Lee, Ms Zegel, Ms Claydon, I think. Have I forgot anybody? That group has worked very collegiately to try and ensure that we get the implementation of Set the Standard right, and I really genuinely thank everyone for their engagement. It really is, I think, a structure that has improved the legislation, but also made sure that we have been accountable to a decision taken in the previous parliament to support and implement all the recommendations of the Set the Standard report. To all of those staff that came forward, for those who have worked here in the past and this workplace hasn't lived up to those expectations that we hold, you know, this parliament has already recorded an apology for that and a commitment to make sure that as we go forward, this workplace continues to strive to be the best workplace in the country. But I would like to thank those who were courageous, who did take part both in the Jenkins report, but also since through all the staff consultations to date about what needs to happen. These are big changes to our workplace. This is a very traditional workplace in many sense, where it was, you know, through federation and decisions taken by people many years ago about how this building has come to operate and the culture that exists within. And I think from my time sitting in parliaments, I have seen a noticeable change in the last 2 years about expectations of conduct and of responsibility taken as leaders in this place to make sure that not only do we hold each other to account, but that we look after the people that work in this building, and that this should be the best workplace to work in acknowledging that it is probably the most unique workplace in the country. So I want to acknowledge all of the people involved, the PLT, the people who have taken part in the consultations, the Jenkins implementation team who are sitting here today, my staff, Sol and Georgia, of course, who have been incredible and have been acknowledged through the chamber today of all the work that has gone in. I think this is a moment when we look back in time and look at how these structures and changes were implemented, that we have displayed the leadership that was required, that we've taken it seriously, that we haven't shied away from the challenges set out in Set the Standard, and that we've taken our time so that we could move as one as a parliament, because I strongly believe that that gives the IPSC the strongest chance of being successful. And it is up to us to make sure that that is the case, that it doesn't become something that is used to weaponise or play politics with, but it is a genuine feature of a workplace that is serious about making sure, if complaints are made, that they are dealt with fairly and with appropriate protections for all involved. But thanks to everybody for all of the work that's gone into this.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it, and I understand. I call the clerk.
For an Act to amend the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and for related purposes.
I understand there is a requirement for a committee stage. So we might have to call quorum because as the President I can't conduct a committee stage, so perhaps we call quorum unless Senator Grogan's acting in the role of the whip, so well, I think we need to call quorum.
Quorum established.
Thank you. What is Senator Prudy doing on it?
You just need to read your introductory text and then you can...
Senator Faruqi, do you have a problem?
No, it's committee stage and I'm speaking in committee
Let's start the committee stage if you'd like to resume your seat. Thank you. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Well, finally, this long-awaited and vital bill to set up the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission is here. It has been 2 years since the behaviour codes of conduct were developed and 18 months since Parliament endorsed these codes. So this legislation has been a long time coming, but of course, better late than never, as they say, because we all know that this place needs a desperate shift in culture. Everyone knows that, because hardly a day goes by without an example of bad or unacceptable behaviour. Intimidation, bullying, racism and sexism, I think finally we can put it to bed, is not robust debate. And people should just stop justifying it as such. It is vile behaviour that should not be acceptable nor tolerated in any workplace, including our own. While developing these codes, we received overwhelming evidence that the workplace culture in Parliament was broken in so many ways for so many people. First Nations people, people of colour, people with disability, and LGBTQIA+ people experience discrimination, microaggressions, and role segregation. And we should be leaders in making the safest workplace, especially for those who are most marginalised in society. Instead, it has been toxic, cutthroat, and hypermasculine, whitewashed and exclusionary on multiple levels. I do thank people, and especially my colleague, Senator Waters, for working so hard in bringing this bill here. And it is good to see a few more people speaking up against racism in this place as well. But honestly, it is still far too easy to fling around racism and racist commentary in here without any consequences. In fact, here's the rub. Those calling out racism are the ones who are called to order and gaslighted, while the perpetrators still get away scot-free. So developing and endorsing the behaviour codes was a step forward, but implementation and enforcement of behaviour codes of conduct has been the missing piece here. Because without the enforceable behaviour codes, we're really tinkering around the edges. So this bill will hopefully mean that the Commission can be set up quickly and parliamentarians will be held to account for unacceptable behaviour and face real consequences for this behaviour, which actually change it. But the Greens, as Senator Waters has said, are concerned with the suggested MP sanctions, which are weaker and less transparent than they should be, and Senator Waters will be moving amendments to change that. This is a real problem. And the real problem here is this, that only the privileges committees make a decision on sanctions for parliamentarians of serious breaches without the IPSC having the power to even suggest sanctions to the committee. This seems so much like self-regulation, which has never worked. It's like Dracula being in charge of the blood bank. This is not going to improve public trust or transparency. On top of this, and I have to point this out, the makeup of the privileges committees and the complete lack of diversity on those is a real issue. They are all white. There are no First Nations people, no people of colour, no one with disability, as far as I can tell. So how do we expect trust in decision-making and issuing sanctions from committees that are so unrepresentative when it comes to the experience of unacceptable behaviours of bullying, racism, and discrimination that we all want to end? And it is really the entrenchment of power and privilege, which is unchecked, that needs to be addressed by enforceable consequences, because that is the root cause of why this place has a toxic and harmful culture. If there is any place that needs unpacking of white privilege and white fragility, it is this place. And I want to end by saying thank you to all the people, staff, past and present, who have come forward with such courage and shared their experiences and stories over and over again. It is not easy. So thank you from the bottom of my heart We are here only because of you all, because you put your necks on the line and you spoke out and you took action. And we need more people like that if we want real change in here.
Senator Hume, you have about 15 seconds.
Minister, I want to thank you very much for the constructive work that has gone into this bill, and I want to thank everybody from around the chamber for their contributions today, which I think have been extraordinarily valuable, and for the work that has been done in the lead up to this bill. I have some questions for the minister, but I think that they can wait until after the hard work.
Thank you. As it is 11:15, the committee will report to the Senate. So, are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Nope. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I present the 10th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Minister Gallagher, is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Be adopted now.
Thank you. I move the following amendment, that at the end of the motion add, and in respect of the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024, the bill not be referred to a committee.
Oh, Senator Dunningham.
President, I would like to also move an amendment, and that is to the amendment, which is at the end of the motion add, and it's been circulated, I believe. And in respect of the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Amendment Scheduling Bill 2024, the bill be referred immediately to the Finance and Public Admin Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 14th of November 2024.
Senator Nampijika-Price.
Thank you, President. The Coalition is requiring that this bill...
Why are you jumping? You're speaking on it. Speaking on Senator Dunningham's...
I am speaking on Senator
excellent, thank you.
Dunningham's amendment. Yes, the Coalition is requiring that this bill be sent to the Finance and Public Administration Committee for consideration. We all agree in this chamber that proper consultation is an important part of our democratic process, and the proper consultation process is all that we are asking for with regard to this bill. And quite frankly, I'm surprised that the Albanese government does not want to support one of those most fundamental tenets of our democratic system. While there is a need for land claims to be determined in a timely manner, that must not come at the expense of being thorough and making decisions that are properly considered. We as the Coalition are not satisfied as things currently stand, that there has been the appropriate level of consultation to support this bill. As such, we are not willing to support it until we are satisfied that there has been the chance for the relevant stakeholders to appear before the committee, the chance for them to be heard and listened to. It's important to bear in mind that this piece of land is already subject to exploratory licences for petroleum and minerals. That means that there are people and companies who have potential interests already in the relevant sections of this land, and it means there is potential for economic activity to be undertaken on this land. These matters need to be properly considered before this land is added to the Act. A real consultation process would exist if this matter was referred to a committee and would allow for that consultation process to occur. Not only does the committee allow for the relevant people to be heard on the matter, but it is also an incredibly important opportunity for a wider examination with respect to handing land to land councils in a more general sense. Because what is blaringly obvious is that the current process isn't working. Significant amounts of land are being added to the Land Rights Act and coming under the control of the relevant land councils, and yet the condition and the quality of life for Indigenous Australians in these communities is not in fact improving. In this case, there are exploratory licences already in place on this land. we know that there is the opportunity for traditional owners to engage with those licence holders for the purpose of creating wealth and economic development on their own land. What is becoming evident is that those large amounts of land that are being added to the Act are then being managed by land councils, which are proving to be dysfunctional. They are bodies that I've certainly lost faith in, and many Indigenous Australians and Territorians in particular that I speak to have lost faith in their ability to protect and advocate for the interests of traditional owners. As I've been trying to tell this Albanese government for such a long time now, including the traditional owners who are in just this week, something is seriously wrong with the system of adding land to the Land Rights Act when the bodies that oversee it are not fit for purpose, and instead of protecting the interests of traditional owners, are exploiting them. We have situations where pastoralists are being charged by land councils who are offering backburn on the land of traditional owners. Pastoralists who are trying to be helpful to mitigate the dangers of fire, who are trying to protect the land and do something that would benefit traditional owners, and yet the Land Council simply says, give us some money, if not, no, go away. Not good enough. This is using the interests of traditional owners that are supposed to represent this land to do nothing more than rent seek. This kind of behaviour by land councils is why we cannot make decisions like the one being proposed by this bill lightly. We must be convinced that proper time and thought have been given to adding land to land councils. Referring this matter to the committee would allow this to, of course, happen. The Labor government must not try to ram these things through at the expense of proper process and very possibly the interest of what actually benefits Indigenous Australians the most. So for the sake of democracy and for the sake of some of encouraging economic development and independence for our most marginalised Australians, the Coalition will not rush into supporting this bill. And if the Labor government took a minute to think about it, well, they shouldn't either.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. If there's no other speakers, I'm going to put Senator Dunningham's amendment first. So the question is that the amendment to Senator Gallagher's amendment put forward by Senator Dunningham be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to Senator Gallagher's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. There being 28 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now put Senator Gallagher's amendment. So the question is that the motion is moved, the amendment is moved by Senator Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Gallagher to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I believe Senator O'Sullivan is seeking the call. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, thank you, President. I move amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as circulated in my name.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator O'Sullivan to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Careful. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report as moved by Senator O'Sullivan be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the selection of Bills Committee report as amended be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister Gallagher.
I move that general business notice of motion number 613 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now see if there's any leave of absences required for senators. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for senators.
A's leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to the following senators for today: Senator McCarthy on account of ministerial business, Senator Marielle Smith for personal reasons, and Senator Stirl on account of parliamentary business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew, were you seeking leave? No. No further leave required. I'll call the clerk.
A postponement notification has been lodged as follows for Senator Bragg's general business notice of motion 614 for today to the 16th of September 2024. No extension notifications have been lodged.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. We'll start with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. You know that. Senator Rennick.
I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
Move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted
Thank
for 1
you.
minute.
Under Australia's system of federation, states and territories have responsibility for building and maintaining our highways, while the Commonwealth Government contributes funding. Having the Commonwealth and the ADF assume responsibility for highway construction and maintenance from states and territories would present significant constitutional and practical barriers that would make such a suggestion impossible. While the ADF is there in moments of greatest need, the primary role of the Defence Force is the defence of the nation. The Albanese government is focused on delivering practical outcomes to improve our roads. This includes an unprecedented increase in maintenance funding, which, after being frozen for 9 years under the Coalition, has now been indexed at 2.5% per year and backdated to when the freeze was brought in.
So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator Rennick be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. The noes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 586, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Madam President, I ask that general business notice of motion 586 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion. The government has been transparent, making clear to the Senate in writing and in statements that this review will be released when consultations have concluded with stakeholders, including Defence, other agencies and the family of ADF personnel who have lost their lives while serving. Offers for Senator Lambie to be briefed and to read the review remain. Motions of this nature are not constructive to the Senate's ability to scrutinise the government's legislative program. Other avenues exist under the standing orders to raise these matters.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 586, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 586, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Lambie as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Yeah. Order. There being 19 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now move to general motion number 609, standing in the name of Senator Duniam.
Notice of motion number 609 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
With the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 609, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I now move to general business 610, standing in the name of Senator Duniam.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 610, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Duniam.
Thanks, President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to facilitate the construction of a gold mine at Kings Plains, New South Wales, and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Duniam.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an act to facilitate the construction of a gold mine at Kings Plains, New South Wales, and for related purposes.
Senator Duniam.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Duniam.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Duniam. We'll now move to 611, standing in the name of Senator Hanson. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I ask that general business notice of motion 611, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hanson.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Sex Discrimination Act of 1984 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Hanson.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be read now a first time.
So the question is, the motion is Senator Hodgins may.
Leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted for 1 minute.
The Greens will not allow one nation to use parliamentary privilege to deny the existence of the trans and gender diverse community. We will not give Pauline Hanson a platform for hate. Trans rights are human rights and they are non-negotiable. We must work towards a safer world for the trans and gender diverse community. The gender diverse community deserve to feel safe respected and valued, living their lives treated as equals and free from discrimination. The immediate and widespread backlash against the Prime Minister's decision to exclude questions on gender, sexuality and intersex characteristics from the 2026 census proved that the wider community will always reject bigotry and hate. It's a relief that the government has half reversed that decision, but there is still so much work to be done. The Greens will always stand in solidarity with the trans community against hatred and bigotry.
Senator Hodgins, may I remind you when addressing senators in this chamber to use their correct title. Senator Duniam.
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Duniam.
While the Senate has the opportunity to reject a bill at first reading, at the first reading stage, in practice the first reading is almost always passed without opposition and is regarded as a purely formal stage. And the Coalition supports these normal procedures, as we have with many Greens, Labor and other crossbench bills that we have had opposition to. The normal process enables bills to be fairly considered and debated by the Senate before a substantive decision is taken, and it should only be deviated from in the most extreme of circumstances, lest we deny the right...
Please continue, Senator Duniam.
Lest we deny the right of senators to even have matters debated, as in all cases a vote on the first reading should not be taken as a position on the substantive legislation, especially where a bill has not had the opportunity to be subject of a normal internal process.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. I wasn't going to make a statement, but I think following on from Senator Duniam's contribution, he is correct in many of his remarks, but we have also chosen not to support the first reading on matters that are extremely serious and do cause significant division and harm in the community. The Senate has chosen, when that is appropriate, and it is very rare, to not support the first reading. Certainly the government believes, and we will be opposing the first reading of this bill, believes that this bill falls into that category. The division, the hurt, the pain that causes for gender diverse members or gender diverse members of the community is real. And the sooner the Senate realises that and takes responsibility for causing that harm, the better. We should not be allowing something like this to come into this chamber. We have to stand up and support all members of our community.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Leave to make a short statement.
Leave is not granted, Senator Hanson.
Oh.
So the question is that
Order.
The question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the first reading on Senator Hanson's introduction of a bill be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 612, standing in the name of Senator Waters. I don't think your mic's on. I'll just call you again. Senator Waters, thanks.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 612 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 612, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. 614 is withdrawn. And Senator Henderson? 615.
Thank you, President. Due to the committee resolving to extend the reporting date, take further submissions and hold another public hearing in relation to this inquiry, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Henderson. That concludes formal motions, but there was a deferred vote. So I remind senators that yesterday evening, after 6:30 p.m, a division was called on the motion moved by Senator Hanson relating to a proposed reference to the Environment and Communications Reference Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That concludes formal motions and the deferred vote. I'll just wait for a change in the chair. I believe I'm waiting for Senator Walsh. You've got no mic.
I'll just call the clerk again. The clerk's microphone was not on, and I call the clerk.
Government business orders of the day, Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill 2024 in committee.
Thank you. I didn't hear that. And I'm reading that out, am I? Yep. That microphone's on. The committee is considering the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Service Standards Commission Bill 2024. The question, up to the question, yes. Yep. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Waters.
Chair, I'd like to move Greens Amendment 2852 revised. And as I mentioned in my earlier contribution, this is an amendment which would require the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, who are the ones that will have done the investigation into a parliamentarian and found that they have made a serious breach of the Code of Conduct and written a report. This amendment says, well, you then in fact need to make a recommendation as to the sort of parliamentary sanction that the Privileges Committee should impose on that parliamentarian who's been found to have made a serious breach of the Code of Conduct. As I went through before, at the moment you've got a situation where, unfortunately because of the Constitution, the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission can't discipline parliamentarians. Only parliamentarians can do that, only the chamber can do that. And so the system that's been proposed and agreed to between the two big parties is that the Privileges Committee is the one to perform that function. Now, they're not trained trauma people, they're not investigators, they're parliamentarians. And so the very least we can do is give them trauma training, which I again reiterate to government must happen, otherwise we could see some serious miscarriages of justice, as my colleague Senator Faruqi referred to, with a bunch of non-diverse people on that committee. But also the IPSC should be required to make a suggestion to the Privileges Committee. Now, it can only be a suggestion because privileges can't be told what to do by IPSC because Constitution. But the folk who have done that primary investigation, who formed a view that there's been a serious breach, should give the benefit of that knowledge to privileges in the form of a suggestion as to what sort of parliamentary sanction should apply. It'll still be up to privileges to decide what to do, but they will at least have the benefit of the wisdom and the suggestion from IPSC. So that's exactly what this amendment does. It says you've got to at least make a suggestion. Privileges, of course, can choose to depart from it, but if they do choose to depart from it, this amendment also says that privileges should explain why they don't think that suggestion as to a sanction is appropriate. Because at the moment, there's a perception, and I fear that perception might become a reality, that this is not a transparent process and that there is not going to be the strongest possible decisions taken by the Privileges Committee to not only discipline parliamentarians who breach the code, but deter others from breaching the code in future. Now, I perhaps naively assumed that this wouldn't be a problematic amendment. Lol. Turns out this is such a big deal, we're not going to get support from anyone on it. What a crying shame. Please let's make this system work more effectively. Please let's ensure that the Privileges Committee can be armed with the best information to make the right decision. Given that we can't tell them what to do because of the Constitution, at the very least let's give them the best information to make the right decision, because aren't we meant to be setting the standard here? And shouldn't we be making sure that the best quality decisions are made for not only the delivery of justice but the appearance of justice, both of which are important? So I commend this amendment.
Senator Waters, just before you resume your seat, can I just clarify if you're seeking leave to move amendments 1 to 5 on sheet 2852 together?
I'm seeking leave to move 1 to 5 on sheet 2852 revised together.
Revised together. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition would be opposing this amendment, noting that the Privileges Committee shouldn't be directed or shouldn't be bound in a deliberation. But I would note that Senator Waters mentioned before that she suggested potential training, voluntary training for Privileges Committee members. Trauma-informed training is not something that we would have a problem with. Again, that would need to be voluntary, because the Privileges Committee should never be bound or directed in any deliberation or any action. But that's certainly not something that we would stand in the way of. It's not appropriate to be putting into legislation, but it's certainly something that should be considered.
The Minister.
Thank you. And the government won't be supporting these amendments either. I agree with Senator Hume that in terms of trauma-informed training, that may be very sensible for Privileges Committee members, considering the new roles that they are taking with this legislation. We would leave that up to the Privileges Committee, but see enough. We certainly see the sense, Senator Waters, in ensuring that that training is available to members of the Privileges Committee. I mean, on the broader point, I mean, this is clearly a disagreement about how the system should work, essentially, and we've had lots of discussions about this. And, you know, I don't come at this, the establishment of an IPSC and the role for the parliament to enforce or to impose sanctions on parliamentarians from a point of view or from a lack of faith in that process. And I think, Senator Waters, you come at it with I guess, an approach that starts from a point of lack of trust, whereas I'm coming from a point where I trust. And I think the responsibility of all of us in this place is to make this system work. And to make the system work means that when a finding of serious breach of the Code of Conduct is made, and there are safeguards in the legislation that require the privileges to report, that is the accountability there, because they have to report. And it will be clear that by reporting that they have been considering a serious breach of the code. Now, if they were to consider a serious breach of the code and say nothing to see here, then, you know, they're open and clear for the public to see, and they would have to defend that decision. But I have faith in the fact that, and it's a responsibility on all of us to make sure that members of the Privileges Committee are trained and they understand their responsibility and do all those things, but that we have, confidence in the system that we are establishing here. I don't come at it from a view that this is, that there is some inherent problem with privileges, considering what the sanctions should be. The Act itself, or the legislation itself, sets out what some of the sanctions for serious breach of the code should be. That in itself, I think, is also very clear and transparent for people. So this amendment, accepting your position, we fundamentally disagree, and I think we're coming from it with a different view about how this system will work in operation.
Senator Waters.
Chair, just a brief retort to that, Minister. It's not about your level of trust in privileges. Surely it needs to be about the level of trust that staff in this building have in a process that will finally exist to potentially hold their boss to account if their boss has committed harassment, assault or bullying against them. So I take your point, but I just want to push back and say it's very easy for us in these privileged positions to have confidence and trust, but unfortunately the system hasn't worked for so long for people with less power and privilege than we have. And I commend the amendment.
The Minister.
Sorry, just on that point, well, I would say again, the responsibility falls on all of us to make sure that that trust is there. If this system is to work and have confidence of staff and of MPs and senators, let's face it, all of our colleagues have to trust it, then the responsibility falls again to all of us to make sure that that's the case.
Senator Hume.
Thank you. I want to ask the Minister some questions about the appointment of commissioners. Can I confirm, Minister, how the commissioners will be appointed?
It's not really. Yeah, Minister, if you wouldn't mind just resuming your seat for a moment, it might suit the chamber if I put the amendments moved by Senator Waters before moving on to other matters. Senator Faruqi.
I just have a question on Senator Waters' amendment.
Okay, Senator Faruqi, I'll come back to you, Senator Hume. Senator Faruqi.
Minister, can you tell us how people of colour, people with disability, First Nations people and other diverse people can actually trust committees that are made up of all white members, and what are you going to do about that?
Well, the appointment of members to privileges committees is a matter for individual parties. So, for example, if the Greens political party wanted to appoint you or another member of the Greens to privileges, that's a matter for the Greens. We will make sure, and I disagree that people representing the groups that you have outlined in your question can't have faith in a process that's being overseen by senior and professional members of Parliament. Again, it's our responsibility, it's those members' responsibility to make sure people are dealt with fairly through the process we're establishing by this legislation today.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, those committees are dominated by Labour and Coalition. Are you telling me that you won't even consider a diversity on those committees? I mean, I can't trust white people making decisions all the time. A full committee of no diversity making decisions on issues of racism, like that is illogical. That is illogical to do that. So would you consider at least that these committees should have some diversity, and that Labour and Coalition have the vast majority of members on those committees, and there are enough people in Parliament, in your parties, to be able to have more diversity in those committees?
The Minister.
Thank you. Well, the matter for who gets appointed to those committees is a matter for the parties. That is, as it is on every committee in this place. And the broader point is that you raised is that the committees themselves are not the investigators of complaints. Well, you can shake your head, Senator Faruqi, but they are not the investigators of the complaint. So you said, well, order.
Order. The Minister has the call.
You asked the question. If you have another question, that's fine. But you said, how can you have faith that someone would perhaps find a finding of racism? For a start, the IPSC would undertake to investigate the complaint. If they were to find that there was a serious breach of the Code of Conduct, then that matter would be handed over to the Privileges Committee, but the Privileges Committee does not investigate that. They determine a sanction. So that is the big difference there. So the point you raise wouldn't happen because the Privileges Committee is not conducting the investigation. If there was a finding of a breach of the code based on racism, that would be determined by the Commissioner undertaking the investigation.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I don't think I spoke about investigation or anything. It is that the committee will be enforcing sanctions, and that's the issue here. It's beyond me, and I'm flabbergasted that you can't actually say that the committee does actually need more diversity, that some of that diversity exists in this Parliament, and there should be more people with lived experience of these issues who should be deciding on what the enforcement should be. It's not that hard, Minister. It's not that hard. If we want to change this place, we actually need to make it more diverse. Why can't you just say that, sure, we can look into this? Because that is one of the cruxes of the problem, the privilege. The privilege that people have had, which has been entrenched for such a long time. I mean, I ask you again, will you consider that those committees need to be more diverse to make a more just and a more, considered decision on experiences of people who at the moment don't have a place on that committee?
The Minister.
Well, I can take responsibility for the government members and as representative of the most diverse group of politicians in this Parliament, we consider all of those matters as routine, Senator Faruqi. So I don't need to give an undertaking because we are the most diverse group in this Parliament and we consider all of those things as part of our core operations.
I'll put the question now that the amendments moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Back up there. No, here, you're right. lock the doors. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell teller for the noes.
Thank you, Chair. Will you be voting in this? Walsh. Thank you. Dahlia. Callaghan. Davey. Grogan. Green. What? Am I allowed to count? We have a chucker. Burkett. Simon. Pratt. O'Neill. Brown. Polly. Stewart. Sheldon. Chisholm. Coach. McCullers. I have a big 20. 20, thanks. Never won with the 20 before. That's the lowest win I've ever had.
The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 20. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll allow senators a moment to leave the chamber or resume their seats as we proceed with the committee stage of the bill. And if senators could leave the chamber or resume their seats. I'll call Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Yes, thanks very much. On behalf of Senator Thorpe, I'd like to move her amendment number 1 on sheet 2899. Now, this one I think is important to move because the nub of the amendment is to make sure that complaints that have been being investigated by PWSS, because IPSC didn't exist until now, can now, with the consent of the complainant, be transferred to IPSC if that's actually where they belong, given the severity of the conduct under investigation. So my understanding is that that's the intent of what's meant to happen anyway, but I think it can't hurt to have that clarified and confirmed in the bill. So I am proudly supporting and moving Amendment 2899 on behalf of Senator Thorpe and flagging that the Greens will be supporting it.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly the evidence heard in the Set the Standard report about some of the things that happened here in the heart of democracy is something that should be a source of national shame. And I really thank the government for the way that they have taken this seriously. I want to acknowledge Senator Gallagher and the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force for their work, Senators Davey, Hume, Farrell and Waters in this chamber, Ms Stegall, Ms Clayton and Ms Lay in the other place, for their consultation and landing on a place where we will have a way to deal with the sorts of things that we can all agree are totally unacceptable. We should be setting the standard here. We should be the safest, most respectful workplace in the country. And that an independent commission is required to lift and enforce appropriate behaviour in this place is a very sobering thought. And I think we should all be reflecting on that, about the individual role we could play in ensuring that there's not a lot of work for this independent commission going forward. There are, however, a few key places where I think the bill falls short, and especially when it comes to transparency. And I note that this has been well canvassed in the other place. I'll be supporting a range of amendments that seek to remedy these shortcomings that were also flagged by crossbench colleagues in the lower house, as well as moving my own that seeks to reverse a last-minute deal done between the government and the opposition regarding membership of the joint committee. Fortunately, the member for Indi, Dr. Helen Haynes, was in the chamber when this came up and brought it to the attention of the Parliament. A Parliament that today is split roughly into thirds. The duopoly of Labor and the Coalition, changed by an influx of community independents, a growing crossbench. I believe the committee should reflect this new reality, and it should be for the Parliament to decide who fills the Deputy Chair position. The bill also departs from Set the Standards recommendations in a number of key aspects, and this was highlighted by the member for North Sydney in the House in her second reading amendment, and the member for Bass, Andrew Wilkie, in a substantive amendment, which we've just voted on. Senator Waters moved, and the major parties have voted against. The bill doesn't guarantee that findings of parliamentarian misconduct will be made public. I think this is a serious shortcoming that needs to be remedied, and it's incredibly disappointing. After everything that we learned from the passage of the NAC, where again we saw the major parties team up to say, yep, we'll have a NAC, but we'll make it secret. And I argue, and many argued at the time, and I think history is starting to prove that when you have something that is totally secret, you undermine public confidence in something that needs trust, that people should be able to look to and say, yes, they're in there, they're doing their job. And what do we have? Labor and the Libs say, yeah, we'll set this up, but let's make it secret. And just as we've seen with the NAC now, with people saying, well, what's going on? With the robo-debt lack of action, people asking questions because we just don't know. It's incredibly disappointing to see this. And whilst the bill makes the Privileges Committee the ultimate arbiter, the Commission should be able to make recommendations to it. And I think, to go back to the amendment that was just voted on, there should be a public explanation for any difference between the recommendations of the Commission, which is why we're setting it up, to have an independent body to look at things, make recommendations, and if the Privileges Committee decides something otherwise, there should be an explanation. It shouldn't just be a black box where you don't actually know what's happening in there. And just finally, the final issue I wanted to touch on is the scope. Department of Parliamentary Service staff should be included in this. I have had multiple constituents come forward with deeply disturbing accounts of their treatment in this building. Just today there's an account in the Canberra Times from a former DPS employee who describes Parliament House as a toxic bin fire of a workplace. This needs to be addressed, and I thank Senator Thorpe for her amendments, which I'll be supporting, and which would allow the complainant of an open PWSS case of pre-code conduct to choose if they would like their case to be referred to the IPSC rather than it remaining with PWSS. This is clearly a critically important bill. It absolutely needs to pass. But Minister, I'd like to ask, to my point about the secrecy, as we've seen with the NAC, why has the government agreed to deviate from recommendations and have no transparency over why recommendations may or may not be agreed by the Privileges Committee?
Minister.
Thank you. We dealt with this just before with Senator Waters' amendments. Fundamentally, we believe there is accountability and transparency. So the fact that a report has gone to the Privileges Committee itself means that there has been a finding of a serious breach of the Code of Conduct. So the fact that there has been a referral, it's clear that and there's a time frame for the Privileges Committee to consider that. I think it's 60 days to consider that and then make a report. That is the transparency that comes. But there's very clear delineation between the independent investigator, the fact finder, the assessor of the complaint, and then handing that responsibility on for the imposition of sanctions. And the sanctions are set out in the Act as well, clearly, and the Privileges Committee must report publicly on their deliberations. So that is the transparency. and accountability that would, those would be public, and that is the way that you enforce the accountability mechanism. But we strongly believe in a very clear delineation between the investigator, the finding of the breach, and then the sanctions imposed. And, obviously this has been consulted on heavily. Legal advice has been taken to make sure that it's robust and that can stand up to any, I guess, people opposing being caught or being considered through this process. And part of that was to make sure that that very clear delineation between responsibilities is made.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Just a quick follow-up on that. So if there is a deviation between the recommendation and the sanction, will that be made public?
Minister.
Well, the IPSC won't be making a recommendation. They determine if there's been a breach and the level of that breach. So if it's not a serious breach, then they have responses available to them like training, apologies, things like that. If they believe that it's been a serious breach of the Code of Conduct, they make that finding and that goes to the Privileges Committee. They then have essentially 60 days to consider that and make a determination on sanction.
Senator Hume.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. For the sake of clarity, the opposition will be opposing the amendment that's been put forward by Senator Waters on behalf of Senator Thorpe. We haven't been provided time to consider the implications of this, but I think that our natural inclination is to oppose.
Minister.
Thank you. On the amendment, this is the one relating to transitional provisions. The reason that we have the reason why we won't be supporting this amendment is that so the rules of engagement are not changed midstream for all of the people involved in those. I acknowledge that for people who are involved in any investigation, it's very difficult, and it's very important that people are able to seek wellbeing support from PWSS. This has been one of the most significant reforms this Parliament has put in place in recent times. It is being well utilised, it's highly respected, and we believe that ensuring that those investigations that are ongoing can be concluded through the transitional arrangements is preferable to this amendment.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move on and ask the Minister some questions about consent. I don't know whether you would like to deal with specifically with the amendment before us.
Well, I was about to say, Senator Hume, if your questions are not in relation to this particular amendment, Senator Van, were you seeking the call on the amendment that has been moved?
I am.
Then I might go to Senator Van for him to make that contribution, and then we'll deal with the amendments and then come back to you, Senator Hume. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I will be supporting Senator Thorpe's amendment. The process as it stands at the moment is not working. There deserves to be an off-path to the IPSC for matters to be reviewed in a far more professional way than is being done currently.
Thank you, Senator Van. If no other senators wish to contribute to the debate on that amendment, then I will put it. The question before the chair is that the amendment in the name of Senator Thorpe, moved by Senator Waters, be agreed to on sheet 1. Amendment 1 on sheet 2899. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Senator Waters.
Chair, could I just ask that the Australian Greens support for that amendment be recorded in lieu of a division?
Thank you, Senator Waters. So the noes had that question. The amendment was not agreed to, and the support of the Australian Greens will be reported. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'd like to ask a question about section 24CH1B, which allows for the Commissioner to investigate a matter without consent. Could the Minister confirm that this provision is only intended to be used when there is no identifiable complainant to consent to an investigation?
Minister.
Thank you. Sorry, I've got to get some papers. Can you hand it to me? Is this question 14? Thank you. Generally, IPSC commissioners would only investigate a complaint if the complainant consented to an investigation. As an exception, the bill provides that a commissioner may decide to investigate a complaint without complainant consent if they are reasonably satisfied a serious risk to work health or safety arises or could arise from the conduct concerned. This is entirely consistent with the Work Health and Safety Act, where that Act does not require complainant consent to take action to address a work health or safety issue. However, consistent with Set the Standard report, the IPSC could not investigate an allegation of sexual assault or assault without the complainant's consent, and it should be emphasised that the IPSC has a discretion to investigate under the work health and safety ground. Whether a workplace investigation is warranted will depend on the circumstances, and if a complainant does not want to be involved, commissioners will need to assess if it is practical and appropriate to investigate.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Minister. I want to ask about section 24CH5B, which allows for the cessation of an investigation where there has been a withdrawal of consent, only where the Commissioner deems that it's reasonable and fair. So could you explain to the chamber why it is the case that a Commissioner might proceed with an investigation even without the consent of a complainant?
Minister.
I'm sure that is okay. The bill, thank you, Senator Hume. The bill has a strong focus on complainant consent as a general principle, but in circumstances where consent is withdrawn, this could be a ground for the Commissioner to decide not to investigate further if an investigation has already commenced. However, provision in the bill recognises that this may not always be a fair outcome, particularly for a respondent who may wish to have their name cleared when an investigation has substantially progressed. For this reason, if consent is withdrawn, the bill indicates a Commissioner may consider the progress of the investigation and fairness between the persons affected by the investigation.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for the Minister about the independent review. Can you confirm, Minister, that the amendments in this bill will be subject to an independent review under the existing Acts, section 68?
Minister.
Yes, I can. They will.
Senator Hume.
Sorry, Chair. Jumped the gun. Can you confirm, Minister, then that this will mean that there will be a review of these amendments within the next 2 years at the latest, given that the section that will cause a review within 1 year of a new parliament?
Minister.
Yes, that's right.
Senator Hume.
Thank you. I have some questions around limitation on criminal matters within this bill. Minister, could you confirm for the chamber that the bill does not intend to allow for findings of criminality, noting that this body is not a court and only makes findings on the balance of probabilities?
Minister.
Thank you very much. The bill makes very clear that IPSC cannot make findings of criminal guilt and includes a section stating as such. For the avoidance of any doubt, there is a section there for, I think it's 24CY.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, could you confirm that the Commission will only investigate matters that may be civil or criminal offences after they have engaged advice from the relevant authorities in order not to prejudice any potential civil or criminal proceedings?
Minister.
Thank you, Senator Hume. The bill gives Commissioners the flexibility they need to inform a decision on whether it is appropriate to investigate or not. The bill has information sharing provisions to support this. This includes permitting a Commissioner to confer with police to assist them to decide if it is appropriate for the IPSC to investigate.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions around legal and professional privilege. Minister, could you confirm that the legislation does not waive in any way the privilege against self-incrimination?
Minister.
My answers are quite short in the interest of time in getting this bill passed, but the answer to that is correct. It does not waive in any way the privilege against self-incrimination.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, could you also confirm that the legislation does not waive in any way legal professional privilege?
Minister.
That's also correct.
Senator Hume.
Thank you. And could you also confirm, Minister, that the legislation does not waive in any way parliamentary privilege?
Minister.
Thank you, that's right. And the bill does allow for commissioners to confer with presiding officers on matters that may engage parliamentary privilege. And I would just say this is an area that a lot of people involved in the drafting of this legislation have focused on, and how do we ensure that parliamentary privilege is protected through this.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the reviews of the Code of Conduct. You mentioned that in your second reading speech. The behaviour codes that will be established by this bill will apply to staff of parliamentarians, and as part of their drafting we're informed that there was little consultation with the established staff employment bodies such as the Work, Health and Safety Committee and the Employee Consultative Group. So, Minister, can you commit to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards consulting fully with these bodies on codes that will directly impact staff during any future review?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Senator Hume, and for the ongoing dialogue we've had around this. Obviously, staff consultation is incredibly important. There was consultation through the Joint Select Committee process, but I understand there, and we have no problem with further consultation with staff. The explanatory memorandum is clear that it would be expected that there would be further consultation with staff. We're very supportive of ensuring staff consultation. We're very happy to commit to ensure that this would happen, and would expect that all members of the PJCPS, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards, once established, would share this goal, and we will work with my colleague, the Special Minister of State, to ensure we get the consultation right, including working across the Parliament to make sure that we are addressing everybody's needs.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one further line of questioning around assessments of complaints. Minister, the explanatory memorandum to the bill outlines how each complaint will be assessed. What guarantee can you provide to staff that such steps as assessing the appropriateness of progressing to an investigation will be followed in practice?
Minister.
Thank you, and this is an important part of the bill. The legislation does give that guarantee. It sets out a detailed framework, including the matters that a commissioner would need to consider on whether an investigation should be commenced. We're confident that the legislation allows for this process, balancing well the flexibility for commissioners to consider appropriate approaches to investigations. However, and this is setting up a new system, so if there are any issues with this process in operation, we would imagine, and it would be dealt with or assessed during the review of the legislation. So I think we've tried to set out the framework to make it as good as it can be, but obviously we will learn from how it's operationalised in practice.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. And finally, Minister, can you confirm that the decision to progress an investigation by a Commissioner assessing a complaint will be a justiciable decision, that is to say, be able to be assessed by a court?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, there's nothing in the bill that prevents people the right to seek review of decisions under existing law. That is, a decision to investigate a conduct is open to be judicially reviewed according to existing laws.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. There are a number of other amendments that I know have been circulated that haven't yet been moved. Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I rise to move my amendment on sheet 2898, which simply seeks to clarify the burden of proof that the independent parliamentary body will have.
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister.
Getting something from my colleague. Sorry, Senator Van, could you repeat that?
Yeah, I was simply moving the amendment. No. But if you have any, I might ask you questions if you have any commentary on it, but otherwise.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will be opposing these amendments as we haven't had time to consider the implications.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. The Greens will be opposing these amendments. We think they're unnecessary.
Minister.
Yeah, the government won't be supporting these amendments either for the same reason.
There being no other debate on that amendment, I will put the question. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Van, Amendment 1 on sheet 2898, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Waters.
Yes, Chair. In the absence of Senator David Pocock, who has circulated an amendment that I presume he would like moved, I'm standing and perhaps giving him some ample time as he may be making his way to the chamber. If he doesn't appear momentarily, then I guess I'll speak to his amendment on his behalf. It's an amendment that the Greens will be supporting. It's in relation to amendments that were moved in the House that said that on the Oversight Committee for IPSC, the opposition automatically gets the Deputy Chair. Now, I did refer to this in my second reading contribution. It's not appropriate for the two-party system to continue to stack the decks in its own favour when support for both of the big parties is diminishing at every election, and frankly for good reason. So it is overreach in the extreme to preemptively dedicate these positions to particular political parties, and on that basis the Greens will be supporting these amendments, and I might take the liberty, in the absence of Senator Pocock, of moving them on his behalf.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will be opposing the amendment from Senator Pocock. The opposition, no matter what hue it is, which side of the party which party it represents, will always represent the second largest number of parliamentarians and the second largest number of staff in our workplaces, and therefore should be given the responsibility to represent them on the Oversight Committee.
Thank you, Senator Hume. There being no other contributions on that amendment, I will put the question, and that is that the amendment in the name of Senator David Pocock, moved by Senator Waters, on amendment number 1 on sheet 2895, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Senator Waters.
Yes, Chair. Could you please record the Australian Greens support for that amendment? And I can be so presumptive that I'm sure Senator David Pocock would like support for his own amendment to be recorded also.
I think you can be that presumptive. Thank you, Senator Waters. On the indulgence of the chamber, Senator Waters, we did have one further amendment from Senator Thorpe. Thank you, Senator Grogan. In that case, if there are no further contributions for the committee stage, the question now is that the bill stand as printed. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be reported. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Parliamentary Workplace Support Services Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill 2024, and agreed to it without amendments. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and for related purposes. Made in Australia Bill 2024 and a related bill. Second reading debate.
Senator Darmanin, you are in continuation. I give you the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Before I speak to the specifics of this bill, I want to share a personal story, one that highlights why I care so deeply about manufacturing in Australia and why this legislation is close to home for me. My dad, Vince, spent all of his working life in manufacturing. For some of this time, he worked as a maintenance worker at the Kodak factory in Coburg, right in my home state of Victoria. He started there in 1997, and like many working Australians, he put in years of hard work and dedication to support our family. The Kodak factory was a landmark of our area, a sprawling site that employed hundreds of workers and was central to the local economy. It was part of what made Coburg such an important manufacturing hub in Melbourne for many years. At its peak, Kodak was a household name, and its factory was a symbol of Australia's manufacturing strength. The Coburg site was the largest factory in the city of Moreland, known as Merrybeck, now spanning 21 buildings. It opened in 1961 and remained a key part of the community until its closure in 2004. For decades, it was one of Melbourne's most well-known factories, a place where generations of workers like my dad earned their livelihood. I saw firsthand how manufacturing jobs were gradually offshored. The closure of the factory in Coburg was part of a significant wave of change that reshaped not just the local economy, but the lives of countless families, including mine. When the factory closed its doors, it wasn't just the end of a job for my dad, it was the end of an era for the entire community. Coburg, once a manufacturing stronghold, saw its landscape transform. Countless jobs were lost, and Australia's manufacturing capacity continued to decline. The northern suburbs of Melbourne, including Coburg, were changed forever by the loss of these jobs. This is why I stand with such passion for this bill here today. I know what it means to lose manufacturing jobs. I've seen it in my own family and I've seen it in my community. And I'm determined to make sure that future generations of Australians won't have to experience that same loss. That's why the Future Made in Australia Act is so important. It's about protecting and revitalising industries like the one my dad worked in, and it's about ensuring that Australian manufacturing can not only survive but thrive into the future. This legislation is what good governments do. Invest in its people, in their jobs, building skilled and satisfying careers, investing in communities and in the future. For decades, Labor governments have led the way on nation-building policies, from superannuation to Medicare, and more recently, paid family violence leave and the creation of the Net Zero Economy Authority. These are the kinds of nation-building reforms that ensure the Australian community has economic security and opportunities, not just for now, but for generations to come. They're about protecting and advancing working people and creating a fairer society for everyone. For over 20 years, I've worked to improve the lives of working Australians, fighting for fair wages, better conditions and safer workplaces. This legislation, the Future Made in Australia Act, is all about that. It's about making sure the jobs of the future are good jobs, jobs that pay well, jobs that are secure, and jobs that benefit Australian workers and their communities. It's about creating pathways and opportunities for our young people to build satisfying careers in trades, technology and innovation. At the core of this bill are a set of community benefit principles, which ensure that the investments we make as a government benefit workers, local communities and industries that drive our economy across the country. These principles are essential to ensuring that the economic growth that we generate is shared broadly, not just concentrated in the hands of a few. They are about making sure that every dollar that we invest serves the public good. The 5 community benefit principles at the heart of and enshrined in this legislation ensure that, number 1, we promote safe and secure jobs that are well paid and offer good conditions. 2, we develop a skilled and inclusive workforce by investing in training, skills development and broadening workforce participation. 3, we engage with and support local communities, including First Nations communities and those most affected by the transition to net zero. 4, we strengthen Australia's industrial capabilities by enhancing local supply chains and boosting domestic manufacturing. And finally, 5, we ensure transparency and accountability in how public investments are managed, particularly when it comes to the benefits received under the Future Made in Australia framework. These benefits are critical in ensuring that the principles described are not just aspirational or nice to have if those businesses we partner with can fit them in. These will be mandated to deliver. Not just words on paper. In requiring these principles to be followed, they will be practical, but they will be also enormously impactful. They will ensure that when the government invests in industries like clean energy, advanced manufacturing or critical minerals. The modern manufacturing industry, the Australian people will benefit, not just the companies involved. My home state of Victoria still remains the biggest manufacturing state in the country, a $33.5 billion industry. It remains a cornerstone of our economy to continue to build back. It also is home to more than 23,000 manufacturing firms and over 279,000 workers. In fact, Victoria accounts for 31% of Australian manufacturing output. That's a huge number, and it speaks to the importance of this sector, not just in Victoria, but also the entire country. But Victorian workers know there are different approaches to manufacturing. They remember how the Coalition chased out car manufacturing and killed more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs. They and I remember the devastating impact that had on families and communities, particularly around the regions of Geelong and Campbellfield, and the downstream manufacturing shops further afield that lost their major contracts in supplying the vehicle industry. And I remember the ripple effect across the economy as workers' years of loyal service were taken away as their jobs were offshored. The car industry is but one example of this devastation, as we've seen the decline in Australian manufacturing industry. But Labor is seeking, with this legislation, to repair that damage, and our industry policy has already seen us create 70,000 new manufacturing jobs. The opposition only talk about manufacturing to talk it down. On this side of the House, we back our manufacturers, and we always have. This legislation is about securing that legacy and building on it. It's about ensuring that Australia can be a manufacturing powerhouse into the future. It's about making things here. It's about aligning economic incentives with the national interest. It's about investing in skills and training. And it's about investing in clean energy, green metals and critical minerals processing. We know that climate change is the most pressing challenge of our time. And this bill allows us not only to meet this challenge, but to grasp the opportunities in front of us. It ensures that the industries of the future, the industries that will power our net zero economy, are built and sustained right here in Australia. It does this through the National Interest Framework, which identifies sectors where Australia has a comparative advantage or where investment is crucial to our economic security. This framework focuses on sectors that support global decarbonisation and where Australia has a reasonable prospect of sustained advantage. The government has already identified 5 key industries that will be the focus of this investment. 1, renewable hydrogen. 2, critical minerals processing. 3, green metals. 4, low carbon liquid fuels. And 5, clean energy manufacturing, including battery and solar panel supply chains. These are sectors that have the potential to create thousands of jobs and drive significant economic growth. They are the sectors that will revitalise and renew our manufacturing industry and secure Australia's place in the global clean energy economy. We are also investing in making sure that the things Australians rely on right here through the economic resilience stream of a future made in Australia. This is about learning the lessons of the pandemic and preparing Australia to deal with future challenges, building domestic supply chains to make sure we aren't relying on things overseas in a crisis. Labor want us to make things here and ship them everywhere. The opposition want us to make nothing here and import everything. Yes, the Coalition have opposed this bill and resisted the necessary investments in clean energy and domestic manufacturing. Under their watch, factories have closed, jobs have been lost, and opportunities to build sustainable futures squandered. They failed to invest in renewables, with 22 failed energy policies in 10 years, leaving Australia vulnerable to the shifting dynamics of global energy markets. Even now, we are 3 years into the parliamentary term and they haven't got a single serious or costed economic policy. All they have to offer is an expensive nuclear fantasy. Their opposition to this bill reflects the lack of ambition for our country and short-sightedness we simply cannot afford. They failed to recognise that clean energy investment and manufacturing are not mutually exclusive. They are intertwined, and this bill makes that clear. And they've made it clear to every worker installing solar, every worker making batteries and every worker in critical minerals that they won't have a job under a coalition government. By contrast, the Albanese government understands that the future of manufacturing lies in clean energy. That's why we are making significant investments through the $22.7 billion Future Made in Australia budget package. This package includes production tax incentives for hydrogen and critical minerals, the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, the Solar Sunshot and Battery Breakthrough Initiatives and the National Interest Account. These initiatives will make Australia an indispensable part of the global supply chain and cement our place as a renewable energy superpower. Now that's the kind of vision we should all get behind. A future made in Australia requires a skilled workforce that is ready to meet the needs of a transitioning economy. Recently, I attended the launch of the Electrical Trade Union's Charged Up report, which highlighted the urgent need for an additional 32,000 electricians by 2030 and a staggering 85,000 by 2050. This is a wake-up call for us. The Coalition spent years running down skills in our economy, leaving us without the workforce we need for the future. But this government is about fixing that. We've invested in TAFE with 500,000 fee-free places, and we're expanding our programs to train workers in clean energy industries. The government is also investing $91 million to accelerate the development of the clean energy workforce through expanded access to the new Energy Apprenticeship Program and VET courses. The Albanese government is also building a hydrogen centre of excellence in Queensland and a clean energy centre of excellence in Western Australia. And we're committed to increasing women's participation in these industries with initiatives like the Building Women's Careers program and support for STEM diversity. With this bill, we are building a strong, skilled and inclusive workforce. We are making sure that our regions, those that have traditionally powered Australia, are at the forefront of the net zero transition. This is about realising the opportunities for workers, communities and business right across the country. We are planning for the long term and we are doing it with the Australian people in mind. I am proud to stand in support of this bill today.
Thank you, Senator Darman. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think this bill is an absolute train wreck. An absolute train wreck. And I ask those listening to this debate, I ask you this question. Do you believe if there's a business in this country that can't find private shareholders and investors who are prepared to put their money into it, and also that business cannot find a lender, a bank, someone who provides debt finance, that business can't find anyone who's prepared to lend it money, do you think your taxpayer dollars, which you work hard for, should be spent by the government to invest in that business? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's sustainable? If these businesses can't find equity, capital being contributed by the private sector, if they can't find banks prepared to lend to them, why should your taxpayer dollars go into financing those businesses? Why? This is what I believe.
Order, Senator Scarr. Senator Chisholm.
I just ask that the Senator direct his comments through the chair.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Scarr, please remember to direct your comments through the chair.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I always get excited when there are people in the gallery. And when I'm here, I do like to make sure that we include them in the proceedings, but I'll do my best to adhere to Senator Chisholm's rebuke. In this respect, this is an extraordinarily important point. This is an extraordinarily important point. I believe that the government should focus on its core responsibilities. That is creating, firstly, an investment environment in which people in the private sector, capital in the private sector, comes to this country from overseas and is also generated within the borders of our country, and the private sector makes investments in the businesses of the type we're talking about. And then the government should use taxpayer dollars to actually provide the roads, the hospitals, the schools, and all the other government services needed, which provide an environment whereby businesses can actually be established and provide wealth and prosperity across the whole country. That's my belief. I do not believe that taxpayer dollars should be used as some sort of government process to pick winners. And I'll tell you why. History tells us governments, and this might come as a great surprise to those listening to this debate, government doesn't have a really good track record in terms of picking investors, picking winners amongst commercial enterprises. The government finds it hard enough to keep its own infrastructure projects within budget and on time. Why would you possibly trust the government to decide whether or not it should invest in a private enterprise or not? Why would you possibly trust the government to do that? I had 25 years in the private sector before coming to this place. One of my jobs as a senior executive in a mining company was to travel the world and look for investment opportunities. And I can tell you the biggest way to destroy shareholder value is to make an investment which was the wrong investment, make an acquisition of an asset which was the wrong acquisition. And I've seen billions of dollars of private sector money which has been lost through those sorts of investment mistakes. So given that environment, why would you possibly support a policy whereby the government is going to use taxpayers' dollars, and all the government money is taxpayers' dollars, and go out and try and pick investment winners, effectively play the share market? Why would you possibly support such a policy? And let me tell you this, the other issue with this policy is what happens once the government puts its foot on the sticky paper? What happens when the government makes that initial $100 million investment into an enterprise, becomes a shareholder in an enterprise? It's put its foot on the sticky paper. What happens if the economy turns, the market turns against that individual enterprise, and that enterprise says, well, we're going into liquidation unless we have another $100 million? What does the government do then? Does it write off the investment and walk away? That's hard. That's political, because the government has got its foot on the sticky paper. And if the government withdraws any future investment, then it's going to be heavily criticised. It'll be criticised first for making the wrong investment. It'll be criticised because the employees and the unions, rightly, will beseech the government to provide additional support. It'll be criticised because it's not supporting the manufacturing industry, and all the arguments we've heard that have been used in the context of the automotive argument will once again be used. It'll be déjà vu. And the government will then be trapped to continue to use your taxpayer dollars, the taxpayer dollars of the people in the gallery, the people listening to the debate, the people who don't even know we're having this debate about their money, about their taxpayer dollars. The government will be trapped to continue to provide additional support to those businesses. And that is the fundamental risk of government sponsoring businesses that can't attract the equity and debt themselves because private investors don't want to invest in them. That's why they need to go cap in hand to the government. And that's the fundamental risk, that those businesses which are unable to raise that equity and debt in the private markets are coming to government because they can't otherwise raise it. And then they become dependent on the public support. And then the government gets trapped because it's got its foot on the sticky paper. And it knows if it cuts them loose, then it's going to be heavily criticised. And so then the government starts to make irrational economic decisions with taxpayer money. And we've seen it before. We have seen it before. What the government needs to focus on is productivity energy costs, our regulatory system, and providing the environment for businesses to prosper. If all of these businesses that the government is talking about has this great net comparative advantage, why can't they raise money from the private sector? Why do they need to go to the government? They can't answer that question. And the answer to that question is because they don't have robust enough projects. If you've got a project that's going to be profitable and the risks can be mitigated, you'll be able to raise the money. But if you don't, you go to government. And they're proposing, the Labor government is proposing to use billions, not millions, billions of dollars, of your taxpayer dollars, to invest in these projects. Billions of dollars. What could go wrong? What could go right? It's probably a less elaborate question. And then consider the opportunity cost. The basic rule of economics, scarcity of resources. The government only has so much in taxpayer dollars. There's only a particular pool of taxpayer dollars. Would you rather your taxpayer dollars go to investing, picking winners in the private sector and investing in those companies? Or would you rather your taxpayer dollars go to addressing the recommendations which were brought down in the report of the Royal Commission into veteran suicide? I know what my preference is. Would you rather your government go out there and invest in businesses that can't raise money from the private sector? Or would you rather your taxpayer dollars go into the NDIS system, helping some of the most vulnerable people in our community? Or putting additional funds in the aged care system? Or providing for the defence of the country? Or doing any of the other things which we talk about in this place? Because this is a choice. For every taxpayer dollar, it can only go so many different ways. And what the government is proposing is to invest your taxpayer dollar, and bear in mind, these are borrowed dollars, because we've got net debt as a country. We owe hundreds of billions of dollars of debt. So the government, it's even worse. It's even worse. The government is going out and is borrowing these billions of dollars and then investing. It's like going down to your local bank, borrowing from the bank, and then putting the money on the share market. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? And time again, through Australian economic history, we've seen these issues arise, and policies such as this end up as absolute public policy debacles, where billions and billions of dollars of taxpayer monies are spent, and there's an inevitable conclusion that the business fails and taxpayer dollars, which could have been allocated elsewhere, are wasted. Now, these aren't just observations which I've made. This country has had the benefit of a productivity commission, which has been an outstanding institution in this country, which provides detailed, objective advice with respect to economic matters. And this is what Danielle Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, appointed by the Labor Party, has said in relation to these sorts of schemes. If we are supporting industries that don't have a long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. It diverts resources, that's workers and capital, away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. So that's the Productivity Commissioner speaking, appointed by those opposite. We risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies and that can be very effective in coming back for more. And that's the sticky paper phenomenon. Once the government makes an investment into these businesses, the government's foot is on the sticky paper, trapped. Former Productivity Commissioner Mr Gary Banks described the future made in Australia as a fool's errand that risks repeating mistakes of the past by propping up political favourites. So it's not just picking winners, it's picking political favourites. And that's not a politician in this place speaking, it's the former Productivity Commissioner. Gary Banks talking, one of this country's most well-credentialed economists. A fool's errand. He likened the scheme proposed by the government to Hotel California. You know the song by the Eagles, Hotel California, saying many will enter the program, but few will ever leave. Again, the sticky paper phenomenon. And you know what our Prime Minister said in response to Gary Banks? A Prime Minister who, with all due respect, has spent nearly the whole of his working life in this place, not out in the private sector or building businesses, but as a politician. He said Mr Gary Banks was a flat earther. That's how he described Gary Banks, a flat earther, right? That's like calling Galileo a flat earther. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Gary Banks, a very, very well-respected former Productivity Commissioner of this country, trying to bring to light the mistakes of the past because he considers this bill a fool's errand, which will actually lead to committing exactly the same mistakes, and he gets called a flat earther by the Prime Minister. Why couldn't the Prime Minister of this country actually engage in a sensible debate and explain to the Australian people why we shouldn't be concerned with the risk that if a company is going cap in hand to the government for funds, why should the taxpayer invest in that company if it can't raise money from the private sector or from banks? He doesn't answer the substance of the argument. He doesn't engage in a civil debate with respect to the substance of the argument. He gives the good one-liner, oh, Mr Gary Banks, a flat earther. Another eminent economist, Professor Richard Holden, defended Mr Banks, saying the Prime Minister's insult was wrong and uncalled for. Again, not my words, another economist who led to the defence of Mr Gary Banks. Professor Holden said, the PM says all the wrong things, and his main argument for subsidies is that other countries are doing it, like a primary school kid telling a teacher, but he started it. Another economist, not a politician, this is people who study this area and know the history. Stephen Hamilton, an independent economist, has said, there are many problems with industry policy and this is the big one. It's why I tend to favour more neutral investment incentives like a lower corporate tax rate or accelerated depreciation. I thought we'd learned these lessons, but apparently not. Apparently not. The bad old days are back. So, to those listening to this debate, through you, Acting Deputy President, of course always through you, billions of dollars of taxpayers' dollars are going to be spent on investments as the government goes out there trying to pick winners, playing the stock market and playing political favourites. Good luck.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I too rise to speak on our government's Future Made in Australia bills, and I'm very proud to do so because these bills are about our plans to deliver a future made right here in Australia. Because it's our actions now and it's this government's leadership that will guide us through the net zero transformation, that will bring forward significant new investments and that will harness our strategic advantages and entrench our national resilience, all the while ensuring the benefits of the investments that we make are returned to the economy and to communities. These bills are part of our plan to deliver the next generation of Australian prosperity. And as the Prime Minister has said, we are in the middle of the biggest change in the global economy since the Industrial Revolution. At the same time as these economic changes, we are in a period of geopolitical and strategic uncertainty as well. But we can chart a path to prosperity and opportunity through all of this. We can utilise this opportunity to secure Australia's place in the international transition to net zero, to make the most of our natural advantages and transform ourselves into a clean energy superpower. Here in Australia, we are so fortunate to have many natural and human-made advantages, from our natural resources, our abundant critical minerals, to our sun, and our strong winds as well, to our proud history of manufacturing, research, innovation and technological change. It is all of these advantages, it is this expertise that makes it absolutely critical for us to capitalise and make the most of the opportunities before us to modernise and strengthen our economy. These bills are about setting us up to prosper from change, not to protect ourselves from it. They will provide an appropriate framework to modernise our economy and deliver industrial policies backed by the evidence and the rigour that is needed to grow investment in priority industries. Now, we are not looking to replace private capital. We are looking and working to attract private capital, and we'll use the power of government and the private sector to maximise economic benefits. And the investors, well, they are already lining up. We're creating the framework for an ambitious industrial policy that will move Australia beyond dig and ship, because we can do better than that. And this is just the start of our plans. These bills establish our national interest framework, a framework to guide the decision-making of government that highlights what our national priorities are and sends a clear signal to investors on where public support will be available to bring forward investments, to grow our critical industries and to deliver a future made in Australia. The National Interest Framework will have two streams, net zero and economic resilience and security. The net zero stream acknowledges the industries of the future, industries like green metals, hydrogen and low carbon fuels that will be critical to decarbonising our industries here and abroad. The economic resilience and security stream acknowledges our place in the world. It sets us up to play an important role and to back ourselves in. These bills also set up the processes for the Treasury to undertake sector assessments, and these will be commissioned by the Treasurer in consultation with relevant ministers, and they'll be based on our national interest framework. They assess the case for providing public investment, and they'll provide much-needed rigour and justification based on evidence for public support and public investment. And critically, they'll be done...
Thank you, Senator. Your time has expired. You will be in continuance. I shall now proceed to a 2-minute statement. Senator Askew, you have the call.
Thank you. If you ask anyone about their experiences with healthcare in this country, no doubt you would have heard many horror stories of a system crumbling under the pressure to provide adequate diagnosis and treatment options. There is a sentiment in the community, and it is a sentiment often repeated in this place, that healthcare in Australia does not meet the standards demanded by our communities for those who both can and can't afford private health insurance. This is no more prevalent than in my home state of Tasmania, where we lack options for private hospitals and our public system is overburdened with many people struggling to afford the health care they need. While this situation seems dire, there is a glimmer of hope in Tasmania's health horizon, and it comes in the form of a not-for-profit health insurer. I had the opportunity recently to visit the new St Luke's Wellness Hub in Launceston with my colleague, Shadow Health Minister Senator Ruston, to meet with St Luke's CEO Paul Lupo. St Luke's is a Tasmanian company that has provided private health insurance to Tasmanians since 1952. They are locally owned and not-for-profit, meaning everything they do is for their customers. The Wellness Hubs offer a range of programs and initiatives to inspire fitness and proactive preventative health, while events run from their centres in Launceston and Hobart 5 days a week. Some examples include yoga, meditation and breathwork, children's first aid and circle dancing. St Luke's established the Wellness Hubs as part of their commitment to their ambition to make Tasmania the healthiest island on the planet. A great ambition. Preventative health is the most underrated form of healthcare there is, and as governments we tend to focus on diagnosis, treatment and prognosis services. We should, however, acknowledge that prevention is always better than the cure. St Luke's is a health provider that focuses on people, not a policy number, and I was delighted to have the opportunity to show the important work they are doing to Senator Ruston, not because of any request for government support, but simply because of their...
Senator Stewart, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
It remains an incredible privilege each day to serve in this role as a member of the Albanese Labor government, Australia's first majority female government. And this wasn't by accident. Our government is a powerful example of the positive impact of quotas. This month marks 30 years since the 1994 Australian Labor Party National Conference, where the ALP adopted affirmative action quotas for women to be pre-selected into winnable seats. We now have the most gender-balanced federal parliament in Australian history. Despite the success of gender quotas, full representation is still lacking. Only 7% of current parliamentarians have a non-European cultural background, despite approximately half, or 48.2% of Australians, having at least one parent at home born overseas, and 18.6% of Australians identifying with a non-European cultural heritage. The makeup of the 47th Parliament shows that we are absolutely on the right track. We know that our intentional and intersectional approach to diverse representation has played a key role in our ability to make informed policy decisions that benefit the lives of all Australians, but particularly for women and families. Today, the Albanese government will introduce legislation to lock in funding for a 15% pay rise for early childhood education and care workers, a primarily female workforce. Today's announcement recognises the important role our early educators play. It's better for parents and it's good for the economy. Under the Albanese Labor government, we've seen that Labor has delivered the lowest gender pay gap on record, down from 14.1% when the opposition were in government. We've delivered record women's workforce participation of 63.2%, a genuine prioritisation of women's health, $4.7 billion towards...
Senator, your time's expired. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Black lung disease remains a serious and persistent health issue for coal workers in Queensland, including in my hometown of Gladstone. Currently, former coal mine and quarry workers are able to access free screening for mine dust lung diseases every 5 years, often via the Heart 5 mobile unit or the Black Lung Bus, which serves regional and remote Queensland. But that service is not available to former workers who handled or transported coal. So that's people who worked in the railway, the port and power station workers. Recently, I stood up in Gladstone with Ian, a former Gladstone port worker. Ian has black lung and has been a leader in fighting for all coal workers to be eligible for the free black lung screening program. Together, Ian and I called on both Labor and the LNP to commit to making former railway, port and power station workers eligible for black lung screening and to increase testing frequency from 5 to 2 years, regardless of who forms government in Queensland in October. This is a very small and reasonable ask. Coal dust is coal dust, whether you're working in a mine, in a coal-fired power station, at the ports or transporting it by rail. Coal communities have literally powered the country for decades, often at great risk to their health. If Labor and the LNP want to stand next to coal workers for press conferences and election ads, they should also listen to them when they ask for help fighting this deadly disease.
Senator Brockman, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, Labor is bad for my home state of Western Australia. I've only got 2 minutes, so I can't tell you all the reasons why Labor is bad for WA, but I'll go through just a few of the top reasons. Firstly, their disdain for the mining industry. Just a few minutes ago in this place, someone described the mining industry as dig and ship, which ignores the amazing investment in technology, in R&D, in high-paid jobs in my home state of Western Australia. Let's go to reason number 2, the nature-positive laws that Labor's now slipped into the bottom drawer till after the next election. Laws that would destroy the economy of Western Australia. Let's go to number 3, the return of union thuggery to the Pilbara. Back to the bad old days of the 1970s, when the iron ore industry was absolutely brought to its knees by the inefficiencies and ridiculous demands of the union movement on mine sites. 26 shop stewards in a small mine doing nothing but, quote unquote, representing the workers. And guess what? After those mine sites were cleaned up and the union thuggery was tossed out, they actually became safer mine sites. And number three, of course, they are destroying the great West Australian sheep industry by cutting off one of its chief markets, the export trade to the Middle East. This Labor government has been a disaster for Western Australia, a disaster for the mining industry, a disaster for agriculture, and the sooner we can get to the polls and show them what we think of them, the better.
Senator Brown, you have the call.
Thank you. I rise today to acknowledge the remarkable career of Ken Morton, one of Tasmania's most influential, respected and successful football managers, as he steps down from his role as head coach of South Hobart Football Club after an extraordinary 16-year tenure. Ken's football career began back in the 1960s when he joined Manchester United as a young player. He continued to play in English football leagues before making his way to Australia and began coaching in Tasmania in 1979. Ken went on to coach teams in Australia's top football competition, spending time at the Wollongong Wolves and Heidelberg United Football Club before returning to Tasmania. Since joining South Hobart in 2008, Ken has led the team to an unprecedented level of success, securing 5 consecutive Premier League titles from 2008 to 2012, as well as multiple state championships. His leadership and passion for the game have shaped South Hobart into a powerhouse of Tasmanian football. Ken's contributions to Tasmanian sport extends to player and coaching development, particularly through his work at the Moreton Soccer School, nurturing young talent and investing in the future of football across our state. His dedication to fostering the next generation of players reflects his lifelong commitment to the game. Legacy, it's what we all are remembered for. It represents our passion, character and impact in the life we've led. Ken leaves a legacy on a game loved by billions in a humble state that has always punched above its weight. His mark on this beautiful game will be remembered in the Tasmanian footballing community for generations. Ken's leadership, vision and passion have left an enduring mark on Tasmanian football. Ken, I know the South Hobart community and football fans across Tasmania will celebrate your immense achievements and contributions. Thank you for your dedication, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavours.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. It's been a big week for current and former soldiers, sailors and aviators, but it's been made worse by this government reminding our veterans that it chooses the top brass over them. Veterans are sick of being kicked in the guts by governments that are in lockstep with the top brass. Just 4 days after the Royal Commission handed down its final report, the Minister of Defence released his response to the Brereton report. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? As he always does, Minister Miles has thrown once again our diggers under the bus. This response has been in the works for 4 years, but he decides today is the right time to release that response. You have to be crediting me. How insensitive. Yet in his response, he still managed to forget one key thing: the accountability of the top brass. While up to 10 current former soldiers will be stripped of their medals, surprise, surprise, apparently Angus Campbell isn't one of them. He was a commander of Joint Task Force in Afghanistan from 2011 to 2012, and he didn't know what was going on, and he calls himself a leader? You're kidding me. One of the 143 recommendations of the Brereton report was accountability of the top brass, yet Minister Miles and Minister Keogh resort to their natural instinct, throwing our diggers under the bus. While this government keeps turning its back on diggers, they can't get the mental health they actually need. I want the government to tell me how many mental health beds there are and where they are located by 4 o'clock this afternoon. As a guess, I reckon they have no idea. This stacks on diggers, absolutely stacks on diggers, while the top brass and generals go without any accountability has to stop, and it has to stop today. Just as the top brass need to be held accountable, so do Minister Miles and Keogh. But once again, I have to ask, why would the Albanese government release a Royal Commission report on Monday where thousands of soldiers have told their stories and then throw this in their face today when you've had 4 years with that report? What were you thinking? What were you thinking?
Senator Bragg.
It's a very important rule for life that a person should never be trusted if they have changed their football team. And I just wanted to put on record that the reason that I've never changed my football team, despite representing New South Wales, is because of that rule, but also because it would be a great shame not to be able to follow the Geelong Football Club, which has started very well in this final series. I know that this final series is giving great joy to people all around the country as we celebrate the magnificent Australian Football League, formerly, of course, the Victorian Football League. And I just wanted to put on record that it was a real pleasure to be able to go to the GWS Giants training facility at Homebush recently and to be given a tour of that facility, which was the beneficiary of a very generous grant from the former coalition government. And it was a really fantastic facility to see. And not only do GWS have a great song, they have done a great job in engaging that Greater Western Sydney community. And I just wanted to put on record that the GWS team is definitely the best of the two New South Wales Australian Football League clubs. And I look forward to GWS defeating the Brisbane Lions on Saturday night, and it was a great opportunity to go and see their facilities. And it's a really quite amazing thing to see how many children now in New South Wales and in Sydney are playing Australian rules football. It is the Australian game. And I'm very, very pleased to see that overtake many rugby league and rugby union aficionados. Thank you very much.
Senator, order. Senator Chisholm, on another subject, I hope.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. And it is on another subject, but it's a very important subject, and that's about Australia's opening doors for Australian agriculture and processing industries to grow and diversify their overseas markets. We know that when our farmers do well, Australia does well. And under our government, the industry is going from strength to strength when it comes to exports. ABARES analysis of exports has shown in 23-24, agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports were worth $76 billion, the second highest value on record. In 24-25, agriculture exports alone are forecast to reach $68.5 billion. We are committed to building on this success and supporting the industry's ambition to reach a farm gate value of $100 billion by 2030. We recorded 88 technical market access achievements in 23-24, including opening 10 new markets and 44 improvements to existing markets. These achievements include removal of duties on Australian bottled wine exported to China, restoring commercially viable access for Australian exporters, maintained access for canola to the EU, representing $2.1 billion of exports in 2023, new access for Hass avocados to Thailand. 662 tonnes have been exported since access was opened. And just this Tuesday, we secured another export win with new market access agreements signed between Australia and Vietnam, which will see Aussie-grown plums in Vietnamese supermarkets. There is more work to do to open new opportunities for Aussie farmers. The opposition spent nearly a decade eroding and neglecting our relationships with many of our trading partners. Our government is getting these relationships back on track. Because we know that trade means more jobs and better wages for workers, and that's what we continue to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the issue of Tibet. I want to thank my former colleague, Janet Rice, who was a passionate defender of human rights in this chamber, having taken over her role as co-chair of the Australian All-Party Parliamentary Group for Tibet. I'm proud to continue her advocacy for the Tibetan Australian community and for the fight for the fundamental rights of the Tibetan people. Monday was Tibet Lobby Day. Thank you to the members of the Tibetan Australian community who came to Parliament and made their voices heard. Thank you to Pema Tarat Sangh, Tenzin Rabton and Tenzing Nyadon who shared their stories with me. I heard of the immeasurable impact that fleeing Tibet has had on each of them and their families, of crossing the Himalayas at just 6 years old, of being unable to talk freely to their family in Tibet because of language barriers and the loss of Tibetan language and culture. Millions of Tibetans in Tibet are living in oppression, unable to speak out or protest the occupation of Tibet without fear of arrest and torture. We must call out human rights abuses wherever they occur. The Tibetan community are asking us to listen and to help. They want an end to the colonial boarding school system and to the cultural genocide that they are experiencing. They want to protect the future succession of the Dalai Lama. They want Magnitsky-style sanctions on 5 Chinese officials who are committing human rights abuses and have been called out by many other countries using Magnitsky-style sanctions. It is possible for us here in the Australian Parliament to make a real difference, much like we did with apartheid in South Africa, like we did in Cambodia. We must show our solidarity with Tibet on the global stage.
Senator Pocock, David.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Today I wanted to thank our GPs. GPs play a huge role in our health system. I've been privileged to meet with quite a few in the ACT over the past 2 years, and from what I can see, it is very tough work. I've heard stories of GPs spending hours on Saturday mornings finding mental health beds for patients, or working into the night looking through lab results and writing notes. Unfortunately, we're just not training enough GPs to meet demand now, let alone in the future. In Canberra, we have less GPs per capita than in any other capital city in Australia. We need more. More GPs will help with bulk billing rates, but importantly, it will help with both accessibility and burnout in the GP workforce. One thing we could do straight away is work to address the clear financial disincentives doctors face when they're looking at a career in general practice. In some cases, it can amount to a $40,000 pay cut for someone to move from working in a hospital to private practice. That's something we can work to fix, and I believe it would make an immediate difference to the next generation of GPs out there. We could also tell states and territories to keep their hands off Medicare rebates. Payroll taxes on Medicare rebates aren't just squeezing bulk billing rates, they're squeezing margins in practices. They're a cash grab that are making our job in repairing general practice much harder. Thank you to our GPs and all that you do. I look forward to working with you more on this in the years ahead.
Senator Cardell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. No matter what side you're on in the nuclear debate going forward, there are so many great people I've got to meet as part of this conversation, and the New South Wales Nationals Women's Council, ably led by Kelly A. Sloan, who unfortunately for her resides in my office most of the time, has gone around and got a series of really prominent and powerful Australian women and others to talk about their roles in nuclear. And the skills and devotion and the things they have done have been really, really uplifting. I had the pleasure of doing a 1.5-hour broadcast interview with Helen Cook just a couple of weeks ago. Helen is part of the G&E advisory. She has gone around the world. She's been part of the nuclear regulation and approvals process in UK, USA, UAE, Turkey, Bahrain, Denmark and Estonia, and went through a whole lot of works on that. As well as that, she's a single mother of 2 kids, and just the power and the energy that must take to do that. As well as that, we had Olivia Kerr, another fine young National woman or National Party woman. She interviews Jazz Diab and Kirsty Braben. And Jazz is the president of the Women in Nuclear Australia. She's a part of the ARPANZA Safety Committee. They're out there dealing with this stuff all the time. Their level of knowledge and their level of commitment around the world on the things they do, their passion for a emission-free energy grid, their passion for energy to be out there and accessible to people. It's really great to see the propensity and the skills we have in Australia amongst these women. And the next one coming up, another interview. So this will be the 3rd interview in the group, Acting Deputy President. Again, Olivia Kerr will be running that. Now, Olivia, who isn't that, she's doing a PhD in nuclear engineering at UNSW, and she's previously had a Master of Engineering Science also from there. So these are the skills we have, and she'll be introducing Grace Danke, the Miss America 2023, who is a nuclear fuel scientist.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The chair of the agency that helps set the price of carbon credits is paid a government salary as a federal advisor and regulator, and will simultaneously be on the payroll of a company that makes money out of carbon credits. In June, the Albanese Labor government appointed Matt Keane as the Climate Change Authority Chair. Given his track record, how can Matt Keane be considered a qualified choice? As New South Wales Treasurer, his last budget tripled their deficit and put them on track to a $160 billion debt. As Energy Minister, he left their grid facing blackouts with the proposed shutdown of Liddell and Eraring power stations. Matt Keane's glaring incompetence, though, pales beside his conflict of interest. The Climate Change Authority that Keane chairs and from which he advises the government influences the price of carbon credits. 2 months after getting the job, Matt Keane accepted a second job. The Climate Change Authority mustn't be doing too much if the chair has time to shop himself around for other part-time jobs. When the chair is chasing other careers, do we really need a Climate Change Authority? That second job is with Wallamite Capital, who will make millions from investing in carbon credits. Matt Keane is chair of the government agency that helps set the price of carbon credits, while he works for a company that will make money out of carbon credits. It seems Australia has the best politicians that money can buy. What does the Albanese Labor government say about this blatant conflict of interest? Nothing. Silence. The government is happy to put the fox in charge of the henhouse, and Australians will continue to pay. The government's appointment confirms that climate fraud is all about transferring wealth from we, the people, to corporations and to billionaire parasites taking solar and wind subsidies or fleecing carbon dioxide credits. Only one nation will end the wind and solar subsidies rort, ditch the net zero plans and rorts, and fire Matt Keane.
Senator Hoskins, May.
Every day, Australians are making impossible choices. Choices between food, medicine, paying their rent, all while corporations like Coles and Woolworths are taking off with billions in profits. And what has the Labor government done in the face of this corporate greed? Absolutely nothing. But the Greens are forcing them to pay attention and act by introducing a bill to make price gouging illegal. The bill will rein in corporate greed and reduce the cost of food and groceries. We are taking a stand against the unchecked greed that is fuelling the cost of living crisis, and we're urging the Parliament to support these critical reforms. So the choice is yours, Labor. Support the Greens bill and help everyday Australians, or keep siding with the big corporations who are profiting from people's pain. As a fifth-generation farmer from central Victoria, I was devastated to see ABC's reporting of the cluster of Parkinson's disease cases near Ballarat and links to paraquat herbicide. Paraquat is a chemical that has been banned in 67 countries, including in Europe, China and the UK. Yet instead of banning paraquat here, Australia's pesticide regulatory body produced an unpublished paper to dismiss health links. A paper that was funded by the global agriculture giant responsible for paraquat's production. The failure of the regulator to ensure farmers' safety and instead choose to back the interests of mega chemical corporations is a clear display of industry capture. We join calls to ban paraquat, a chemical that continues to not only be used by farmers, but on school ovals, on sports grounds, by council workers. The government must ensure that Australia's pesticide regulator is truly independent and properly funded to do their job. The health of our farmers and their families is on the line, and the government must act.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, imagine a Sunday drive that doesn't damage the planet, where every kilometre cleans the air instead of polluting it. Switching to electric vehicles is a powerful step towards cutting carbon emissions. For many, the dream of owning a car that's kinder to both their wallet and the environment feels out of reach. Sometimes because of cost, but more often than not, because of range anxiety. By plugging in more EV chargers, we can turn this dream into a reality, making clean driving accessible and affordable for everyone. Think of our streets lined not just with trees, but lined with opportunities. Power poles utilised for curbside charging, offering a convenient place for EV owners to charge and roll on. We have the technology and the evidence. Ausgrid have trialled it. Energy Networks Australia and LEK Consulting have modelled it and reported on it. But the energy market operator AEMO hesitates while the rest of the world charges on. The government needs to mandate distribution network service provider-led rollout of curbside public EV charging infrastructure. We need to switch up our regulatory framework and recognise EV charging as a distribution service. Limited charging options leave drivers hesitant to make the switch, stalling progress at the curbside. Investing in a network of EV chargers empowers a wave of change that benefits everyone. We need to plug in more EV chargers and power up with clean, affordable and sustainable transport.
Senator Billick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In Australia, 1 in 3 women have experienced physical violence and 1 in 5 has experienced sexual violence since the age of 15. Such violence against women is experienced at all ages and stages of life and in every location across Australia. In a modern society such as ours, this is simply unacceptable, and with so many women experience violence at the hands of men, often fatally, it shows just how far we are from reaching gender equity in our country. We must do more, and I'm proud to say that the Albanese Labor government is taking action. Last week, following National Cabinet, the government committed an additional $4.4 billion in new funding to address the scourge of gender-based violence under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children 2022-2032. This is on top of the $3.4 billion that we have already invested in this plan since coming to government. Of the additional $4.4 billion announced last week, $3.9 billion will support frontline legal assistance services through a new National Access for Justice partnership with the states and territories. This includes a critical increase of $800 million in funding over 5 years to the legal assistance sector, with a focus on legal services responding to gender-based violence. Other investments announced last week include $351 million over 5 years to fund a renewed national partnership agreement on family, domestic and sexual violence responses, frontline services to be matched by states and territories, and $169 million in targeted initiatives to support the national plan and address gender-based violence. Despite these significant investments, we know that the job is not yet done and there is more work to do. Addressing gender-based violence is an absolute priority of the Albanese government, and we will continue to show leadership through action on this for as long as it takes.
Thank you, Senator Billick. Your time for responding. Senator McGrath, go for it.
It's Are You OK Day today, and actually most Australians aren't OK because they've got a terrible Labor government. And what they've got to remember, they've got a cost of living crisis, get rid of them.
Time has expired. We'll now move to question time. Minister Wong.
It's probably not the thing to trivialise. Yes, really.
Order.
Yes, really.
Order. Order. Senator McGrath, you've made your contribution.
Suicide.
It's about suicide prevention.
Order. Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I advise changes to ministerial arrangements. Senator McCarthy will be absent from question time today on account of ministerial business interstate. In her absence, ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President, party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Birmingham, we'll move to question time.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Before the election, the Prime Minister promised all families will be better off. However, since the election, prices have increased across the board by 10%. Rents are up 16%, health costs are up 11%, food costs are up 12%, and gas is up 3%. Economist Brendan Rinn said last week that high government spending is also hampering the Reserve Bank's efforts to control inflation. The Reserve Bank itself has said similar. Why can this government not manage inflation and instead is making the problem worse?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, this government's first priority is to deliver cost of living relief. And you've seen that by the priorities that the government has put in place and has delivered on, whether it is every Australian taxpayer getting a tax cut, not just some, every Australian household getting $300 of energy bill relief, 2.6 million low-paid workers who are getting their third consecutive pay rise, stronger Medicare, cheaper medicines in every community, HECS relief for everyone with student debt, more homes built more quickly in every part of the country, cheaper groceries by strengthening the Food and Grocery Code, all cost of living relief without adding to inflation, and, of course, planning a future made in Australia. Now, there is more to do, but this is this government's agenda. And can I just remind the Leader of the Opposition, when he comes into this place talking about cost of living, that those opposite have opposed every piece of cost of living relief we have provided. You've offered no help, no plans for people who are doing it tough, but what you have offered is relentless and pointless negativity. And of course, President, what we do know is that those opposite are planning $315 billion in cuts. This is their recipe to get the economy back on track. This is their recipe to get the economy back on track. They say this is their recipe for a stronger Australia. Cuts to Medicare, cuts to pensions, cuts to payments, cuts to housing, cuts to TAFE. This is what those opposite think leads to a better economic outcome for families. Well, from the party that has always believed in lower wages as a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy, I don't think Australians will think very highly of your $315 billion worth of cuts.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
President, before the election, the Prime Minister promised cheaper mortgages. But under Labor, interest rates have increased 12 times, meaning a family with an average mortgage is paying $24,000 more per year. Interest paid on mortgages has nearly tripled under Labor. As Labor's handed down 3 budgets, economists have said the extra spending is keeping interest rates higher for longer. Does the Labor government accept any responsibility for interest rates staying higher for longer in Australia, even as they come down in other countries?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Before I call you, Minister Wong, Senator McGrath, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw.
You referred to a senator in a derogatory way. In case you seemed puzzled, but you referred to a senator in a derogatory way. That's why I've asked you to withdraw. Minister Wong. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, one thing we are not going to do is to take the prescription of those opposite. These are the people who would prefer Australia to be in recession. I mean, that is what they are effectively saying. If you look at the last national accounts, as the Treasurer and the Finance Minister have gone through in great detail, as we have made the right calls to ensure that we deal both with cost of living relief in a responsible way, but also recognising where the economy is. The prescription that those opposite are calling for, would mean that Australia was in recession. Now, how is that going to help working families? How is that going to help working families? And that has always been your only prescription, isn't it? People have got to do it tough. That's why you voted against energy price relief. That's why you voted against cheaper medicines. That's why you voted against the Medicare reforms, and that's why you've always opposed higher wages for Australians.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
In June 2022, Australia's inflation was 6.1%, but in the Eurozone it was 8.6%, the US 9.1%, Canada 8.1%. Today, inflation is 3.5%, but in the Eurozone it's 2.2%, the US 2.9%, Canada 2.5%. So why was inflation better in Australia than other nations when Labor was elected, but is significantly worse today? Why are Labor's budgets keeping Australia's inflation rate higher for longer?
Senator Watt, I called you earlier. Interjections are disorderly. Minister Wong.
Make 2 points about both inflation and growth. First, in relation to countries overseas, inflation peaked later and lower here than in most other comparable nations. Rates started rising here later than most other comparable nations, and they rose by less in Australia than most of these nations, including the ones you've outlined. And remember also, some 2/3 of the OECD have had a negative quarter of growth, and your prescription would ensure we'd be amongst them. That is their economic prescription for this country. That is their economic prescription. Lower wages, less cost of living relief, fewer jobs, and less government spending, because we want to cut $315 billion worth of cuts out of the federal budget, which would include Medicare and pensions, where you can't get to $315 billion without doing that. You can't. Well, then come out and tell us what you're going to cut. Tell us what you're going to cut, because everybody knows what's in the Liberal DNA.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McGrath, I remind you of Standing Order 203. I've called you a number of times already, and we're not even 10 minutes in. Just a moment, Senator Walsh. I draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of a parliamentary delegation from the National Assembly of Vietnam, led by Vice Presidents Her Excellency Ms Nguyen Thi Tan. Last month, I had the privilege of visiting Vietnam on a delegation with Senator Ann Urquhart, the Honourable Kevin Hogan MP and Ms Dai Lei MP. I thank Her Excellency Tan for her warm hospitality. I wish to also express my deepest sympathies to you and the Vietnamese people as your nation faces extreme weather events triggered by Typhoon Yagi. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia, and in particular to the Senate. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government went to the election saying we would reform aged care for residents, for families and for aged care workers. Over the last 2 years, we have implemented reforms including 24/7 registered nurses on site, increased care minutes, wage increases for workers, star ratings and better care and practices across the sector. How is the Albanese Labor government working to lift the standard of aged care in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Walsh for the question, and in particular acknowledge the work that she has done throughout her career to support workers in the aged care sector through her union, and also that a lot of the work we've done and worked with that union over time has supported those wage increases into the sector that have been so critical, ensuring that we have a workforce to care for elderly Australians. Since the election, the Albanese Labor government has made it a priority to deliver on our promise to older Australians and to the people who care for them. Today, there is a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day. We've delivered that 15% increase to the minimum award wage for more than 250,000 aged care workers, with more to come. And the feedback from the sector is that that's made a real difference, not only in appropriately remunerating those workers, but also in retention of those workers in this critical system. This week we reach another milestone for older Australians and their loved ones. Today, the Minister for Aged Care and the Prime Minister and the Treasurer have announced a $5.6 billion package that will make sure older Australians have access to the aged care services they need and deserve. This delivers a massive $4.3 billion investment in support at home, starting on the 1st of July 2025. Essential changes to improving the funding, viability and quality of residential aged care, new laws to protect older Australians in aged care with stronger powers to investigate bad behaviour and civil penalties for breaching standards. And these reforms will deliver an aged care system that older Australians deserve. And I would acknowledge as well Senator Ruston for the work that she has done with the Minister for Aged Care, Minister Wells.
Thank you,
in
Minister.
that.
Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. And I too note the work of the Minister for Aged Care, Ms Wells, and the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Mr Butler, in leading these reforms. The Aged Care Royal Commission was shocking and an undeniable call to action. How are the Albanese Labor government's once-in-a-generation aged care reforms responding to the findings of the Aged Care Royal Commission?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Walsh for the question. The Aged Care Royal Commission found that the system was failing older Australians, and the final report can be summed up in the title of the interim report, which was titled Neglect. Since we were elected, the Albanese government has worked tirelessly to address all of the problems across the aged care system. The reforms we've announced today will deliver more and better care for older Australians. Today we address the first recommendation that was made by the Commissioners. The government will introduce a new Aged Care Act to replace the Howard-era 1997 Aged Care Act. This Act will deliver once-in-a-generation reform to aged care. It will ensure that older Australians will be treated with dignity and respect, and it puts the rights of older Australians at the centre of our aged care system. This Act will deliver certainty in the future of aged care for older people, their families and carers, workers, advocates and aged care providers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. And it's really wonderful to hear how we're moving from a system characterised as neglect to one of dignity and respect for older Australians. How will these reforms support older Australians choosing to retain their independence and remain in their homes as they age?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, and I thank Senator Walsh for the question. This new system will respond to the feedback we have received through the task force and other reports about what older Australians want. Increasingly, they want freedom, support and choice to remain in home and in the home and community they love. 1.4 million Australians will have the opportunity to stay in their home for longer through a new program called Support at Home. That program will start next year and will help older Australians to age at home. Support at Home will cut wait times to receive in-home aged care services. It will deliver more tailored support, increasing levels of ongoing care from levels 4 to 8. It will ensure fast access to assistive technology like walkers and wheelchairs, and increase the maximum support available from 61,000 to 78,000. Support at Home will offer a temporary boost through more transitional assistance. It will also provide access to palliative care, which is so important for older Australians.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. How many of the almost 3,000 Palestinians granted a visa by the Albanese Labor government who have arrived in Australia since the 7th of October have had their visa cancelled on character grounds?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Patterson, for the question. As I have previously indicated, we know that the opposition has been determined to make this issue a highly political one, and we know.
Order.
Sorry, Senator Cash, I'm answering
Senator
the question.
Cash.
We know
Senator
that,
Cash.
we know that the motivation of the opposition is to make this a political contest. We also know that the background checks that were undertaken before the granting of any of these visas were exactly the same processes as what occurred under the Coalition. That is a factor that they seek to ignore every time they seek to make this into a political issue. I will search for the figures to answer the specific question. I'm sure they're here somewhere in my brief, but obviously not being the minister responsible, they're not top of mind for me. But you know, our focus in managing these visa applications, as is the case for all issues surrounding the current conflict in the Middle East, is to ensure that we maintain social cohesion at all steps of the way. Again, that is something that the opposition has had no interest in, as they have sought to make this a political issue at every step of the way, most recently in relation to these Palestinian visas.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Point of order on direct relevance. Perhaps the minister now has the answer, but this is a straight question. There was no preamble. It's a question for factual information. If the minister doesn't know, he should take it on notice.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. The minister indicated he thought he did have the figures. Let's see if he has them at the moment, but otherwise, as you've suggested, I'm assuming the minister will seek to take that on notice. Minister Watt.
What I can tell Senator Patterson is that the government's position is that if a person supports an extremist ideology, their visa will be rejected or cancelled, and that is something that Mr Burgess, the Director-General of ASIO, has made clear as well. We have seen, well, it's rather unfortunate that members of the opposition have consistently sought to misrepresent the words of the Director-General of ASIO. They have completely ignored his request of politicians to mind their language around these issues to not inflame situations. The opposition continues to ignore it.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I'll try my luck on a separate question, but given the minister wasn't able to answer the primary question, I have my doubts. How many Palestinian document holders who have had their visa cancelled have been deported from Australia?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Watt.
Well, again, what I can tell Senator Patterson, and I can repeat the comments that Mr Burgess has made, is that anyone who fails character tests and fails the security vetting by ASIO doesn't get a visa in the first place, and should further information come to light, their visas are cancelled. Now, as I say, we have seen repeatedly the opposition try to make this issue into a political football and break down social cohesion. Mr Burgess, the Director-General of ASIO, has appealed to members of parliament to take a responsible attitude towards this. But the opposition continues to ignore that advice from Mr Burgess.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
I just want to give the minister an opportunity to read the brief he's been passed, and perhaps he has the answer.
Senator Patterson, you've asked your question. I assumed you had a point of order. It is not an opportunity to get up and make a statement. Minister Watt.
It's pretty easy to be a smart aleck in this place, and Senator Patterson is doing his best to impersonate me. I know a lot about being a smart aleck in this place, and Senator Patterson, you're a pale imitation. But the bottom line is that this government takes the security of our citizens seriously, and that involves this.
Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Last month, the Minister for Home Affairs said, and I quote, "Certainly no country in the world would send people back to Gaza at the moment." Minister, can you confirm that Palestinian document holders in Australia who have their visas cancelled will remain in Australia instead of being deported?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Watt.
Well, I'm not going to participate in the latest attempt of the opposition to try to whip up political fear and fear in the community around this issue. We know that the opposition, and Senator Patterson is one of the worst offenders at this, they are determined to whip up fear in the Australian community. And they have no regard whatsoever for social cohesion in this country. I'm not going to participate in that, and I'm not going to fuel it by participating in these kind of games from the opposition, when we have said, Mr Burgess at ASIO has said, that the Australian community's safety will be the most central issue that we consider when considering all of these matters. As we have said, and as Mr Burgess has said, if a person supports an extremist ideology, their visa will be rejected or cancelled. Anyone who espouses violent extremist ideology while in Australia will have their visa cancelled by the minister. Our government will also use character grounds to cancel the visa of anyone we believe is a threat to our country, and that's the way that it should be.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Mr President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Defence. The UK recently cancelled 30 military export permits to the State of Israel, including the direct transfer of F-35 fighter jet parts, because this equipment could be used to commit serious violations of international humanitarian law. UN experts back in February specifically urged Australia to immediately halt arms transfers to Israel, with the UN Human Rights Council making clear that this includes, and I quote, direct and indirect transfer or sale of arms, munitions, parts, components and dual-use items. The Albanese government currently has 66 military exports permits active with the State of Israel, and over 70 companies pumping out parts into the F-35 global supply chain. Why hasn't the Albanese government followed suit and cancelled these permits in relation to Israel?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Shoebridge for the question because it gives me the opportunity to respond to some of the misinformation he and others in the Greens political party are putting out. And I would start by making this really clear. Senator Shoebridge has spoken with approbation of the UK government's decision. He may have seen I have made comments about the UK government's decision, but I would make the point that we have actually been ahead of where the United Kingdom is because we have not been exporting weapons to Israel or ammunition for the last 5 years. So perhaps when the Greens come in here and make political statements which are incorrect, they might want to see the facts. They are very happy to be supportive of the decision that the United Kingdom has made, but failed to recognise that, in fact, Australia is not in the same position because we are not exporting weapons as you described. Now, well, you are continuing to interject, Senator Shoebridge, and what I find interesting is that you continue to run a line in this place and publicly in the face of the sort of frankly, violence and aggression and disharmony we have seen in these last 24 hours, and you know it not to be true. And that is irresponsible.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Perhaps we'll get an answer to this question. Last week, the Irish government sought legal advice. Last week, the Irish government sought legal advice on the import of goods from the State of Israel and stopped the importation of defence or military equipment from Israel. The Canadian Foreign Minister has also announced a suspension of some 30 weapons permits, including weapons permits that are going through the US to Israel. Why hasn't your government stopped contracts with Israeli arms manufacturers and weapons being sent to Israel via third countries?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. And I again would invite you to look at where we are compared to the two jurisdictions that you have outlined. I mean, this is just again a proposition which is.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge, you've asked your question. I had to call you to order during the last response from Senator Shoebridge. You are not in a debate with me. I've called you to order. That is what I expect. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. I again am very happy for you to refer to those two jurisdictions, Senator Shoebridge, but if you do so, it would be the honourable thing to do, the decent thing to do, to recognise where Australia is in comparison to those jurisdictions, which is we have not exported weapons or ammunition to Israel for the last 5 years. That is in a different position to those other countries. But but the reality is, Senator Shoebridge, you don't acknowledge that because it doesn't suit your narrative. It doesn't suit your political purposes. It doesn't suit your political campaign. And so you are happy to foment social disharmony in this country.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Shoebridge, just a few seconds ago, I called you to order. You are not in a running commentary with the minister. I've asked you to listen in silence. That is what I expect. Minister, please continue.
What I again would say is that Senator Shoebridge and others in the Greens continue to peddle things, facts, stories which are not true on this.
Senator Shoebridge, second supplementary.
Fighter jet, huh? The ICJ, the highest legal authority, said very clearly in July, all countries must abstain from entering into economic or trade dealings with Israel concerning the occupied Palestinian territory or parts thereof which may entrench its unlawful presence in the territory. Why has your government done nothing at all to follow that direction?
Thank you. Senator Polley, it applies equally to you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. What I would say to Senator Shoebridge is I have made very clear on behalf of this country our view about the importance of the observance of international law. We have been clear and consistent that Israel must protect civilians. We have been clear and consistent that Australia's view is Israel must act in accordance with the orders of the International Court of Justice, including in the provision of basic services and humanitarian assistance. I have said repeatedly that Palestinian civilians cannot be made to pay the price of defeating Hamas. We have worked with partners. Well, really? This is called diplomacy. This is called, this is working with other countries like Canada, like the United Kingdom, like Jordan, like the United Arab Emirates towards a common solution. It's about bringing people together, actually, and I know what you are about is division.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is...
Senator Shoebridge, we have moved on. I expect you to acknowledge that. Senator Grogan, please start your question again and restart the clock.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. I know that all Australians want to ensure that the energy system is reliable and affordable, and I would also draw people's attention to the recent evidence from the CSIRO that firmed renewables are the cheapest form of energy. And can the Minister please update the Chamber on how the government's renewables plan is delivering reliable and affordable energy to Australians?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Grogan, for your question. Well, I can update the Chamber that last week the government was able to announce backing for 6 large-scale batteries for Victoria and South Australia. And having gone out to tender for 600 megawatts, these projects will deliver nearly 1,000 megawatts of storage. And the projects are being underwritten by the Capacity Investment Scheme as part of the Albanese Government's Reliable Renewables Plan. Now, this scheme will deliver for our future generation needs by underwriting 32 gigawatts of capacity. We are investing in the cheapest form of energy, and as the Australian Energy Market Operator said back in April, we are seeing increasing renewable energy records being set, which is a good thing for Australian consumers, as it is key to driving prices down. Our plan overall is working. We've seen a 25% increase in renewables in the national grid. We have seen record investment in batteries and storage. We have greenlit 60 renewable projects. But on top of that investment, we are providing direct relief. We're delivering $300 in energy price relief to every household, and that comes on top of $3 billion in energy relief for millions, including pensioners, veterans, low-income families. Relief, of course, that those opposite voted against. And in their relentless negativity, they have been completely unable to vote for this or any other number of measures that are designed to support people with cost of living. When it comes to energy, Senator Grogan, we are seeing encouraging signs, because the impact of the recent DMO and our rebates mean that this year all DMO states are at least 10% and up to 22.8% cheaper than they would have been.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. I know previous attempts to underwrite new energy generation have not been as successful as the government's Capacity Investment Scheme. Can the Minister update the Chamber on further progress on how the government's Reliable Renewables Plan is attracting investment in renewable energy?
Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. Well, I can inform the Chamber that the government's Capacity Investment Scheme is working. And as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, Senator Grogan, there has been enormous interest from the private sector. And it does stand in contrast to the 22 failed energy policies from those opposite. Mr Taylor's underwriting new generation investments program, the UNGI program, remember that, which could perhaps have been titled the Underwriting No Generation Investment Program, because it failed to underwrite any new generation whatsoever, any at all. And in contrast, we were able to support 6 projects in Victoria and in your home state of South Australia, and more than 100 bids were made, a pipeline of viable projects. I can also update the Chamber that the first Capacity Investment Scheme tender for Western Australia has been massively oversubscribed, over 6 times what was tendered.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. And thank you for that information. I would also note the government has not taken the path of supporting nuclear energy, which the CSIRO have identified as the most expensive form of energy. Most expensive form of energy. Can the minister explain why the government's approach is the best pathway to Australia's energy system?
Minister McAllister.
Well, thanks, President. And just as we listen to the experts when it comes to climate science, we also listen to the experts on the energy system. And the experts, for example, at the Smart Energy Council say that the Coalition's nuclear plan could cost around $600 billion. Now, the Shadow Treasurer, of course, would need to deal with this, and Mr Taylor knew that nuclear wasn't viable when he was a minister in the last government. He certainly did nothing about this issue as minister. But here is what he said about nuclear in May. He said, well, at the end of the day, all generators, if they're going to be successful in delivering affordable, reliable energy and bring down emissions, have got to deliver a return on capital. Well, what did the Leader of the Opposition actually announce? Not that. Not letting the market decide, not underwriting anything even, but state-owned nuclear plants, paid for by the taxpayer to deliver the most expensive form of energy that there is. Poor Mr Taylor, he doesn't have a lot of luck in shadow cabinet, does he?
Thank you, Minister McAllister. And order. I'd like to I'd also like to acknowledge in the public gallery former Senator Sean Edwards. Senator Tyrrell isn't here, so I'm going to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for the Environment, Minister McAllister. Minister, a meeting is planned for the 121 New South Wales Aboriginal Land Councils in Orange to discuss the implications of Minister Plibersek's decision to block the Regis gold mine. Minister, do you accept that this decision by Minister Plibersek has caused serious concern among elected New South Wales land councils by undermining 40 years of New South Wales land rights legislation?
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Minister.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, for the question. We've talked about this issue, as you are aware, in this chamber for a number of weeks now in response to questions asked by people over here. And as I've made clear repeatedly, on this side of the chamber, we apply the law. And there are a range of reasons why it should be obvious to those opposite that that is an important principle, because in a decent society, the law is not an instrument to be weaponised, and we know what happens when governments don't apply the law, when governments take a different approach, because we know what that looks like. We've seen it. It looks like robo-debt. It looks like resources allocated on the basis of colour-coded spreadsheets. It looks like car parks, sports routes, all over again.
Sports routes, I haven't thought about them.
And working outside the law is a dangerous way to operate.
Order.
It is a recipe for uncertainty, and it's designed—
Minister, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. Minister, please continue.
It's a dangerous way to operate, and it's a recipe for uncertainty that'll scare off investment.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, President. Just a point of order, direct relevance to the question. The minister appears to be veering away from answering the question.
I believe the minister's being relevant to the question, but I will continue to listen closely to her answer. Minister.
Thank you, President. Well, as I was indicating, the approach that we take in this and all other decisions is to apply the law, and the minister has been very clear about that. Now, doubtless, that will excite strong views. There will always be people in communities who seek to see projects go ahead, and there will always be people in communities who oppose projects for a variety of reasons, and we're always interested in the opinions of all stakeholders. Indeed, it is why, in considering this particular project that your question refers to, Senator, the minister took advice from a range of organisations. And the advice I have
Thank
is
you,
that—
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Nampijinka-Price, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, aside from within those 121 land councils I refer to, does the government accept that the Barraville Land Council CEO and veteran of the 1965 Freedom Ride, Philip Hall's assessment that this decision causes a lot of confusion and it brings division within the community?
Thank you, Senator Nampijinka-Price. Minister.
Thanks very much, President. And Senator, I did see those remarks reported in the media this morning, and as I was indicating in my answer to your primary question, of course decisions like this draw attention from a range of people in the community. It was certainly the case when a similar decision was made by Ms Lee in the previous government under the same Act, under the same section. There were a range of opinions in the local community. There were a range of opinions in the local community, some supportive, some very disappointed. But the fact remains that the Act requires the Minister to consider, to consult on the application before her, and in this case she did so, and she took advice from 3 different Indigenous organisations in the local area, as I understand it, and the advice I have is that 2 of them were opposed and 1 of them was neutral. And that was amongst the evidence considered by Ms Plibersek in making the decision that she made under the law.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Nampijinka-Price, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Will the Minister seek out a meeting with these groups to hear their concerns?
Good question.
Thank you, Senator. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Again, and I refer to the answers I've already provided, the government is aware that the protection of cultural heritage and the way that we approach that inevitably is of interest for all Australians. And we are, of course, interested in the views, most particularly of First Nations groups in New South Wales and across the country. I think most people in this chamber will recall that after the destruction of Juukan Gorge, all major parties, yours, ours, agreed that that couldn't happen again, and undertook, and both parties agreed at that time that there were opportunities.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Thank you, President. Once again, point of order, relevance. The question was, would the Minister seek out these bodies and hear their concerns? Simple,
I will draw
yes or
the
no.
Minister to your question. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. And as I indicated, this chamber has had the opportunity previously to consider the need for reform to cultural heritage arrangements. And as I understand it, there is a bipartisan understanding that such reform should take place and consultation will be called to that.
The time for answering has expired. I understand it suits the Senate if we go back to Senator Tyrrell's question.
Goes to the Senate. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. Private hospitals, especially not-for-profit services, are losing money and fast becoming unsustainable. If private hospitals in Tasmania and other regional areas close down, it will become even harder for us to access healthcare in an overstretched system. At the same time, private health services have told me they have empty elective surgery and psychology beds. What is the government doing to address underutilised and under-sustainable not-for-profit private health services and ballooning elective surgery and psychology waiting lists in our public system?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question and for the ongoing advocacy and interest she provides on healthcare in Tasmania. The question Senator Tyrrell asks really goes to a state government responsibility here, because whilst the Commonwealth funds and makes a contribution to hospitals, they are owned and operated by state governments and state health services. And whilst there have been in past public-private partnerships with private hospitals to ensure that if there is excess capacity in those hospitals, that public lists can be delivered through private arrangements, they have been. Sorry, Senator Ruston keeps interjecting. I can't hear her. I can't hear what you're saying, Senator Ruston, but you are interrupting.
Order.
Well, it's not so much if it's a one-off, it's just when it's persistent it does distract you from your answer. But the point you raise is one where I think most state governments that I know have entered into arrangements with private hospitals for exactly those sorts of things, including in mental health services, definitely elective surgery. So there is nothing stopping that. I know the Department of Health under Minister Butler's leadership is looking at the issues that private hospital providers, particularly those not-for-profit providers, have raised about viability and pressures in the system, and I think it's in everyone's interest to make sure that the private and public hospital system continues to operate. Obviously, they do rely on each other. The private system often does the high volume, low acuity work, and then the public service sector does all the other areas, but it's absolutely important that they work together, and I know the Department of Health is looking into some of those viability issues.
Time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
President, during the COVID-19 pandemic, as you mentioned, Tasmanian private hospital services were used to reduce the elective surgery waiting lists, so we know that it can be done. Would the government consider a shared care model where elective surgery and psychology services are provided in private hospitals that are operating under capacity, so private health services can become more sustainable and elective surgery waiting lists are reduced?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
I mean, we're really keen to work with the state governments and anyone else who's interested to ensure that demand for health services more generally is being met. That's why we've had a lot of focus on urgent care clinics and ensuring that Medicare is able to, that people are able to afford basically to go and see a GP, because that helps public hospitals by keeping people out of hospital. But the point you raise is about when you are needing hospital care, how do you make sure that you optimise the arrangements there? And I think, certainly from our point of view, we have no issue with public health systems engaging with private health systems to deliver the program and operations that are needed. It really is a matter for those state hospitals, though. We work very closely with the Tasmanian government in these areas and are very open to suggestions from the Tasmanian government. I acknowledge you've got a small health system in Tasmania and it needs to work together, the public and private system.
Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Department of Veteran Affairs cost model provides a minimum fee to private hospitals to provide care to eligible patients receiving care in private health settings. Would the government consider this already proven model as a way to support both private hospitals providing care and to ease elective surgery waiting lists?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, in a sense, when public hospitals do engage the private hospitals, it's usually done on a model like Veterans Affairs. So it's usually for, the national efficient price of that particular procedure is then that underpins the arrangement. So I think that it largely exists now. I think it really is a matter of what the public hospital system can afford. Obviously, they're paying for all their operating theatres, their staff. They're dealing with all the emergency work that comes in as well as the elective work, and that's something the private system can offer, is that they're not constrained by emergency work. But it really comes down to, I think, what's affordable and how do you manage all the work that's being required. But definitely utilising the private system to help is part of the solution in the longer term, as is keeping people out of hospital and using new technology to make sure people don't have to undergo operations as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Defence, Senator Wong. Minister, on the recommendation of the then Chief of the Defence Force, General Angus Campbell, the government will strip Distinguished Service Medals from soldiers for allegations of war crimes that have not been proven in a criminal court. Yet the government will not strip the Distinguished Service Cross Medal off General Campbell. Minister, why do soldiers under General Campbell's command lose medals while he keeps his medal for commanding them?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Can I thank the Senator for his question, and Senator Roberts, as the Deputy Prime Minister has stated to the House of Representatives today, we finalised our commitment to close out the recommendations of the Inspector General of the ADF Afghanistan Inquiry Report, known as the Brereton Report, which was commissioned in 2016, a report which found credible information of alleged unlawful killings of 39 individuals in 23 separate incidents. Concluded there was credible information of a subculture of elitism and deviation from acceptable standards, and made a broad range of findings in 143 recommendations. As the Deputy Prime Minister has outlined, we have taken final action as a consequence from that report, resulting in the closure of 139 of these recommendations. 2 recommendations of the report related to command accountability and the treatment of honours and awards given to commanders during the relevant period. These recommendations relate to a small number of individuals who held command positions during the period in which the inquiry found evidence of unlawful conduct. The Deputy Prime Minister has written to...
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. A point of order. The question was very specific about Angus Campbell's Distinguished Service Cross. Why won't it be stripped?
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Roberts. Minister, please continue.
Sorry, Senator Roberts, I was seeking to respond by way of explaining how we were dealing with the recommendations in the report which relate to command accountability. I understand that the Minister for Defence, the DPM, has written to those whose awards were referred for consideration to advise that there has been a conclusion to that consideration of those awards. Decisions that have been made in relation to those awards are consistent with the findings and recommendations of the Brereton Report. Decisions around a command accountability are consistent with those same findings, and obviously we're not in a position, given the Privacy Act, to disclose the details and outcomes.
Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Brereton Report specifically excluded any findings on command accountability. The Implementation Oversight Panel, though, provided independent advice to government that the Brereton Report in doing this was inappropriate and senior command accountability must be examined. Minister, why are Defence's most senior leaders being let off scot-free for allegations in the Brereton Report, and why is your government ignoring the Oversight Panel's advice?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
President, I will see if I can get any further information to respond to the assertion in relation to the panel, because I don't recall that the facts being quite as you assert them, Senator Robert, but it isn't my portfolio, so I'll certainly have a look at that. But as I read out in my primary response, the recommendations, or 2 of the recommendations of the Brereton Report, did relate to command accountability and the treatment of honours and awards given to commanders during the relevant period. I think that was an alternative assertion was in your question. That's not the advice to me, and we have acted on the basis of and in a manner consistent with those recommendations.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, the criteria for the Distinguished Service Cross at the time General Campbell was nominated required him to be in action, meaning direct contact with an enemy. Yet there are no records of General Campbell being in action. Why does your government refuse to have the Honours Awards and Appeals Tribunal examine his award?
Minister Wong.
President, through you, Senator Roberts, I think that is a slightly different question to the one you asked me, which related to the Brereton Report. In relation to the actual awarding of those honours, that's obviously not a political decision, but a decision that is governed within that honours and awards systems. I would make the point these matters have been canvassed at length by, I think, Senator Lambie in a number of estimates, and I'd refer you to those answers, which including direct answers, to my recollection, including before the change of government, from General Campbell himself.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator Gallagher. The regrettable outcome of the Voice referendum has deepened the divide and left a profound sense of betrayal among many First Nations people. As we confront the worsening conditions in Indigenous communities, it is crucial to reflect on how we arrived at this juncture. According to New Horizons report in 2014, as little as just 26% of demand for alcohol and other drug services were being met, and since then the funding for AOD treatment services has not increased. I travelled around WA listening to many Indigenous communities who raised with me many local issues and feel they don't have a voice. Will the Minister develop an Indigenous-specific alcohol and other drug strategy informed by the needs of First Nations people as recommended by the WA Network of Alcohol and Other Drug Agencies report?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Payman for the question. This government has a proud record in this last 2 years on focusing on delivering practical progress in Indigenous health. Since coming to government, we've been taking a lot of different steps to tackle the critical gaps in health outcomes for Indigenous Australians under Minister Burney's leadership, under Minister Carney's leadership, under Minister McCarthy's leadership. There's a range of different programs, Senator Payman, that are going into either training First Nations health workers across the country, where we already have 180 students being enrolled, because that is key to providing services to remote parts of Australia. Also around cancer care, also around renal care. The issue you raise around alcohol and other drugs, I will take further advice on. I'm not aware of, I'm sure that there is work going on in that area. I don't have it in front of me, but I know we are taking a very broad approach to supporting First Nations communities. I also agree with Senator Payman that it was a regrettable outcome from the referendum, and I think certainly from our government's point of view, right throughout that time and that debate and subsequently to the vote, we haven't changed the amount of effort that's going into the practical delivery of services and supports to First Nations communities right around the country, whether it be in metropolitan areas or more remote areas, as you outlined in your question, in WA or in the Northern Territory or anywhere else. We are 100% committed to making a difference and improving the health outcomes of First Nations Australians in this country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister, for the answer, and I look forward to getting more information on that strategy. How does the government plan to address the alarming overrepresentation of Indigenous Australians in the criminal justice system, where there are 13 times more likely to be imprisoned than non-Indigenous Australians?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, as Senator Payman may remember, we took some commitments to the last election about justice reinvestment. That was led by Senator Pat Dodson, also a Labor senator from WA, and Minister Burney. And those programs are being rolled out because we recognised in opposition and argued for many years from opposition about the need to tackle the high imprisonment rate of First Nations adults and young people in this country, and committed to reducing imprisonment rates. And there are 30 community-led justice reinvestment initiatives across Australia, with 20 of them funding or being funded already. And these are based on successful programs which seek to provide support to reduce the amount of recidivism going on, and to make sure we are providing culturally responsive justice reinvestment programs in those local communities. There's plenty of evidence.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has now expired. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Considering the significant gaps in Year 12 completion rates and life expectancy between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians, what specific measures will the government implement to give Indigenous Australians a voice to improve educational outcomes and life expectancy?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, all of those are areas covered by Closing the Gap, where there are programs, and these are an important report that's provided annually to the Parliament on improving the educational outcomes of First Nations Australians, ensuring that we're dealing with some of those health issues that we've outlined, looking at issues around justice and offending, a whole range of areas that we have to continue to work on. And, you know, we are making progress in some areas, but we need to do more. But I can tell you the amount of effort and investment going into this area is unprecedented, because we are, and housing, which is also a critical issue. We have a record housing investment that Minister Burney led when she was in that position, which will actually make a difference. If you have a house and you have stable living arrangements, you're more likely to finish school. And so all of this is interconnected, and we're all focused on improving the lives of First Nations Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It follows the Environment Minister's Cultural Heritage Declaration on the McPhillamys Gold Mine project. On the 29th of August, New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council Chair and local Wiradjuri man, Roy R.C., said, "We've got an Aboriginal elder. He's a man who speaks with authority, and he believes the Section 10 application on the McPhillamys Gold Mine near Blaney was fabricated." Will the government now review Ms Plibersek's declaration, including to investigate whether the claims she upheld were falsified?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to thank you, President. Thank you to Senator McDonald for the question. And I think that really goes to the same issue that Senator McAllister has responded to on numerous occasions in relation to questions on that side, and that is that the Environment Minister has a statutory role under the legislation, which from recollection was actually passed by whilst the Liberal Party was in government, from memory, but I may be wrong on that. But certainly the original federal legislation, sure, fair enough. As she has a responsibility under the law, and the Minister has sought to apply the law.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, first supplementary.
Why did the government oppose the position of the Aboriginal Land Council Chair, who are the cultural authority in the area, under New South Wales government laws?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Minister Wong.
Well, President, through you, Senator McDonald, that is an assertion of law. I'm not in a position to respond to your primary assertion in that question, but I'd again revert to what I've said earlier, which is Minister Plibersek, as the relevant Environment Minister, has a role under the legislation, and she has applied that in accordance with the law.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McDonald, second supplementary.
The Minister has repeatedly said that First Nations Australians have been asking for and offering for decades to be listened to on matters that impact on their lives. So why, in the case of her rejection of the construction of the McPhillamys Gold Mine tailings dam, is the government not listening to the legally recognised local elders and members of the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council?
Thank you, Senator McDonald. And Minister Wong.
Again, you make an assertion in that about Indigenous representation. I'm not in a position to respond to whether or not that assertion is accurate, but I would say to you again, Senator, that Minister Plibersek has applied the Act in accordance with the law. That is what a person in her position is expected to do, just as the former Minister, Susan Lee, Ms Lee, also applied the Act in respect of the law.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator Watt. Cost of living pressures are top of mind for all Australians, particularly in the regions. When I speak with my constituents in regional Victoria, they tell me they're thinking about things like housing affordability, the cost of energy, prices at the checkout and their wages. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering meaningful cost of living relief while creating secure, well-paid jobs in our regions?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Darmanin, who's making an outstanding contribution since she joined us here in the Senate, and I know we all look forward to seeing much more from her in the coming years as well. Well, under the Albanese government, there have been nearly 1 million extra jobs created in the last couple of years, including in many in regional areas. Senator Cash, I didn't think I'd be hearing from you until the second supplementary, so well done. You beat my expectations. In regional New South Wales, there's been more than 128,000 extra jobs created, mostly full-time positions. Yes, I think that is something worth shouting about, so I'm glad that you're shouting with us. Senator Henderson, nearly 68,000 new jobs in regional Victoria. And back to you, Senator Cash, 17,000 in regional Western Australia.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Order on my left, and Senator Watt, may I remind you to address your questions to the chair.
Thank you, President. In my home state of Queensland, there have been 99,600 extra jobs created outside Brisbane, including over 56,000 that are full-time. And that includes an extra 48,000 regional women joining the workforce and almost 40,000 more young people. The measures brought in by the Albanese government, like cheaper childcare, fee-free TAFE, apprenticeship initiatives and other support designed to fill skill shortages, are supporting this growth and delivering more career opportunities in our regions, particularly for women and young people. And this matters because one of the most important things governments can do to assist regional Australians with the cost of living pressures that they're facing is to ensure they have a job. And under those opposite, we had 1 million fewer jobs in Australia, as well as having lower wages and less secure work. And they've said that they want to take Australians back to those dark times if they are returned to office. We've already seen Mr Dutton and the Coalition promise to repeal casual workers' rights, repeal the right to disconnect, repeal as yet undisclosed other workplace laws. They've said no to energy bill relief, no to housing, no to tax cuts, no to universal superannuation on paid parental leave. They just say
Minister.
no.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Since coming to government, the Albanese Labor government has announced a raft of measures designed to help all Australians respond to the cost of living pressures. These measures have included things like a tax cut to every taxpayer, $300 energy bill relief and record investment in social and affordable housing. Why is the Albanese Labor government's plan the best way to deliver cost of living support to regional Australia? And what would be the impact on the regions of an alternative plan?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister, beg your pardon.
Please, President, goes to the relevance of the question to the minister's portfolio responsibilities, an issue raised earlier this week. Senator Darmanin named 3 specific policy areas: tax changes. She asked about social housing, and she asked about energy bills. To my knowledge, none of those specific policy areas cited are responsibilities of the portfolio minister or the minister that he is representing.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I will check with the clerk because I understand at the beginning of question time Senator Wong did reassign some responsibilities, and I will double check that. Senator Birmingham, we're not in a debate. I said I would check, and that's what I'm doing. I advise the chamber that I am advised that Minister Watt is also repping regional development, and he can answer those questions that you identified, Senator Birmingham, and which were asked in that capacity. Please continue, Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Why don't they like the regions? Why don't they want to hear about the regions over there? Why don't they want to hear about tax cuts for the regions? Why don't they want to hear about jobs for the regions? Why do they want to hear about wage rises for the regions? Why don't they want to hear about housing for the regions? You know why they don't want to hear about that? Because they say no to all of it. They say no to all of it. They say no to regional Australians. They say no to urban Australians. They say no to men. They say no to women. It doesn't really matter what we talk about. They always say no. They even say no to a supplementary question. That's how negative you are. And you're absolutely right, Senator Darmanin. Our government is focused on delivering cost of living relief for regional Australians. We're doing that by backing multiple wage rises that have put an extra $143 per week in the pockets of 2.6 million low-paid Australians, delivering tax cuts for every regional Australian worker and delivering $300 in energy bill relief for every regional Australian home and businesses. We say yes, you say no.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
After a decade of failed energy policies, deliberate wage stagnation and telling hard-working Australians the only way to own a home is by rating their superannuation, what are the key barriers to delivering the Albanese Labor government's cost of living relief to all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator Darmanin, you asked what are the key barriers to delivering the Albanese Labor government's cost of living relief to all Australians. There they are. I can see Simon. I can see Michaelia. I can see James.
Senator
I can
Watt.
see all of you.
Minister Watt, I remind you, order, to refer to senators by their correct titles.
We all know that those opposite treat superannuation like the boogeyman, like it's something to be feared. They opposed it when it was created and they've opposed it ever since. This week they're at it again, trying to strip back superannuation rights, this time for Australian women through paid parental leave. And it's not right that regional women be denied a decent retirement because of the ideological obsessions of the coalition. And when it comes to housing, the Albanese government would already be rolling out housing across regional Australia if it weren't for the coalition of the Libs, the Nats and the Greens teaming up yet again to block our investments, delay funding and even try and block legislation about helping people to buy. You say no all the time.
Thank you, Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Kavashish.
All questions without notice. I was particularly interested in the questions in relation to the economy from Senator Birmingham to Senator Wong. And to Birmingham asked was specifically around why this government can't manage inflation. And instead of actually getting an answer to that question, we got an answer around the tax cuts and around the energy relief. And I think what we need to stop and reflect on for a little while is that, you know, there's this $300 of energy relief over, over a 12-month period that every household gets. And we also have the scenario where we have the tax cuts that Senator Wong spoke of. But let's just look at one element of what Australians are dealing with as a result of the current inflationary and cost of living crisis in this country, and that's the average Australian home loan, $750,000. And that is an additional $35,000 a year in mortgage repayments for those families. Now, I'm really sorry, but a $300 energy rebate does nothing to dampen the impact of that. These are catastrophic conditions for many, many Australians, and primarily for young Australians who've only purchased their first home in the last couple of years, who've actually seen their expenses just blow out exponentially, and has turned what was meant to be their Australian dream into an Australian nightmare. And we need to reflect on that and actually think on that. Like, that's fundamentally unfair. And we need to address the issues at hand, and those issues specifically point to this government's inability to manage that inflation? And it is a really important question that didn't get answered. But something that also struck me in that answer was a comment that there are more homes in more parts of the country being built more quickly. I think I took that down accurately, but that's my recollection of it. Now, that is inherently untrue. There are less homes being built, they are more expensive, and it is happening less across our country. So the exact opposite of what was told to Senator Birmingham's question is what is actually the lived experience of Australians who are trying to get into a new home. The homes are not being built, and that is an absolute fact. In my state of New South Wales, the state Labor government's targets of new housing will not be met. That's a given. There's no question about that. We know it won't happen. So we absolutely know that more homes in more parts of the country are not being built. Senator Patterson asked Senator Watt some questions in relation to Palestinian visas, and I observed with interest that it was a very straightforward question from Senator Patterson. How many of the 2,922 Palestinians granted a visa by the Albanese Labor government since October 7 have had their visa cancelled on character grounds? That is a very straightforward question that would have a numerical answer. So either the minister knew the answer to that question where he could provide it, or he didn't, where he could take it on notice. But instead, for a full 2 minutes, we had a preamble and a discussion around background checks and visa criteria and pointing to the opposition and different things that they've done in government, when the answer was a simple statistic. How many? It's a number. A discussion wasn't required, a preamble wasn't required, a background as to the construction of different character grounds or character tests for visas wasn't required. So that is quite a significant concern as well. And finally, Senator Nampijinpa Price asked a question about the Regis gold mine. Again, just asking, will the minister seek out a meeting with the group to hear their concerns with the groups involved? And there could not be a simple answer of yes or no. Again, a broader discussion about different things, but no simple answer. And sadly, today's experience with questions without notice is very reflective of this government and its lack of transparency and the lack of willingness to answer questions directly.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. So let's just get a couple of facts on the record in response to that contribution. I have to say, as a fellow New South Welsh woman, I have great respect for Senator Kovacic and the people who elected her, but I do sense some glee when she describes concerns about housing. And I'm very concerned about housing and people getting access to housing. But I can tell you what's one thing that they need to come to terms with and tell the truth about here in this place is their permanent opposition when they team up with the Greens to prevent the advance of legislation to support the delivery and development of housing. So if anybody's getting in the way of the young people and the not so young and the people whose lives have fallen apart and they're starting again on their own later in life, if anyone's getting in the way of the hope of getting a house in New South Wales, it's not this government, it's the whinging opposition and the chorus of Greens who support them in blocking the movement of this government towards the delivery of a vital need for Australians, which is housing. So let's just get that one on the record. With regard to the visas, all the hand-wringing that goes on, let's just be clear. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter where you come from or what visa you were on. The reality in Australian law is that everyone who applies for an Australian visa is subject to the same security standard. There's no special deal for one group over another. The reality is they're the same standards applied.
Now, those standards are not set by anybody who's in here. They're set by the agencies. And the same personnel are applying those same security standards without fear or favour to everyone from anywhere and continuing exactly what happened under the former government. So let's be clear about that too in response to some of the nonsense that's been put forward by those opposite today. But I dare say that most people who might be in a car somewhere driving and listening to this reflection on what just happened in question time will be much more interested in the things that Labor is actually doing to help them, their fellow Australians, their family, friends, their workmates. And let's just go through a few of the things that Senator Wong put on the record once again. Because unlike the opposition, the Liberal National Party, who are almost dying for a recession to come on, we know that we want to support Australians. And that's why we are delighted to have seen and supported 2.6 million Australians, low-paid Australian workers, getting their third pay rise. And that's very different from those opposite who said low wages are a design feature of their economic policy. There is a huge difference between the vision of what's fair for Australians from those who sit on this side to those who would be the alternative government if they could get the votes together. But you want to be very, very, very careful about thinking about giving any consideration to the Liberal National Party, who claim to be great economic managers. Let me tell you, they're after $315 billion. And I wonder if they're going to cut the $315 billion from people who are getting support from this government with regard to Medicare. There are 1 million Australians, some of them your friends, some of them your family, 1 million Australians who are on low income. They're earning, but 9% of taxpayers are on a low income, and they are continuing to be exempt from having to pay a Medicare levy charge under this government, or they pay at a reduced levy rate, and that helps them. That helps them with their cost of living. And I tell you who it helps the most. It helps women, because 57% of the beneficiaries who get that assistance, so they don't have to pay that levy on Medicare, are Australian women. That's $640 million. Is that part of the $315 billion that they want to cut? What about the energy rebates that 10 million Australians are going to get? $3.5 billion is what the government is investing and assisting Australians in this time where there is struggle. A $300 rebate is nothing, according to those who gave evidence, who spoke this morning here. The reality is, we want to help 10 million Australians, not take away from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Smith.
Deputy President, I'm going to accept the invitation from the Labor Senator from New South Wales to put some facts on the table. West Australians are beginning to write up their report card on Labor's first term in office, and it's not good. Savings accounts are shrinking. Average household savings ratios are just 0.9%, a historical low. Mortgage repayments are increasing. A family with a $750,000 mortgage is now paying an extra $24,000 a year in mortgage repayments. 2 years ago, West Australian voters trusted Labor. Today, they are filled with disappointment, and that disappointment is turning to anger. The Perth Consumer Price Index in the last year rose by 4.6%. Think about that, 4.6%, the Perth CPI, when the national average was 3.8%. Why is it that West Australians are paying a higher price for Labor's economic mismanagement than everyone else in the country? And in the June quarter, the Perth CPI rose by 2.1%, twice the national figure. So again, why are West Australians paying a disproportionate, a higher price for Labor's mismanagement? The latest RBA data provided to the Senate Economics Committee
shows that the share of borrowers now facing 90-day arrears on their mortgage repayments has surged from 0.43% in Western Australia to 0.62%. That is a 44% increase in the number of people facing 90-day arrears on their mortgage repayments in Western Australia. And of course that figure is second only to Victoria. That same RBA data shows that every state and every territory is now experiencing increases in the number of households in 90-day arrears on their mortgages. And of course, this week we had more bad news. That bad news is that Australian households are now fearing for their job security. In Westpac's most recent Consumer Sentiment Bulletin, it said, and I quote, "The less confident outlook for the economy is also sparking fears about potential job losses. The Unemployment Expectations Index rose 3.7% to 138.4 in September, up 11% since April, and now materially above its long-run average of 129. Not so long ago, Australian families were saying to themselves, we don't like the cost of living pressures, we don't like the inflation challenge that the government chooses not to tackle, but we might just manage this because we've got job security. Well, guess what? The safety of job security is no longer safe in the minds of many West Australian households. People are fearing for their mortgages, fearing for the rising cost of living, fearing for the rising level of inflation, and now they are fearing, according to Westpac's most recent Consumer Sentiment Bulletin released this week, now Australians, and West Australians in particular, are fearing for their jobs. They are now more fearful than they have been for a very long time about their job security. And that pain is also being felt by businesses. 2024 is starting to feel very much like 2008. Last year, over 1,000 businesses became insolvent in Western Australia. That is twice as many as there were at the peak of the GFC in 2008. West Australians are feeling vulnerable, and they can't understand why Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Labor Treasurer Jim Chalmers are hurting West Australian families when just over 2 years ago they put their trust in Labor. That trust has been broken. That disappointment is turning to anger, and Labor is on notice in Western Australia.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Sorry. Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. I feel like the really strong overarching theme for today's questions from the opposition is hypocrisy. And I'll just go through a couple of examples about why that is. I feel like a really obvious one is that we campaigned pretty hard to enshrine a voice into the Constitution for First Nations people. Those opposite campaigned relentlessly against it in a pretty ugly way. And then they come in here lecturing us about listening to First Nations people when they denied just that. It is absolutely laughable that they are trying to lecture us about listening to First Nations people when we campaigned on just that. And as someone who has worked with traditional owner groups to resolve conflicts in their groups, to repair relationships amongst family groups in traditional owner groups, I know firsthand the damage it does when politicians pick their favourites. That is exactly what's happening here. They are choosing to elevate the voices of some, the people that they think are more important, in this place to get their political point across, and it's a disgrace. Because that will entrench generational conflict amongst families in New South Wales. That is what you are doing every time you get up and politicise this. The other point I want to make is I feel like we've heard that the minister made a decision, speaking to the same traditional owner group, for a go-kart track. We've heard those opposite laugh about that, saying it's not comparable. I don't know about you, but I don't think that the value of cultural heritage decreases because the size of the project is more valuable. That's actually not how it works. The size of the project does not make the cultural heritage less significant. It is still worthy of protection. Yeah. That is exactly the decision that the minister has made. On this side, on the opposition, everyone in this parliament, after Duke and Gord, said that we can't allow things like that to happen again. If we truly believe that we can't allow the destruction of cultural heritage in that way, then why wouldn't we be backing the decision of Minister Plibersek here? And if those opposite have changed their position on how valuable cultural heritage is to our nation's identity and to First Nations people, then you should come clean. We have an incredibly proud and rich history in this country that we should absolutely protect. Yeah. And those opposites seem to be backflipping on that commitment. Another point of hypocrisy that I want to draw to the attention of the chamber is that those opposites say that they care about the cost of living and the burden that is being felt by Australians across the country. But that is absolutely opposite to the actions they take in this place, when they vote against every single cost of living measure that we have brought to this parliament. Those of us on this side, we understand the pressures facing working families. We have taken decisive action to make sure that Australians get the relief that they need. And those opposite are showing that they could not care less, despite what they say. Their actions demonstrate otherwise. We're rolling out tax cuts for every taxpayer, not just some. Energy rebates for every household to help, and we're helping to make rents cheaper for nearly 1 million households. We're finalising the rollout of 60-day dispensing for additional medicines. We're indexing payments for people on JobSeeker, the age pension, disability support pension, carer payment and parenting payment, as well as Commonwealth rent assistance. We're doing all this in a responsible way that helps fight inflation. And those opposite have opposed all of this. Those opposite want higher power prices, higher grocery prices, higher housing prices, higher taxes and lower wages. That is what their actions have demonstrated in this place. They have said they will cut $315 billion from the budget. That includes all the cost of living relief that we've delivered. Where are these cuts coming from? Are they coming from our schools, our roads, our community services or social services? Those opposite need to own up to the Australian people. Hear, hear.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. One of the great traditions of politics in Australia is the scare campaign being run by the Labor Party. And we witnessed that today in question time in response to the questions put by the coalition to the Labor ministers. The scare campaign that we can see coming down your social media channels through, if you're going to watch free to air or if you're old-fashioned and read a newspaper, is a $315 billion scare campaign that this so-called Labor government are going to run at the next election. Because they can't run on their record, Deputy President. Because the record of the Labor Party in power shows a Labor Party who have failed to understand how the modern Australian economy works, how modern Australian businesses work, and indeed how Australian workers work. We have the worst of the worst with this Labor Party, a party who's so focused on their own future, they forget about how normal Australians are living their lives. Because we have a Labor Party in power who are focused on the bubble that is Canberra. Because it is only a Labor Party who would promise to employ an extra 24,000 public servants at the cost of $36 billion, public servants who will be employed in Canberra, as the solution to Australia's economic concerns at the moment. Because when you leave Canberra and you go to my home state of Queensland, I'll tell you what they're saying, Deputy President. They are not marching in the streets of Hughenden or Townsville or Cairns saying, what do we want? We want more public servants, we want them now. What they are saying is they want a government who understands that the number one issue impacting Australians is cost of living. But we've got a Labor Party government who has spent the last 2 years failing to address that issue. A Labor Party who haven't talked about cost of living until a focus group that was being run by the General Secretary of the Labor Party told them that cost of living is the number one issue. Because remember, this is the Labor Party who spent $500 million on the divisive voice referendum, rather than dealing with cost of living being that issue. Because when you look at the figures, Deputy President, under Labor, gas is up 33%, electricity is up 14%, and that's even after the taxpayer subsidies that the federal Labor Party have sent out, and in Queensland the failing and flailing state Labor government have sent out. Rents are up 16%, health is up 11%, education is up 11%, food is up 12%, and finance and insurance costs are up 17%. Now, that's a lot of statistics there, but what that says is people outside of Canberra are doing it tough. But when you listen to the Labor Party, to them, they're the Miyatu are not of modern government. Let them eat cake. Harold Macmillan, they've never had it so good. They are tone deaf to what is happening in Australia at the moment. And there's a reason why the Labor Party's polls are so low. They're lucky to have a 3 in front of it, because the mob out there are angry. They're angry that they work hard. They're angry that their wages, their real wages, have not gone up under this government. They're angry that the cost of living is going up, and that they see a Labor Party who are not focused on the issues that they care about. And every day here in the Senate, Deputy President, we have a question time where Labor ministers just thumb their noses at the accountability that is required of this institution, but thumb their noses at how Australians are doing it tough. And I say to the Labor Party, call an election, bring it on now. Please bring on an election now, and you will see how angry those Australians are, because there is going to be an election in Queensland in 44 days' time. And my party at a state level in Queensland does not have a great record at winning state elections, but I will bet London to a brick that Stephen Miles is not going to be the Premier after the coming election in Queensland, because Labor are going to get smashed, particularly in regional Queensland. And we saw that on Tuesday of this week, when not one Labor member went out and spoke to those farmers and those people from regional Queensland. The mob are cranky, and they're going to come after the Labor Party.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I rise to take note of 2 answers from Minister Wong, both in relation to defence. The first answer we had from Senator Wong when we were asking questions about Australia's defence exports and imports to Israel was simply asking for some clarification from the government about what, if anything, they've done to comply with international law. And there are a number of extraordinary observations from Senator Wong's response. The first is we asked questions about the export of parts to the F-35 fighter jet, which we know is used by the Israeli Defence Force to commit atrocious war crimes in Gaza. That's really not a question open for debate. The images, the proof, the evidence is appallingly clear for everybody to see. The ICJ has said Australia should do everything it can not to in any way support the occupation of either Gaza or any of the other occupied territories. There are international obligations for us not to fuel war crimes or the crimes of genocide. And I asked a very simple question: why hasn't Australia stopped exporting F-35 parts indirectly to Israel through the United States? Because we know that's what they're doing, because the Defence Department has told us that in budget estimates. They have told us that when they export F-35 fighter parts, and there's some 70 Australian companies that do this, they export them to a common pool in the United States, and with that export permit comes with that permit comes the explicit consent from Australia to then re-export it to all the partner companies in the all the partner countries in the F-35 program, and that explicitly includes Israel. So every time Australia sends parts of the F-35 to a common pool in the United States, it comes with Australia's permission, explicit permission, to then send them to Israel. And what did Minister Wong say about that? Not one word. Despite being asked about F-35 fighter parts, the minister chose not to respond to that. And again, we expect this sort of obfuscation and gaslighting from the Labor government when it comes to this, because it's obviously embarrassing to them. When they say repeatedly that Australia has not sent any weapons or weapons parts to Israel, that's what Minister Wong says, and then when the Defence Department tells us that Australia exports some 70 parts of the F-35 fighter jet to Israel via the United States, and they consciously and deliberately do that, people think the Labor government is lying, and that's because they are lying. They are absolutely lying. And the fact that the minister couldn't even mention the F-35, despite being repeatedly asked about it, shows that this government knows that it's lying. This government knows that it's lying. It's not just that. There are companies in Australia such as Bisalloy, which exports military-grade steel to multiple Israeli weapons manufacturers. We know that Currawong Engineering received an award from the minister's own department for its export of drone parts to Israel. And it's only exporting those drone parts to Israel because it got a grant from Defence to make the drone parts in the first place. Her own department gave Currawong Engineering an award, and then she has the hide to stand up here and say, oh, we don't know anything about exporting weapons or weapons parts to Israel. And then we've got the drone shield, a drone gun that's only been made since April of last year in Australia, only made in Australia. We have that company sharing images of that drone gun in the hands of an Israeli Defence Force member in Israel, also in the hands of Prime Minister Albanese. That's no doubt awkward for the Albanese government to admit. What do they say? No, we've never helped the Israeli Defence Force. I mean, it's just gaslighting of the worst. And can I finish on this other aspect? Another senator asked Minister Wong about the way that the former Chief of Defence, General Campbell, has retained his medal for leading the Australian deployment in Afghanistan, despite the fact that we know that during the time that he was leading the deployment in Afghanistan, although he was never actually present in Afghanistan, he was doing it from another part of the Middle East, gave himself the DSC, a military medal for that, and then wrote the report that we now know from Minister Wong said that he should keep his own medal. And they pretend that that's reasonable or decent. It's not.
Senator Shoebridge, before I put the motion, can I just ask you to withdraw the word lying? I'm trying to raise the standards of the chamber.
I withdraw that.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it. We can now come to the tabling and consideration of committee reports. Senator Stiljohn, I understand that you're going to seek leave to speak to a document which is yet to arrive but it's been tabled in the other House, and I understand leave is going to be granted. Is that? No?
No.
No, it's not. No. Oh, you
To
want, I thought it was going to be done
consideration.
now. My error. I'll come to you in a minute. Okay. Sorry, it's been tabled here, Senator. Okay. Right. I wasn't aware. I had... Right. Your understanding. I'll take the superior understanding of the Labor whip. All right. Okay. Oh, you're right. No, I'm in your hands. So we'll come to additional estimates information. I give you the call. Is that the...
I have a number here, so I might do them all at this
please.
stage. So I present additional information received by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee relating to estimates. I also have, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report 8 of 2024 and additional information received by the committee on its inquiry into compulsory income management. And while I'm on my feet, Deputy President, I might jump to 21 and present a delegation report, if that's okay.
That's fine.
And I seek leave to present a delegation report.
Yes. Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Malaysia, which took place from the 19th to the 22nd of November 2023. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Human Rights Committee report number 8.
Yes. Yep. You have the call.
Deputy President, you in the chamber will recall that earlier this week, on behalf of the Greens, I moved a disallowance motion to regulations made under the Work Health Safety Act that removed the obligation on Australian Border Force personnel to take reasonable care of the safety or welfare of individuals that they came into contact with in the course of Operation Sovereign Borders. And you'll recall the debate where, on behalf of the Greens, I made it clear that we as a political movement, having worked and continuing to work with Multicultural Australia and refugee organisations, are appalled at the Labor government removing the obligation for people who intercept individuals who are seeking asylum to the north of this country, to remove any obligation they have to take reasonable care of the safety of those individuals, some of the most vulnerable people on the planet in situations of genuine peril on the high seas. We could not believe that that was happening. And the response we got from the Labor minister was derisory, a derisory response, as though there was, they had never considered, Labor had never considered the human rights implications of the removing those protections. Well, we now have the Human Rights Committee's report on this matter that's just been tabled. And the committee noted that disapplying certain provisions of the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 in relation to specified activities by Operation Sovereign Borders engages and may limit the rights to just and favourable conditions of work, life and security of the person. These are the concerns the Greens raised and that were not even discussed or engaged with by Labor in their so-called defence of these appalling regulations. In the course of writing its report, the Human Rights Committee sought some justification from the Minister for Home Affairs who had issued these regulations. And to say that the response was underwhelming and non-responsive is a generous characterisation of the Minister's response to the committee. But perhaps the committee can speak clearest itself when it says this: the committee notes the Minister's advice that this legislative instrument is intended to ensure that personnel can combat people smuggling and irregular migration while protecting their own and others' safety in a uniquely dangerous environment. The committee considers that the continued application of the Commonwealth's overarching duty of care and the additional legal and regulatory frameworks which apply to workplace safety may assist with the compatibility of this measure with the rights to life and security of the person and the rights to just and favourable conditions of work. However, the committee considers that if these alternative mechanisms can continue to be applied to ensure the safety of people engaged in or affected by boat pushbacks at sea without affecting Australia's national security, it is unclear why the particular work health and safety duties addressed by this measure therefore need to be disapplied. The committee considers it remains unclear how disapplying specific parts of the Act is effective to achieve the stated objective of the measure, as no information was adduced to demonstrate that the disapplication of these duties to these boat interception activities has changed the behaviour of workers over 10 years, impacted the frequency of safety incidents or otherwise influenced the overall outcome of the activities. And Deputy President, the committee goes on and says The committee considers that it is therefore unclear that this measure is rationally connected to, that is, affected to achieve the stated object, and says the committee considers that the existence of other legal and regulatory mechanisms and the requirement to notify Comcare of safety incidents may serve as important safeguards that assist with the proportionality of disapplying these specific duties under the Act. However, the committee considers it is not clear precisely what safeguard value they have in practice. The committee therefore considers that there is a risk that this legislative instrument does not constitute a permissible limit on the rights to life, security of the person and to just and favourable conditions of work in practice. It is, in polite committee speak, a shellacking of the government's alleged basis for these regulations. What the committee says, if you read the whole report, is there was never a justification for these regulations, that they actually make it dangerous for people, incredibly dangerous for people seeking asylum by impacting their right to life, a more fundamental right it's hard to conceive of. And it shows just how absolutely barren of value and principle the Labor Party is in the way in which they engaged in the debate on the disallowance of this regulation. They sought to minimise or ignore the human rights that they were trampling on when they issued this regulation. They sought to, again, other people who were seeking asylum, and they did it for an ugly, narrow political purpose, which was evidenced from the discussion in the chamber. It was a shameful contribution from Labor. They're shameful regulations from Labor, and it is to this chamber's discredit that they didn't disallow those regulations.
Does anyone wish to take note or follow on from Senator Shoebridge's contribution in relation to the tabling and consideration of committee reports? Otherwise, I'll move on. Yeah, I'll put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Now we come to consideration of documents. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on pages 6 to 7 of the notice paper. Any document to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I just have a couple. So could I take note of documents 14 and 15 on page 7 and seek leave to continue my remarks?
Senator Vasic, and I'll come to you, Senator Sturgeon.
I don't have documents. I have committee reports and government responses. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition that calls on the government to impose targeted sanctions on Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli War Cabinet in line with the government's obligations under international law.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I table the petition.
Now come to you, Senator Sturgeon.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to take note of government response to the Royal Commission into violence, abuse, neglect and exploitation of people with disability, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, President. I also seek leave to take note of item number 14 on page 7, the Great Barrier Reef Outlook
That's already been done, so that's
and,
still that will remain on the list.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, just to seek leave to continue my remarks on that one.
That's fine. That's been done. Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Sorry, Pete. Top.
Yeah. Yes, you're seeking to take note of. Yes, which one?
It's the Australian Human Rights Commission Women in Native Title Report 2024. Page 7, I believe it is.
Yep. Item 16, I think, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, take.
That's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, as I said, I rise to speak on the Australian Human Rights Commission Native Title, Women in Native Title Report 2024. Bullied, treacherous and littered with violence. These are the words of Indigenous women talking about native title. Oppressive, ostracising, filled with fear, anxiety, paranoia, fighting, carry-on and abuse. It's the language of Indigenous women in the latest native title report of the Human Rights Commission talking about native title. The motion myself, Senators Lambie and Thorpe put to the chamber this week was simple. Let's talk about native title from the perspective of the very people it is designed to provide rights and interests for. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the Australian Greens, the Labor Party and those independents that did not vote for the motion, it's remarkable, isn't it? All that evidence, and yet they still said no. No to the evidence of native title negotiations that contribute to bullying, harassment, violence and intimidation. No to the impact of the physical or economic exclusion of individuals by the prescribed bodies corporates who are the point of contact for anybody wanting to engage in developments. No to the evidence in this very report presented in this chamber, instead ignoring it, worse, responding with an excuse of consultation fatigue, and that the inquiry would use up resources. Who told you it was consultation fatigue and would use up so many resources? It wasn't those women and the men that were walking the halls this week in this very parliament. It wasn't the overwhelming evidence in the many, many reports that tells you there are issues that need exploring, and not from the Land Council perspective. If the Land Councils were really interested in making a difference, improving the lives and closing the gap, they'd be doing much more, and so would their leadership, elected or otherwise, to ensure that people with criminal records or people that actually engage in the type of behaviour that's described in this report engage in. These issues of youth crime, violence against women, children and the vulnerable languish when good people do nothing, when people choose to ignore and silence. What you did was listen to the voices of those who work in or who represent the very organisation this report is talking about, the Land Councils, the NTRBs and the PBCs. You wrongly ignored the people that those organisations exist to represent. Astounding that the Labor Party would say that Indigenous people are at the risk of consultation fatigue. Well, this is what they said in this report. Page 80 talks of violence fuelled by native title representative bodies. Page 98 talks about prescribed bodies corporates enabling violence and conflict. Page 177 talks of the misuse of power by dominant men in leadership positions, some who are known perpetrators of violence against women and children. It's throughout the report where women have talked courageously of being bullied, and that when they've demanded transparency and accountability. And this week, you and the Australian Greens and those independents that voted against it ignored all of that. But the claims of the powerful land councils, they reverberated, they were amplified, and they were amplified by your response and your remarks. Aboriginal women are 34 times more likely to be hospitalised than others, 6 times more likely to die as a result of family violence, 30 times more likely to be hospitalised from injury. Surely, with all the discussions about respectful relationships, the public outcry of violence against women and the investment in ending family violence, you'd get this. Native title is not a safe space. Why are you providing protection to those who don't provide a safe space or safe place? I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to seek leave to continue remarks on, if nobody else is speaking on it, is the Public Account and Audit Joint Statutory Committee report. It's item number 6.
We haven't come to reports, but...
My apologies. I thought we were at reports.
I will give you the call momentarily.
Thank you.
This is number 6. Is there any, whilst we're on pages 6 and 7 documents, are there any? Does anyone else wish to speak to one of those documents? Senator Kovacic.
But we just seek leave to continue remarks on item 3 on page 7, please.
No, we haven't come to that. That's 3. That's under committee reports, is it? Yeah. No, we'll just come to that in a moment. This is the last asking on documents. All right, we'll move to the consideration of reports and responses. The Senate will now proceed to those which are listed on pages 7 and 9 of the notice paper, and I remind senators that any report or response to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. So I'll give Senator Reynolds the call, and then I'll come to Senator Kovacic, and then I'll come to Senator Pocock and Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I seek leave to continue remarks on item number 6, Public Accounts and Audit Joint Statutory Committee 495th report.
You move to take note, and then you're seeking leave to continue your remarks.
Move to take note and then seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Senator Kovacic.
Move to take note.
Move to take note.
Thank you. Move to take note and seek leave to continue remarks on item 3, page 7, please. Human Rights Joint Statutory Committee. Thank you.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I've got 2 items, if I may. Firstly, I take note of report number 15 on page 8 and seek leave to continue my remarks. That's my first item.
Leave granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you. I take note of report number 10, the government's response to the Select Committee on Work and Care interim and final reports. And may I continue?
You wish to speak to it now?
I wish to speak to it now. Thank you. The 2022 inquiry that I chaired on work and care made 33 recommendations aimed at revolutionising our workplace laws so Australians, and particularly women, can better balance their work and care responsibilities. At the time, Labor supported the recommendations, and now, more than 12 months on, Labor's done all too little addressing the plight of working people taking care for others while they're at work in Australia. The Albanese government noted, which in political speak is tantamount to rejecting, almost half the recommendations aimed at improving working conditions, the quality of jobs and gender equity in this country. In other words, they've said no to much of our evidence-based recommendations. The government said no to delivering hard-working Australian parents 52 weeks paid parental leave. That is the OECD average. Instead, families are forced to make life-altering financial sacrifices when they choose to have children in this country, and some are pushed to remain childless or to have fewer children than they would otherwise choose. The government seems to be under the illusion that parents can easily find and afford quality childcare for their babies and head straight back to full-time work. The reality is almost 1 in 4 live in a childcare desert, and almost 2 in 3 parents in this country find the cost of childcare a barrier to access. Yet Labor continues to kick the can down the road on fixing childcare and have ignored the Greens' recommendations calling for free, universal, quality, place-based childcare. In addition, in their response, the government has said no to giving the millions of casual workers in Australia access to paid sick and annual leave. If the pandemic taught us anything, it should be that getting sick is not optional, but spreading disease is. Casual workers are no different, and in fact they're often the least able to afford a day off when they are under the weather. How can Labor call itself a party of the workers and also consign 2.6 million workers to turn up at the workplace or the office with the flu, an infection or an injury? In their response, the government has said no to the Greens' call for a national 4-day week trial. The national and global momentum for reducing working hours so that workers can put together their job and their care of others at full pay is taking off. Businesses are trialling shorter working weeks, and they've reported improved work-life balance for workers, increased productivity and retention benefits. The Albanese government won't even entertain the idea of trialling and evaluating this model of work. And just wait, the 4-day work week is inevitable. It will come, and when the Greens fight and win this for Australians, many of them already experiencing its benefits, Labor will be claiming it as their policy, just like they did on the right to disconnect, which we Greens worked so hard to win for Australian workers. Workers who have caring responsibilities make a great contribution to this country and to the economy by providing unpaid and paid care to children, the elderly and people with disability. We need to protect the ability of people to look after their loved ones while also holding down a paid job, not making it impossible for them to do both. Employers will always want to maximise their profits, but this cannot be done at the expense of workers' conditions, their pay, their economic security. The economy should be sustainably shaped for working people, not around the narrow economic needs of workplaces and employers and business lobby groups. The government's response to the Work and Care Committee report shows Australian voters that the Greens have a plan with specific recommendations which can transform our work and care regime, improving outcomes for women, for men and for children. So far, Labor has chosen not to act. They've left too much essential work undone, and there is so much more to do to make a difference for citizens. I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Leave's granted. Leave's granted. Senator Still-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to take note of item 11, item 12, item 13 and item 14 and item 18 on page 8 and to seek leave to continue my remarks.
It's leave granted. Leave's granted.
Thank you. And then could I seek leave to take note of item number 9 on page 8 and speak to it?
You wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do.
You have the call.
Thank you. The dental inquiry went right to the heart of the cost of living crisis. So many in our community are suffering or have loved ones who are suffering because of the inability to access oral health care. Dental health care in this country is not universal. You can't use your Medicare card to get access to the care that you need. Oral health care and dental health care is based on class. How much money have you in your bank account? How much debt can you take on? These are the barriers to accessing oral and dental health care. These are the barriers that sit between you and getting the health care that you need. When it comes to dental and oral health care in Australia, what matters is your bank card, not your Medicare card. This is a complete Americanisation of a part of our healthcare system, and it is leaving so many without the care that they need. Politicians in this place may well try to brush this reality away. Doing so has severe consequences. Heart disease, systemic infection, chronic pain, tens of thousands of preventable emergency room admissions. We have thousands of Australians who cannot find $250 just at any single moment. That is the average cost of seeing the dentist. Australians expect that healthcare is available for free for those who need it when they need it most. This expectation is not being met. Both major parties have overseen the Americanisation of our healthcare system and the gutting of its core value of universal access. The Australian Greens want to change that. We have a plan to make dental care free. You would be able to go to your dentist using only your Medicare card. No longer will parents have to choose between food on the table or getting their kids to the dentist, between braces or books, or ending up in the emergency room when they could have just seen the dentist. The simple truth is nothing changes if nothing changes, and the major parties in this place do not care about getting people to see the dentist. We must show them at the ballot box that we want free and universal dental care, and that means voting Greens to kick out the duopoly of the Liberal and Labor parties.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I think Senator Steele-John did take note of document 18 and seek leave to continue his remarks, but I just wanted to make sure that was kept on. Thank you.
Yes. Any further? Anything further? If not, we will move to ministerial statements. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence, Mr Miles, I table a statement concerning the closure of the Afghanistan inquiry report.
Are you seeking to make any comments? No? No? Senator Cadell?
Take note of that report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
As leave granted, leave's granted. We then shall proceed to consideration of general business. Clerk. Senator Cardell.
I draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Oh, looks good to me. Quorum. Yes. Do you want to proceed? Quorum, ring the bells, please. Sorry? Senator Cadell? Are you? Quorum present. Senator Lambie, you have the call very generously.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Madam President.
Call the clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 613, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, concerning a Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. I rise to speak on my general business notice of motion number 613. I don't think anyone in Australia would disagree with the first part of my motion today. Governments have been failing our veterans for decades. Not only have they failed our veterans, they have failed their families. Over the last 40 years, nearly 60 reports and 750 recommendations have been largely ignored, and Defence was still refusing to hand over documents to the Royal Commission whilst it was ongoing. The work of the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide must be a game changer. Defence and the government cannot be allowed to cherry-pick the recommendations that work for them. All the recommendations need to be carefully examined and implemented as soon as possible. If Minister Keogh and Minister Miles are serious about making real change for our veterans, then they need to urgently get on with publishing a timeline of the recommendations. And here's a tip. Because you could start with this tomorrow. I would start with the 18 recommendations that go straight to the conduct and operation of the military justice system, the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force, the IGADF. Minister Miles knows all about the IGADF. He's been sitting on a report that was delivered to him 6 months ago. 6 months ago. 3 months to write a report, 6 months to sit on it. 6 months. The military justice system is there to make sure that veterans placed under investigation are treated fairly. In other words, it's there to make sure veterans get justice. But the military justice system has failed to deliver justice for veterans since it started over 20 years ago. Rather than delivering justice and looking after our serving men and women, the chain of command has misused and abused the legal processes to target veterans. And the IGADF signed off on those abuses, often while still reviewing cases. It was only after lawyers, often acting pro bono, managed to have the IGADF reviews reviewed that the cases were found to be an abuse of process and an attack on our veterans. Recommendation 30 from the Royal Commission's final report goes straight to the heart of this, naming up their weaponisation of the military justice system and noting that serving personnel were incorrectly charged, and when a defending officer made representations to get the charges dropped, they were then persecuted themselves, destroying their careers. Here are just a couple of examples. Recent ones. A soldier, let's call him Tom, who has completed multiple combat tours in the Middle East. Tom put in a complaint about his chain of command. An inquiry officer was appointed, but instead of holding the senior officers to account, the inquiry officer exonerated the chain of command, made adverse findings against Tom and referred his case to the IGADF for review. In other words, referred it to their mates, because that's how it works, for a review. And would you believe it? Yep, sadly I do. The IGADF backed in the inquiry officer's findings and upheld the adverse findings against Tom. After years of fighting this, the last few years, Tom retained the services of Dr Kolomitz and then went back to the IGADF and demanded an independent review for the original review. The IGADF ignored Dr Kolomitz's repeated calls for another look at Tom's case. So Dr Kolomitz was forced to call them out in the media just to get their attention. Finally, the IGADF looked more closely at Tom's case and came back and said, yes, the original findings were terribly wrong. Tom received a pathetically small amount of money, nothing that would fix the torment and mental health impacts he had to endure, or has had to endure. Let me give you another example. Another multiple tour combat veteran, let's call him Fred, left the Army and went to the Army Reserve and became a tactical police officer. Fred was subjected to ongoing weaponised administration process by his chain of command. When Fred went to the IGADF, they did nothing. But when the chain of command found out, they took more adverse actions against Fred. The adverse actions they can take includes everything from a note on your personal file to rank determination and losses in pay. Fred also went and found Dr Kolomitz, who had each action overturned, but then, wait for it, the chain of command took away Fred's rank. Oh, this guy's getting better. And Fred only found out after looking up his personal file on the Army's computer system. Dr Kolomitz and Fred went back to the Army again and questioned this decision. Army was made to give him back his rank, and they handed him his rank slide with one hand, and a moment later handed Fred his termination of service. This is how we deal with whistleblowers in the military. We brick them, we do whatever we can, we give them one thing and then we take from the other until we've worn them down to nothing. That's what the military abuse system does, the military justice abuse system, as I like to call it, does to our military members. especially those ones of lower ranks. Dr Colomits took this up and it took as far as the Army headquarters, but instead of looking at the chain of command, once again, never look at the chain of command, God forbid, their clearly inappropriate behaviour in Fred's case, they appointed an inquiry officer to look at what had happened, but excluded putting the conduct of any individual in the frame. The Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force and military justice system knows all about this case, and they still have done nothing. 3 years at a Royal Commission, they should have spent more time working on this case rather than trying to intimidate me at the Royal Commission and bringing in the heavy hitters, because that is what they're about. That is what they're about. They are disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Dr Colomits, like other lawyers out there, has dealt with soldiers who were subject to acts of indecency, and when they reported this, investigations were either not forthcoming or were bungled. And we're not just talking one or two here, there's hundreds of them. Many others are aware that they are serving members who have committed sexual assault, including rape, and they are still serving. I'm also aware, or was aware, when I went through the 33 folders of defence abuse, which were just startlingly disgraceful, that names in there, I had known of those people when I was serving before I got out. Do you know what else I find more distressing than anything? Simply nothing come out of all that, or Dr Gary Rumble's report, or anything like that, that those senior commander officers never, and I found this out in Esther, never asked to see those 33 folders of defence abuse. They didn't want to see them because they didn't want to fix it. And I think that says it all. I think that says it all. But if any of them lost pay, rank or anything else, or their careers, no, absolutely not. Gary Rumble's review in 2006 had a list of recommendations that would have fixed any issues, but like everything else, the reports have been ignored. Recommendation 44, also directed at the IGADF, suggests that the military justice system should develop a workforce plan that includes a review of necessary skills, expertise and qualifications. Wow. Imagine making these decisions on veterans' lives and you don't have qualifications. What a shameful, shameful act. It absolutely blows me away. How can a professional organisation not already have a plan to make sure that people who are investigating are properly qualified? And you wonder why you've got problems with the military justice system and its abuse. Abuse. The next recommendation, 45, should be at the top of Minister Miles's to-do list. It says that the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force should improve the transparency and accountability of their office. Imagine our own legal system in defence can't be transparent and accountable. By geez, that's where we've got to. It's frightening. By making it clear its standard operating procedures and setting key performance indicators related to the timelessness of assessments. In other words, they need to give veterans some idea of how long a review or an inquiry will take, because that will determine whether or not a veteran will tip a veteran over the edge. Not just leave them in limbo, and in some cases for months and years on their decision-making. Again, you would think this would be an obvious thing to fix, especially to an organisation that is supposed to mete out justice. But I don't think that is the IGADF's main role. I think the main purpose is to cover up for senior command. We'll know more. No more. This has to stop, and the fact that the Royal Commissioners, targeted 18 of their recommendations at our military justice system should be enough of a wake-up call. I'd say the military justice system is cooked. She's cooked. She's finished. She's finished. It's over. On Monday, when the final report was tabled, Defence Minister Miles said, and I quote, we have been working to deliver real change each and every day, end quote. He also said that, and I quote, we will now work through the recommendations in a timely and methodical manner, end quote. That's government spin, you veterans, for saying, hey, well, they'll get around to it. So just so you know, that's your normal spin up here, that's how it works. You'd think that they would have had some sort of timeline. They were given an interim report. They've had people sitting during all these Royal Commissions that they would have been picking up on this. You have to ask what we've been paying these people for, whether they're from DVA or Defence, to sit in at every one of these public Royal Commission meetings And quite frankly, you haven't got a timeline. I find that quite disgraceful, to be honest. I mean, it's not that difficult. You've got 122 recommendations, all that stuff come out during the Royal Commission. So as much as I'd like to give you veterans some hope before the weekend, I'm just not going to do that because I can't. It's not good enough, and the government, the Minister Miles and Minister Keogh, like I said, have been quite aware of this report coming. It has come to a point that I should not have to, but I am going to put forward a motion to push them along. They should have been ready with some sort of timeline. Instead of doing that, Minister Miles releases his response to the Brereton inquiry, stripping some senior command of the citations, but not touching the generals. Once again, the top brass gets off the hook. If Minister Miles and Minister Keogh really meant all those nice things they said to the media and the veteran community on Monday, then they will get on with publishing that timeline and reassuring the veteran community that they are serious about honouring their service and caring for our veterans. I do notice, so you veterans know, that the government, about the spin stuff, is the government has tried to rechange my motion, just so we're all very aware of that. So for me, I had called on the government to urgently publish a comprehensive timeline outlining the implementations of all recommendations of the Pioneer Report, ensuring that reforms for service personnel and their families are carried out in a timely and effective manner. To get your government of Australia to vote for this motion, they have changed that and watered it down, and it calls on the government, this is what they put, they need these words so they look pretty, calls on the government to urgently work towards publicly releasing its response to all recommendations of the final report to ensure that the recommended reforms aimed at supporting service personnel and their families can be implemented in a timely, effective manner. So, I would just say to you veterans, take a deep breath, because I can assure you, if you thought the fight was on during the Royal Commission, the fight begins today. The fight begins today for justice for you. And it's going to be a really rocky road. It's going to be a rocky road. I don't think it has been helpful that all the emotional stuff of putting that Royal Commission out on Monday, all that emotional stuff, and that they're still trying to deal with a couple of days later, that you come out and the best thing you can do is say, hey, we've got 9 people we're going to take citations off when it comes to the alleged war crimes. Jesus, that was a nice slap in the face. Thanks for coming. And the veterans are going, how come? What's happened to the generals? No responsibility for them either. This is not helpful. I have to ask why you would have kept this thing for 4 years to look at it, and you released it. You decide which idiot decided to release that today. Do you know how harmful that has been today? You couldn't wait till the next sitting? You couldn't wait till the next sitting. You seriously, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. And this is what bothers me more than anything. You would never have pulled an act like that today. That is shameful. Shameful. If I lose one veteran's life over the weekend because of this, your Defence Minister, I tell you what, I expect his resignation. What a stupid thing to do today. How hurtful. Don't worry, the generals and the top end done you over. They've been doing you over for years, and we're going to do you and throw you diggers under the bus for the alleged war crimes as well, and hold none of them big boys accountable. Whoosh, straight across their face. Here we go. She's on. Honestly. She starts Monday. It all starts Monday, and you'll realise on Monday why. And it's coming at you, and I'm coming at you. The gloves are back on. And it's going to be a fight from hell. But it is a fight I'm not moving from. I won't move today, and I won't move tomorrow. For you veterans out there, some of us in this chamber have your back. Don't you forget that. And hold tight, because we have you.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I join on behalf of the Greens with Senator Lambie in supporting this motion. And I just want at the outset acknowledge Senator Lambie's ongoing work and courage in the space. And you heard just some of that in that contribution, but it's not this isn't a moment in time. Anyone who's been watching the work to establish the Royal Commission and then the work since the Royal Commission couldn't help but acknowledge Senator Lambie's courage and her commitment in this space, and I just want to reflect that at the commencement of my contributions. And of course, you know, Senator Lambie's not working in a vacuum. It's the mums and the dads, the family members, the partners, the parents. They have been extraordinary too. And I could start a list, but I won't. But you know who you are, and enormously grateful to you. And to do it in circumstances of personal and family loss like they have, I don't know how they keep doing it, but it's with utter respect. My party's utter respect. That's what they have. I think we need to find a proper amount of time to go through the 122 recommendations and to really tease through what's required in response to the Royal Commission. And I don't pretend this contribution I'm going to make now is in any way a complete response or even pretending to be a complete response to the Royal Commission. But I'll say in relation to the Royal Commission that the chair and the two commissioners between them behaved with incredible dignity, behaved with generosity, gave Defence and the government, the ministers, incredible amounts of procedural fairness. Procedural fairness that I don't think I could have given them, given what I'd heard from veterans and communities, given what I'd heard about the disrespect that had been shown to veterans and communities, given that I'd heard about the brutal dehumanising process that so many veterans have gone through, sometimes in service, but then for many of them, you know, aggravated once they left service. But to their eternal credit, the chair and the two commissioners provided that procedural fairness. They provided that platform of dignity. They provided that platform so that their 122 recommendations are on an incredibly, incredibly solid foundation. And there's just one recommendation that I want to talk about in this in this contribution, and it's the final recommendation, recommendation 122 in the report. Because recommendation 122 in the report reflects what the commissioners heard. They'd heard about the dozens and dozens of previous reports that had been done when nothing changed. They'd heard about the hundreds, in fact thousands of recommendations, if you add them all up, that had been made, and nothing had changed. Because Defence is like the empire that strikes back. Whenever you think you've had a win against it, the machine rolls on, the empire rolls on and just gobbles up and steamrollers its opponents. Any dissidents, it just rolls over them like a sort of multi-billion-dollar monster. And that can be, you know, I can't think of a minister who's tried to stand up to them in any effective way, but if any had, they would have been rolled over as well, but particularly veterans, injured veterans, people inside the service that are trying to make change, they just get steamrolled by the empire as it strikes back. And recommendation 122 recognises that. And it says this report and these recommendations are only as good as the political will and the power and the process that's put in place to actually implement them this time. Not just say you care, not just sort of, you know, acknowledge the veterans' pain, but then put in place the structures and some kind of independent statutory body that is going to oversee and ensure that politicians are held to account, the government is held to account, this place is held to account, Senator Lambie and myself and all of us are held to account, and senior leadership in Defence is held to account, so we actually implement the other 121 recommendations. And what the government could do if it wanted to build a bridge with veterans, it could say today, it could have said on Monday when the report was released, but it could say today or it could say first thing next week that the government will commit to implementing recommendation 122 in full. And they will establish this independent body independent statutory power that will make sure that this time it's not just a report that gathers dust, that the recommendations are implemented. And they could commit to that. And if they committed to that early next week, that would actually be a big part in building a bridge to veterans so that they felt they had some comfort. They felt they had some kind of assurance that this time something would change. And I'd urge them to do that. And if they did that, I can't speak for Senator Lambie, but I'll say for our party, we will acknowledge and respect that from the government because it'll show an intent to actually implement it this time. And in closing, I can't help but endorse Senator Lambie's observation about in the same week that we get the Veterans Royal Commission handed down and veterans feel like they might be being listened to and they might be being respected and they may actually be at the centre of this place's considerations. In the same week, the government chooses to close and shut down the Brereton response and to bring all of that back for veterans in the very same week. The very same week. Veterans who feel like this is another incident where the leadership has just got off scot-free. Like it's zero accountability for the leadership. And that's what the government shutting down the Brereton response says. It says there's zero accountability for leadership. They're all just going to get off scot-free, keep their medals, keep their promotions, keep their pensions, walk free. In the same week. How did they think that was a decent response to do? It's so obviously wrong. And so when Senator Lambie makes her impassioned contribution at the end, from her perspective as a veteran, how could the government have not realised that would be the response, not just from Senator Lambie, but from so many veterans? So wrong, so disrespectful. But build a bridge. I say this to the government, build a bridge. Show that you actually get it this time. And you can do that by next week coming in on Monday morning and saying you'll implement recommendation 122 and that'll be the pathway to the other 121.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Roberts, you're second the call.
Yes, please. Thank you. Let's listen to words to my Senate office team today. Words from a brave ADF veteran with a distinguished record of serving our country and now serving veterans across the country. He opens with a quote from British Judge Sturgis. "Justice is open to everyone in the same way as the Ritz Hotel." End of quote. Announcing this cart before the horse decision today, just 3 days after the release of the Royal Commission into veteran suicide findings, a day after the 23rd anniversary of the 9/11 attacks, a day that forever changed the lives of these men and women, and on Are You OK Day in Australia is nothing short of cruel. Still, the motives are clear: to divert attention from the failures of Defence Force leadership and from the government, and once again shift the blame onto a few men from the SASR who were in action. The timing is no coincidence. It's a calculated move to protect those at the top while scapegoating those who served on the front lines. If medals are to be revoked from those at the tactical and operational levels for their soldiers' alleged war crimes from allegations from over a decade ago, ultimate responsibility must rest with the commanders in charge at the time. Accountability should start at the top, with those who approved the missions and made the strategic decisions. Without holding senior leadership accountable, this action becomes nothing more than scapegoating those on the ground. And I would say accountability must start at the top. Let's keep going with the ADF veterans' words. Accountability in the military is paramount, yet what we've witnessed is the preemptive punishment of a few and a violation of due process. The chain of command ensures accountability at every level, meaning responsibility for success and failure is shared. Just my own comment, in business, in sport, accountability is the fundamental quality. Going back to the ADF veteran. Therefore, generals who commanded during these periods, these men are set to lose their honours and awards. From the commander of Joint Task Force 633 to the Chief of the Defence Force, officers who for the most part did not see action but wear medals suggesting they did, should face the same preemptive punishment. Stripping medals from senior officers reinforces command responsibility and ensures leadership is held accountable for their decisions in command. It upholds fairness and integrity, demonstrating that no one is above accountability. He goes on. Article 28 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court establishes the principle of command responsibility, holding military commanders criminally liable for crimes committed by their subordinates if they knew or should have known and failed to prevent or punish them. The statute places a clear duty on commanders to control their forces, and failure to do so makes them legally responsible for their subordinates' actions. In light of this, if soldiers are to be held accountable for alleged war crimes, the same standard must apply to the commanders in charge at the time, from the commander of the Joint Task Force 633 to the Chief of the Defence Force. Command responsibility dictates that leadership cannot be insulated from the consequences of their decisions. Yet after 10 years, the fact remains no one has been convicted of war crimes. This tone-deaf statement and its timing send a clear message from the top of the Defence Force and government. It shows they've learned nothing from the declining recruitment and retention rates, the public's outrage over ADF's bloated staff ranks and their untouchable status, or the findings of the Royal Commission into veteran suicide. Watch as recruitment and retention in the enlisted ranks continues to plummet. That's the end of the quote from that ADF veteran, a distinguished ADF veteran. He feels intense loyalty to the Defence Forces still, despite what's happened. And he's finished there with, watch as recruitment and retention in the enlisted ranks continue to plummet. Why should he care? He's out. I'll tell you why he cares, because he cares about this country, as well as the ADF and the veterans and those still serving. That's why this is so important. This affects culture, which is our ADF's secret weapon, our most powerful strategic weapon. I'm not going to talk at length about that. I've talked about it before. Now, think about the culture in the Defence Force now, because we learn, apparently, that the Royal Commission didn't expect Defence to stonewall vital information keep it from the Royal Commission. Why? Surely it's better to be open and lance the boil. No, they stonewalled. Oh, but then again, we learn now that 3 months ago, a coordination officer from Defence was awarded a conspicuous service cross for outstanding outcomes in working with the Royal Commission. That begs the question, in Defence's eyes, what are outstanding outcomes? Here's some questions I asked in question time of Senator Wong, who I have a lot of regard for, representing the Minister for Defence, Richard Marles. Minister, on the recommendation of the then Chief of the Defence Force, General Angus Campbell, the government will strip Distinguished Service Medals from soldiers for alleged allegations of war crimes that have not been proven in a criminal court, yet will not strip the Distinguished Service Cross medal off General Campbell. So I asked her, why, Minister, do soldiers under General Campbell's command lose medals while he keeps his medal for commanding them? I didn't get a satisfactory response. Then a second question. Minister, the Burton report specifically excluded any findings on command accountability. Now, the Minister disagreed with me on that, to be fair. The Implementation Oversight Panel provided independent advice to government that the Burton report in doing this was inappropriate and senior command accountability must be examined. That's the oversight report, the Implementation Oversight report. So I asked the Minister, why are Defence's most senior leaders being let off scot-free for allegations in the Burton report? And why is your government ignoring the Oversight Panel's advice? I didn't get a satisfactory answer. The last question I asked her, Minister, the criteria for the Distinguished Service Cross at the time General Campbell was nominated required him to be in action, meaning direct contact with an enemy, facing the enemy, being fired on by the enemy, actual engagement. Yet there are no records of General Campbell being in action. Why does the government, I asked her, refuse to have the Honours Awards and Appeals Tribunal examine his award? Why indeed? I've asked that question before in Senate estimates and got nowhere. We will continue. Labor moves an amendment now, we see, to Senator Lambie's motion, as my brief reading of it, the government waters down to urgently publish, as Senator Lambie's fine motion states, to urgently publish a comprehensive timeline. The government now wants to water down with an amendment to calls on the government to urgently work towards, no commitment. So I want to thank Senator Lambie for this motion. I want to thank her for her work and for her speaking strongly for veterans and enlisted people. I want to thank Senator Shoebridge, who's left the chamber, but nonetheless I thank him for his work as well. I'll finish by saying our Defence Force's most powerful strategic weapon is the Australian Defence Force culture. That includes mateship and accountability. Very, very strong. I've heard about it, heard it from many sailors, airmen and soldiers. They respect it, they understand the power of it. I've heard it from officers, I've heard it from veterans, I've heard it from enlisted ranks. We've been watching it unravel for years, listening to soldiers, airmen and sailors, officers, enlisted men and women, veterans. It's unravelling, and yet it's the key to our defence forces. This is a prize that must be guarded with reverence. And yet at Senate estimates, I'm disappointed to see that the senior brass don't seem to understand it. Implementation of the recommendations of this Royal Commission must be sincere, meaningful and informed to restore accountability and to restore culture in the Australian Defence Forces. We will be watching, as I'm sure Senator Lambie and Senator Shoebridge and others will be. This is the House of Review. As representatives of the people we serve, we will be watching and holding the government accountable. Veterans, we also serve veterans, current forces, because they have served us. They have served our country with distinction. We serve all the people of Australia, and that's why we will be watching to see the implementation of this Royal Commission. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Can I just flag at the outset, I will be moving an amendment as circulated. I'd like to acknowledge all of the speakers in the debate so far on what is a very serious topic. The rate of veteran suicide in Australia is a national tragedy, and that's why Labor supported the establishment of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide when we were in opposition. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has confirmed some 1,677 known cases of suicide among serving and ex-serving personnel between 1997 and 2021. Now, some 3 years and hundreds of submissions later, the final report of the Royal Commission has been delivered to the government and tabled in the Parliament. The report is an important body of work which marks the culmination of the most significant and comprehensive inquiry conducted into suicide and suicidality in the defence and veteran communities. The report is comprehensive. It is some 7 volumes long, containing more than 3,100 pages and 122 recommendations. We're already putting in the work to properly understand and consider the recommendations and the detail behind them. In August 2022, the interim report of the Royal Commission was delivered to government, and we took swift action on all of its recommendations. In delivering the government response to the interim report on the 26th of August 2022, the Minister for Veterans Affairs delivered an apology. Here is what he said. "It is a great tragedy that the Australian government, successive Australian governments, have failed those who have served our nation. Governments have also failed the families of those people, families who have carried a heavy burden of their own through the pain and suffering they have experienced. Unfortunately, in some cases, the policies, processes and cultures that have evolved in defence and DVA over time have been counterproductive, causing distress to our defence and veteran communities. The Royal Commission's interim report is replete with examples. It is clear that things are not right. On behalf of the Australian Government, I say sorry." The Government will now consider the final report and its recommendations and respond in due course after appropriate consideration. The Government received this report on Monday. The relevant ministers are working through that now so we can respond as quickly as we can to all of these recommendations so that the entire community across Australia, and of course serving personnel, veterans and families, can have clarity around what we will be doing in response to this Royal Commission to improve the lives of people currently serving, as well as those that have served and their families. Thank you to everyone who helped campaign for and who contributed to the Royal Commission for their bravery in sharing their often harrowing stories about their own experience in service. And I also thank those who have given a voice to loved ones no longer able to share their story. Over the course of this inquiry, I personally did have the opportunity to meet a small number of family members of veterans who had taken their lives. I know the incredible work that they undertook to put this issue on the agenda and to campaign for better treatment of our veterans and their families. So on a personal level, I thank those people as well. The government also thanks the commissioners for a thorough and compassionate inquiry. All serving and ex-serving ADF personnel and their families should know that if they need support, they can contact Open Arms for free, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on 1800 011 046, or of course they can visit Open Arms website www.openarms.gov.au.
The question is that the amendment moved by Minister Watt be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Yes. As it's after 4:30, the division will be deferred to a time that is suitable for the Senate, probably on Monday. Senator Scarr.
Adjournment.
Yes, so I propose that the Senate now adjourn, and I call Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to congratulate my one-tox at the Queensland PNG Gold Netball Club for the 10th anniversary of the establishment of that club. And senators here may be aware of the fact that I lived and worked in Papua New Guinea between 1999 and 2001 and have a deep abiding affection for the people of Papua New Guinea and also the diaspora in my home state of Queensland. So I was very happy to be able to go along to the celebration of this wonderful netball club, the Queensland PNG Gold Netball Club, as it celebrated its 10th anniversary. And this netball club was established so that it could participate in what's referred to as the Challenge of the Nations netball tournament, where Pacifica countries are represented in a netball tournament over the course of 2 weeks. Countries like Tonga, Vanuatu, Samoa, all the countries, Fiji, all the countries of the Pacific have teams there based on diasporas in my home state of Queensland, and it's a wonderful, wonderful event which is coming up to its 10th anniversary, and I look forward to making a contribution in this place following the 10th tournament of the Challenge of the Nations netball tournament. I'd like to pay my deep abiding respects to the current president of the Queensland PNG Gold Netball Club, President Helen Edwards, all of the current and previous committee members of the club, the coaches, the volunteers and the players. I'd also like to pay my deep respects to Mr Peter Aitzey, who's the president of Transparency International in PNG, who was a guest speaker at the 10th anniversary function. Now, Transparency International, as I know you're aware, Acting Deputy President, is a very, very important non-government organisation which is at the forefront of fighting corruption all over the world. And Peter does a wonderful job leading that organisation in Papua New Guinea and is an outstanding leader in Papua New Guinea and quite inspirational for the players who were in attendance at that function. And in that regard, I should note, as current chair of Transparency International in Papua New Guinea, he follows in the footsteps of a great Papua New Guinean who I knew when I was living and working in Papua New Guinea, Sir Anthony Siaguru, who was a public servant, a lawyer, and was the founding chair of Transparency International in Papua New Guinea, and just a wonderful, wonderful Papua New Guinean. One of the highlights of the evening was the presentation by an emerging PNG Pepe athlete, and that's the name of the PNG netball team, Eve Chi, and she gave a wonderful presentation. She's actually gone on to represent Papua New Guinea from joining the Queensland PNG Gold Netball Club and discovering and celebrating her Papua New Guinean heritage. And she gave a wonderful, wonderful presentation at the function. So I say to all my one-tops at the Queensland PNG Gold Netball Club, congratulations on your 10th anniversary. I look forward to seeing you in action at the Challenge of the Nations Netball Club. And before we have that, we of course have the Independence Day for Papua New Guinea, which is 16 September every year, recognising independence of PNG, granted in which came into effect in 1975. And I'm sure I'll see many of my one-tocs at Bill Norris Oval in Beenleigh as we all get together to celebrate PNG Independence Day, the Independence Day of a country which is not just close to us geographically, but also close to us in our hearts and in our spirit.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I call Senator Chandler.
Acting Deputy President. If anyone thought that it was an oversight in 2013 when the Gillard Labor government removed the definition of woman from the Sex Discrimination Act and destroyed the rights of women to have single-sex services, spaces and sports, today showed once and for all that it was no accident. Not only did the Labor Party deliberately turn the act designed to protect women into one designed to punish women, today they teamed up with the Greens to block any possibility in this parliament of fixing the act to protect women. Mr Albanese, as the leader of the Labor Party, and Mr Adam Bandt, as the leader of the Greens, are dictating to 13 million Australian women and girls that we are not allowed to have single-sex services or spaces. They are dictating that a woman elected to this parliament is not even allowed to introduce a bill that attempts to restore the rights that women and girls used to have under the Sex Discrimination Act. In the 2022 election campaign, Anthony Albanese was asked directly what a woman is. His answer at the time was delivered promptly and correctly: an adult female. When he was seeking the vote of women, he unequivocally said that a woman is an adult female. But today, his government, along with the Greens, blocked the introduction of a bill that attempted to confirm in law that a woman is a member of the female sex. They claimed it was dangerous for the parliament to even be able to debate a bill which would have clarified exactly the same position that the Prime Minister himself pretended to agree with 2 years ago. I have been trying for years to warn that this Act, the Sex Discrimination Act, is broken. I warned that the sex-based exemptions that were written into the Act specifically to protect single-sex sports and services for women and girls were impossible to rely on because the Gillard amendments had upended the definition of sex so that woman can mean an adult male, and sex is apparently based on the clothes you wear and what a state government lets you put as your preferred gender on your driver's licence. But people like the Prime Minister and smug, condescending left-wing men around this country said no, ignore her. She doesn't know what she's talking about and it's not important anyway. Now, in the Tickle versus Giggle case, we have seen a court in this country confirm that it is exactly how I said it is. We saw the Human Rights Commission and the Federal Court say that human beings can change their sex, and your sex is determined not by your biology, but by the clothes you wear and how you identify. And the result was that a woman has been punished and fined for operating a single-sex app for women and trying to stop a man from intruding into it. For years after the Gillard government removed the rights of Australian women and girls to single-sex sports and spaces, Labor was still pretending that this wasn't the case. When I presented the Save Women's Sports Bill to the Senate, a bill to make sure that offering single-sex female sport couldn't be found to be unlawful, the Prime Minister claimed that it wasn't necessary because there was already an exemption for single-sex sport. Now we know that exemption can't be relied upon because a biological male can be considered legally female for the purposes of the Act, rendering the exemption useless. The government cannot claim that they didn't know this because the Federal Court and the Human Rights Commission have told them very clearly that a biological male can be considered legally female and force his way into any space or any service or any sport intended for females. And what we learned today in this chamber, when their parties blocked any hope of fixing the Act in this parliament, is that Mr Albanese and Mr Bant support and encourage every single perverse outcome for women that this enables. When a dangerous male sex offender and a child rapist identifies into a women's prison, Anthony Albanese and Adam Bant support that. When a 16-year-old girl takes to the rugby or football field and realises she'll be up against adult males, Anthony Albanese and Adam Bant support that. And when a woman is punished and dragged through the courts, even for telling the truth that a man is not a woman, Anthony Albanese, our Prime Minister, and the Australian Labor Party are the reason why.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. I call Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on a matter that is close to my heart, the recognition of three remarkable individuals who have been awarded life membership in the Australian Labor Party's Tasmanian branch: Lynn Taylor, Betty Pilgrim and Bill Lowe. Life membership is the highest honour given to those that have shown unwavering loyalty and distinguished service to the party over many years. These are individuals whose commitment, service and dedication to the Labor cause have left a lasting impact on our party and the communities that they serve. Let me begin by acknowledging Lynn Taylor. Lynn's journey within the Labor Party began in 1970 as a young, passionate nurse driven by her vision for an egalitarian society. Throughout her years of service, Lynn's advocacy on mental health reform, women's rights, Indigenous rights and anti-war efforts have been both tireless and inspiring. Moving to Tasmania in 1982, she has remained deeply engaged in the Labor movement and has made invaluable contributions to the Health and Community Services Union. Lynn's activism is rooted in a belief that, I quote, "there are no jobs on a dead planet," close quotes, highlighting her lifelong commitment to environmental preservation and sustainable development. Lynn's story is one of an unwavering dedication to the Labor Party and its values. She has never sought recognition for herself, but has worked tirelessly for the collective good. Today we pay tribute to Lynn's profound impact and the sacrifices she has made for the betterment of Tasmania and the Labor movement. Next, I turn to the extraordinary service of Betty Pilgrim. Betty's journey with the Labor Party began in the 1960s in Launceston, and from that time on she has been a dedicated advocate for our core values of social justice, equality and fairness. Whether working for Lance Barnard's office in Launceston, serving during the historic Whitlam years in Canberra, or volunteering her time and effort across various states, Betty has remained a stalwart supporter of Labor. Even after her retirement, she continued to work with devotion in both my office and Dick Adams' office. Betty is a shining example of what it means to be a member of the Australian Labor Party. Her passion, her resilience and her tireless advocacy for a better Australia has left an impactful mark on our party and its legacy. Finally, I must acknowledge Bill Lowe, a long-serving member of the Burnie branch of the ALP. Bill's 4 decades of service to the Labor Party has been nothing short of extraordinary. He has held almost every position within his branch, from branch secretary to campaign coordinator, and has played a crucial role in state and federal election campaigns. Beyond his political contribution, Bill's commitment extends to his involvement with the Australian Workers' Union and grassroots football in the Darwin Football Association. Bill's dual life memberships with both the ALP and AWU are a rare and significant achievement, underscoring his deep commitment to the Labor movement and the broader Tasmanian community. Interestingly, Bill's AWU life membership was also presented by Minister Bill Shorten. The contributions of Lynn and Betty and Bill are a test to the strength of our Labor Party, built on the dedication of individuals who believe in a fairer, more just society. It was my honour to host the ceremony where these incredible members, Betty and Bill, were presented with their life memberships by Minister Bill Shorten and State Labor leader Dean Winter, and Lynn Taylor was given the opportunity to speak to her life membership. The ceremony was a wonderful occasion where the ALP came together to honour and celebrate our life members. I'd like to sincerely thank Minister Shorten for doing the honours and joining us for this this important event. The ALP owes each of these life members a debt of gratitude for the years of service. Again, congratulations to Lynn, Betty and Bill.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And can I thank the Chamber for the fast movement of people in and out of roles so that I'm able to make this contribution this evening. On August 15, 2024, Australia lost a remarkable figure in the Jewish community with the passing of Holocaust survivor and Sydney Jewish Museum volunteer Olga Horak. Her memoir, this beautiful book entitled Auschwitz to Australia, offers a deeply personal account of resilience and suffering. Olga's story exemplifies how a person can endure unimaginable pain while still holding on to faith in both God and humanity. Born in Bratislava, Czechoslovakia in 1926, Olga's life took a harrowing turn as Europe succumbed to the horrors of Nazism. The unimaginable became a grim reality as society turned its back on its own. At just 14, Olga was expelled from school. Her family lost their livelihood and she faced public scorn due to her yellow star. It was only after Olga's sister was rounded up and sent to Auschwitz to be gassed in 1942 that the family went into hiding. After 2 years of persecution, precarious living conditions and the constant fear of discovery, the family was betrayed and sent on cattle trains to Auschwitz. The journey was gruelling. Denied food and water with only a single bucket to contain waste, the train journey was one of extreme deprivation. Upon arriving at Auschwitz, the sight of the infamous gates reading Arbeit macht frei was accompanied by the sick sounds of a prisoner's orchestra. The music belonged to the world of the living, not to the world of the living, but of the dead, she wrote. Olga's story reveals that beyond the physical deprivations of starvation, forced labour and squalor, humiliation was used as a deliberate means of breaking the spirit of the Jewish people. Her father was murdered upon arrival, but Olga and her mother were selected by the angel of death, Dr. Mengele. They were stripped in front of him and deemed useful. With blunt clippers, Olga had her head, armpits and pubic hair shaved, causing her to bleed, and laid a sting as thick disinfectant was slapped on her with a mop. Olga's existence was one of routine barbarity. Roll calls at 4 a.m. after the capo cleared the barracks, the women of the camp were served a black, watery substance that was laced with bromide to stop inconvenient menstruation. Working in the bitter cold of the 1944 winter was harsh, with any sign of weakness resulting in beatings or execution by the SS. Olga's health rapidly deteriorated. She was covered in blisters, infested with lice, and her gums bled from severe malnutrition. The conditions were so dire, the prisoners at night were often doused in urine and faeces from those above them on the wooden bunks. In December 1944, Olga and her mother embarked on the infamous Death March. Olga vividly recalls the fleeing Germans with their carts full of blankets, foodstuff, milk and valuables. None, and this is her words, not one of those thousands ever attempted to throw us even a scrap of bread or a potato in our direction. They saw us, they stared at us, they hated us, and knew who we were, Jews. Even as their Third Reich crumbled, their hatred endured. The march, stretching over 700 kilometres to Bergen-Belsen, was harsh with long stretches of no food or water. By the time of her arrival, she was sick with typhus. Any body fat had long disappeared, causing her bones to protrude from her skin and her breasts to vanish. Her teeth were loose, her hair was patchy, weeping sores covered her body, and her eyes were sunken in their sockets. Olga could barely stand upright, let alone straight. Her physical condition was a stark reminder of the brutality she endured. On April 15, 1945, Olga and her mother were liberated by the British. At 18 years old, Olga weighed just 29 kilograms. With the war over for them, they were finally issued a displaced persons card. As her mother tried to hold the small white paper, she collapsed. Her passing marked Olga's final and most cruel punishment by the Nazis. Her mother was just 40. After the war, Olga sought a new life in British Mandate Palestine, but faced repeated rejections before finding refuge in Sydney, Australia. There she married fellow survivor John and lived a long life, passing away at the age of 98. Even in her final days, she dedicated herself to volunteering at the Sydney Jewish Museum. Throughout her life, she carried the scars of her past, but chose not to harbour hatred, believing that hatred is ugly and brought about the most terrible tragedy of the 20th century. May her memory be a blessing.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday, the 16th of September at 10 a.m.
Sorry, thanks. It just wriggled around. How good? He's sleeping.